starting with Getco, Madhya Gujarat Witch Company Limited, Reliance Industries Limited, Om Securities Private Limited, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation Limited, RCF, Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, GAK, RR Cable Limited, SECL, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, IOCL, JNPA, ONGC,
Care Group, Alembic Pharmaceutical Limited, Zydus Wellness, Gujarat State Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, India Rare Earths Limited, Deepak Nitrite, ONGC Petro Additions Limited, Mahanagar Gas, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Puneet Advisory Services Private Limited, BSc, Progressive Infotech, Spike Engineering and NSE.
Athithina Swagatam.
A sense of pride and honor sets in while welcoming our esteemed dignitaries of the dais and all our ever charismatic cost and management accountant professionals. I am Vaishwik Patel.
And I, Monish Das, feel privileged to welcome you all to this two-day Regional Cost and Management Accountants Convention 2026.
The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. ICMAI, our mother body, describes its vision statement as becoming globally the preferred source of resources and professionals for the financial enterprises by creating value to stakeholders in the socio-economic context through competencies drawn from integration of strategy, management, and accounting. As we are honored to have your presence, we would like to introduce to you the dignitaries adding glory to our today's inaugural session.
I would like CM Mihir Vyas, Chairman, ICMAI-WIRC, to escort our chief guest for this year's convention, CMS Sanjay Upadhyay, who is the CFO of Deepak Nitrite Private Limited, to the dais.
Director of Finance. Now I would like CMA Nanti Shah, Vice Chairman ICMAI-WIRC, to escort our guest of honor, CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad Sir, President ICMI, to the dais.
I would like CMA Chaitanya Morir, Secretary, ICMAI-WIRC, and CMA Arindam Goswami, Treasurer, ICMAI-WIRC, to escort Neeraj Joshi, Vice President, ICMI, to the dais.
And lastly, I would request C. Amruta Vyas, Chairperson, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, and CMA Vandit Trivedi, Secretary, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to escort CMA Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi, former President and CCM, ICMAI, to the dais.
So gracing the dais, we have CMS Sanjay Upadhyay, Director of Finance of Deepak Nitrite Limited.
CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad Sir, President ICMAI.
CMA Neeraj Joshi Sir, Vice President ICMAI.
CMA Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi Sir, former President and CCM, ICMAI.
CMA Mihir Vyas Sir, Chairman, ICMAI-WIRC.
CMA Nanti Shah, Vice Chairman, ICMAI-WIRC.
CMA Chaitanya Morir, Secretary, ICMAI-WIRC.
CMA Arindam Goswami, Treasurer, ICMAI-WIRC.
CMA Amruta Vyas, Chairperson, ICMAI Baroda Chapter.
and CMA Vandit Trivedi, Secretary, ICMAI, Baroda Chapter.
We are deeply honored by your presence today. Your leadership, experience, and vision inspire the CMA community, and we are confident that deliberations over the next 2 days will foster growth, innovation, and stronger professional bonds.
Before we mark the beginning of this grand event, I would request everyone to rise for the ICMAI anthem. Thank you, everyone.
Light and brightness have always been equated with positivity, motivation, and are associated with social beings. Light is a form and symbol of Tej. The lamp is invoked as Tamosama Jyotirgamaya, meaning the lamp leads us from darkness towards light. The flame of the diya or lamp reminds us that light will ultimately triumph over darkness.
We request all our dignitaries, our chief guest, and our guest of honor to formally inaugurate the convention by lighting the lamp.
Thank you to all the dignitaries.
We now request everyone to rise for the national song, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, everyone. May I now invite CMA Amruta Vyas, Chairperson, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to deliver her welcome speech for this 2 days convention.
नमस्कार, सुप्रभातम, एकम सर्वम. आनो भद्राः क्रतवे यन्तु विश्वतः. This is the famous mantra from the Rigved. Let the noble thoughts come to us from all directions of the universe. And it emphasizes the Vishwaguru vision of gathering and sharing wisdom globally. A very good morning to everyone, respected dignitaries, esteemed members, and dear students. The first chapter in Gujarat, recognized as the Ahmedabad Baroda chapter of Cost Accountants in 1965, began its journey as a joint chapter and attained independent status as the Baroda chapter of Cost Accountants in 1968. Over the past 57 years, the chapter has consistently served members, students, industry, and society through the seminar, conference, professional development programs, and oral coaching classes at all levels. Vadodara, also known as Baroda, is proudly celebrated as the culture capital of Gujarat and the Sanskari Nagari of India, inspired by the vision of Maharaja Sayajirao Gaikwad II. The city today stands as major center for education, culture, and industry, and contributing significantly to the India's industry and educational landscape. So, I, CM Amruta Vyas, the First Lady Chairperson of the Baroda chapter, take immense pride and pleasure in welcoming you all to the Regional Cost and Management Accountant Convention 2026 with the vision Vishwaguru, CMA Crafting Cost Competitive Bharat. Now I welcome our respected chief guest, CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, our President, CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad ji sir, Vice President, CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, former President, CMA Ashwin Dalwadi sir, and council members, CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, and CMA Ashish Thatte sir, CMA Nantisha, Vice Chairman, and the other Baroda's CMA Mihir Vyas, Chairman of the WRC, CMA Chaitanya Mohrir sir, CMA Arindan Goswami sir, CMA Mahendra Brombe sir, CMA Manisha Agarwal ma'am, and CMA Vivek Bhale Rao sir, and our WRC mentor, CMA Divi Joshi sir, CMA Sanjay Bhargave sir, and CMA Amit Apte sir. So, and also esteemed past presidents, council members, distinguished speakers, and industry leaders, my dear professional colleagues, students, and guests. It's a matter of immense pride and honor for us to host the Regional Cost and Management Accountant Convention in Baroda, and also welcome all the delegates, members, students to this historic and vibrant city of Baroda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest for this inaugural session, CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, Director of Finance of Deepak Nitrite Limited. Shri Sanjay Upadhyay sir is a qualified cost accountant and company secretary and an alumnus of the Advanced Management Program at Wharton, USA. He has over 40 years of experience across finance, treasury, taxation, corporate restructuring, governance, risk management, and investor relations, and committees of several group companies.
I would like to request CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad, Sir, President ICMI, and CMA Mihir Vyas, Chairman ICMAI-WIRC, to honor our chief guest, CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, with a memento. Thank you, respected dignitaries. It is a matter of great pride and privilege for us to introduce CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad sir, the President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a fellow member of ICMAI and has experience of more than 40 years in the areas of finance, cost, management, ERP, IT, HR, IED, ONM, MM, and CSR. He was the Executive Director of Finance and ERP implementation earlier. He has implemented ERP in 4 major steel plants of SAIL and Central Marketing Organization of SAIL. He implemented ERP at NMDC in the capacity of advisor of ERP in NMDC. He was the council member of ICMAI for the term 2011 to 2015 and has been re-elected for the term 2023 to 2027. He has been the Vice President of ICMAI for the council year 2024-2025.
I would like to request CMA Nanti Shah, Vice Chairman, ICMAI-WIRC, to honor our guest of our President Sir, CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad Sir, with a memento. Thank you, sir. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce one of our esteemed dignitaries for this inaugural session, CMA Neeraj Joshi, Vice President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He's a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience in cost and management accounting. Fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, he secured All India's 17th rank in ICMAI Foundation examination and was the 2nd rank holder in the MBA examination of the University of Pune. His academic pursuits include prestigious global certifications such as Certified SAP FICO Consultant, SAP AG Germany, CISA ISACA USA, Microsoft Certified Professional, and a diploma from NIIT. Professionally, he is a practicing CMA and partner at Dhananjay V. Joshi and Associates, and also the promoter director of Levar Info Solutions Private Limited, an ERP consulting and systems audit firm. He has held key positions at CMC Limited and Siemens Information Systems Limited, leading critical SAP projects across national and international platforms. He has served as council member of ICMAI for the term 2019 to 2023 and has been re-elected for the term 2023 to 2027.
I would like to request CMA Chaitanya Mori, Secretary ICMAI-WIRC, and CMA Arindam Goswami, Treasurer ICMAI-WIRC, to present CMA Neeraj Joshi sir with a memento. Thank you, sir. It is indeed a great honor for us to introduce our esteemed dignitary, CMA Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi, sir, former president and central council member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a leading practicing chartered accountant since 1989 and has a brilliant academic background and rich experience in the field of cost accountancy and general management. Presently, he is a senior partner of Messrs. Dalwadi and Associates, cost accountants based in Ahmedabad. He has been the president of the institute for the year 2023 to 24. He is associated with the CMA profession since 1977. He has been the member of the council of the institute for the term 2007 to 2011 and elected consecutively for 2 terms, that is 2019 to 2023 and 2023 to 2027.
I would like to request CMA Amruta Vyas, Chairperson, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, and CMA Vandit Trivedi, Secretary, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to present Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi sir with a memento. Thank you, everyone. Vision Vishwaguru, CMA's Crafting Cost Competitive Bharat is the theme for this year's convention, and how truly does it also define a CMA. CMA's Crafting Cost Competitive Bharat reflects the pivotal role of cost and management accountants in strengthening India's journey towards becoming a global leader. In an era marked by rapid economic transformation and increasing global competition, CMAs contribute significantly by ensuring cost efficiency, financial discipline, and strategic resource optimization across industries.
By promoting transparency, enhancing productivity, and promoting sustainable business practices, CMAs help organizations achieve operational excellence. Their expertise not only aids in building a robust economic framework, but also aligns with India's vision of emerging as a self-reliant, cost-competitive, and globally influential nation, Vishwaguru Bharat.
With these words, I would now like to request CMA Mihir Vyas, Chairman, ICMAI-WIRC, to give his opening remarks and share his thoughts regarding the theme to our conference.
Thank you. Respected Chief Guest CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, Director Finance Deepak Nitrate, my President TCA Srinivasan sir, my Vice President CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, my former President CMA Ashwin Dalwadi, my Council Member CMA Arshad Deshpande, CMA Ashish Satte sir, my Council in the colleague CMA Nanti Baisa, CMA Chaitanya Mohire, CMA Arindam Goswami sir, CMA Mahendra Bombay sir, CMA Manisha Agrawal madam, CMA Vivek Balerao, dignitary of the dais, my friend from company Someshwar Nanda sir, Sunit Joshi sir, Anjana madam, DV Joshi sir, Bhargave sir, Amit Apte sir, my esteemed past presidents, council member, distinguished speaker, industry leaders, my professional colleague, chapter representative, students and guests. A very good morning to everyone. It gives me an immense pride and happiness to welcome you all to the Regional Cost and Management Accountant Convention, RCMAC 2026. Today is a historical moment. For the first time, the ICMAI Baroda chapter is hosting this regional convention. This is not just an event, it is a milestone in the journey of the Baroda chapter and Western India Regional Council. Baroda chapter, with its legacy for more than 5 decades, has consistently served members, students, industry with dedication. Hosting RCMAC 2026 reflects its growth, capability and leadership. I must congratulate first chairperson of Baroda chapter CMA Amruta Vyas and his committee members for hosting this prestigious convention at Barodara. Theme of the convention, Vision Vishwaguru, CMA Crafting the Cost Competitive Bharat. India today is standing at transformation stage. We are aspiring to become 5 trillion economy. We are moving toward Viksit Bharat 2047. We are strengthening Make in India, Digital India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. But what makes a nation globally powerful is competitiveness. And competitiveness begins with cost leadership, efficiency, governance and sustainability. That is where the role of cost and management accounting becomes central. Today our profession is not longer limited to cost sheet and compliance business. We are strategic business partner, advisor to management, driver of productivity, expert in ESG and sustainability, leader in digital cost transformation, AI, guardian of governance and transparency. A cost competitive Bharat is a foundation of vision Vishwaguru Bharat. Today highlight of the convention is technical session 1 is a ESG excellence. We have very good two speakers, one from industry CMA Selja Vatrajani madam and my friend CMA Saket Modi is an international speaker. In technical session 2 is a AI session digital transformation and AI driven cost competitiveness. On this we have very good speaker hackathon champion India CM Tapas Rupare and CMA Kiran Thomas sir. In technical session 3 we have lot of CEO and CFO. It's the next generation management leader driving India toward Vishwaguru. On second day technical session 4 is a capital market session India Rising capital market for vision Vishwaguru. In culture event we have one of the best band of Herat band. The Western India Regional Council serve 5 states and multiple union territory through 22 Act 2 chapter focusing on professional excellence, continuous learning, industry engagement and youth empowerment. As India approaching 2047, our profession must evolve from cost controller to value creator, from accountant to strategist, from record keeper to decision architect. If India must become Vishwaguru, CMA must become transformational leader. Let RCMAC 2026 inspire us, let it energize us, let it redefine our professional commitment. Together we envision, together we lead, together we craft the competitive Bharat. With this, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you so much. In the end, I must congratulate my sponsorship committee chairman Arindam Goswami and my other council Chaitanya Mohire, Nanti Bhai, dignitary audience CMA Malhar Dalwadi, CMA Poonam madam and other who will help us in getting a sponsorship. This year we have get highest sponsorship of more than 40 lakhs. So thank you so much Arindam sir and all my team.
Thank you so much, sir.
Through this convention, we attempt to bring together the ever charismatic cost and management accountants from different parts of the nation under a common platform to help them develop a network of colleagues, explore their aptitude, and to exchange views.
And for that, we have 4 amazing technical sessions as CMA Veer Vyas sir has already thrown some light on. The first technical session is on ESG excellence, CMAs as architects of sustainable and responsible growth. Second, digital transformation and AI-driven cost competitiveness. Third, the next generation management leader driving India's journey towards Vishwaguru. And the fourth, India Rising, capital market for Vishwaguru future.
So let's buckle up for this insightful event that will take us on a ride of immense knowledge and help us become more advanced and better professionals.
So I would now like to request CMA Arindam Goswami, Treasurer, ICMAI-WIRC, to share his thoughts on this year's 2 days convention program.
A very good morning to all the distinguished guests on the dais, respected leaders of the profession, esteemed guests, and my fellow CMS. Welcome all of you to RCMAC 2026 in the majestic and culturally rich city of Baroda. Being a immediate past chairman and chairman of the PD committee WIRC, to stand before you at this prestigious gathering where knowledge meets vision and tradition meets transformation. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, our respected president of the institute TCA Srinivasan sir, Vice President CMA Neeraj Joshi sir for gracing the occasion with their esteemed presence. I also express my sincere gratitude to our respected former president CMA Dalwari sir, CMA Ashish Thate sir, CMA Harshad Deshpande sir for their continuous support. I acknowledge the gracious presence of our three mentors, CMA Dr. Dhananjay Joshi sir, past president ICMI, CMA Amit Apte sir, youngest past president and mentor, CMA Sanjay Bhargave sir, past former CMA ICMI. I appreciate the visionary leadership of CMA Mihir Bas, chairman ICMAI-WIRC, and my fellow office bearers, Nanti Shah sir and Chaitanya sir, for their teamwork and continuous efforts for the upliftment of the profession, and also thanks to Manisha ma'am, Vivek Bhalerao sir and Mahendra Bhai sir for their support. Further, I congratulate CMA Amrita Bas, chairperson Baroda chapter, and entire managing committee members of Baroda chapter for hosting the prestigious convention at Baroda. Our theme, Vision Vishwaguru, CMA's crafting the cost competitive Bharat, is not merely a slogan, but it is a responsibility. Vision Vishwaguru reflects our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's aspiration of positioning India as a global leader. And where do CMA stand in this journey? We are the architect of cost efficiency, custodians of financial prudence, and strategists behind sustainable growth. A cost competitive Bharat is a competitive Bharat, and a confident Bharat leads the world as Vishwaguru. RCMAC 2026 is thoughtfully curated as powerful blend of insight, innovation, and interaction. As we gather in this historic city for these two enriching days, let us remember integrity is our foundation, knowledge is our strength, innovation is our path, and nation building is our purpose. As it rightly said, excellence is not an act, it is a habit. Let us make excellence our habit and contribute it collectively toward a cost-competitive, transparent, sustainable, and globally respected Bharat. I wish each one of you an enriching, insightful, and truly memorable RCMAC 2026. Jai Hind and Jai CMA.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request CMA Chaitanya Moirer, Secretary ICMAI-WIRC, to address our today's audience.
Good morning. Respected dignitaries on the dais, today's chief guest, CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, our beloved president, techno-savvy CMA TCA Srinivasa sir, young and dynamic vice president CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, equally young and dynamic chairman of WIRC CMA Mihir Vyas sir, former president CMA Ashwin Dalwadi sir, my colleagues in the council, CMA Nanti Shah, CMA, from being a developing economy to emerging as a global
growth engine, our nation is moving steadily towards becoming true Vishwaguru. A leader that not towards becoming true Vishwaguru. A leader that not only drives economic strength but also upholds wisdom, ethics, and sustainable progress. In this journey, the role of cost and management accountants is not just important, but it is transformational. As a CMA, we are architects of efficiency, transparency, value creation. We are silent strategies behind cost optimization, resource allocation, risk management, and performance evaluation. In globally competitive marketplace, cost competitiveness is not just a cutting corners, but it is about intelligent planning, process excellence, innovation, responsible governance, and that is where we make a difference. However, while we speak about cost competitiveness and economic growth, we must remember numbers alone do not define the nation's greatness. Ethical values define it, integrity defines it, character defines it. A true Vishwaguru Bharat cannot be built merely on profits and productivity. It must be built on professionalism, rooted ethics. As a CMAs, we are custodians of financial truth. Our responsibility goes beyond balance sheets. It extends to safeguarding trust, transparency, accountability, and compliance are not only regulatory requirements, but they are moral commitments to us. Let us also remember that being a successful professional, it is incomplete without being a good human being. A technical excellence gives us a complete comprehensiveness, gives us credibility, knowledge gives us authority, but humility gives us respect. In boardrooms and beyond boardrooms, let us lead not just the intelligence, but with empathy and fairness. To young CMS present here, the future leaders of the profession, I urge you to embrace technology, innovation, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and global best practices, but at the same time, anchor yourself firmly in values. Let ethics not be non-negotiable. Let integrity be your identity. As a WRC, we remain committed to empowering our members with knowledge, skill enhancement, network platforms, and through leadership initiatives. Together, we can shape businesses that are competitive, compliant, and growing. Let us pledge today, we will not only craft the cost competitive Bharat, but also value driven Bharat, a Bharat that leads the world not just in GDP, but in governance, not just in growth, but in goodness. With collective wisdom, ethical strength, and professional excellence, the vision of Vishwaguru Bharat is not a distant dream, it is a responsibility in our hands. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai CMA.
Thank you so much, sir.
With lots of gratitude and pride, I would now like to call upon CMA Sanjay Upadhyay, Director Finance, Deepak Nitrite Limited, our today's chief guest, to share his words full of wisdom to our power-packed audience.
So I would now like to request CMA Nandy Shah, Vice Chairman ICMAI-WIRC, to share his thoughts with our esteemed professionals.
Thank you, Vaishut Bhai and Moniji. We understand we all are eager to hear from our chief guest, and that is the feeling mutually. Respected dignitaries on the dais, my distinguished guests, my revered mentors, my esteemed colleagues, and my dear CMA fraternity. This is indeed a moment of immense pride, gratitude, and optimism, as I welcome you all to this prestigious Regional Cost and Management Accounting Convention 2026. This convention is not merely the event of our calendar, it is the celebration of the professional excellence, the forum of strategic thinking, and the platform where the future of our profession. Gratitude to our insights. I respectfully acknowledge the inspiring presence of our leader, CMA Srinivasa Prasad ji, President ICMA, CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, Vice President, CMA Ashwin Dalwadi ji, our former President, CMA Ashish Thatte sir, CMA Harshad Deshpande ji, our council members, and my colleagues from the regional council, whose vision and commitment continues to strengthen the foundation of our institute. With deep reverence, I bow my hat to my gurus and mentors, CMA Dhananjay Joshi sir, CMA Amit Apte sir, and CMA Sanjay Bhargave sir, whose guidance has not only built the professionals but shaped the destiny of our great institute. I warmly acknowledge our council members, chapter leaders, speakers, delegates, and all the members present here for you are the true driving force for the region. Vision Vishwaguru, CMA crafting the cost competitive Bharat. This theme is not just inspirational, it is simply transformational. India's journey for becoming Vishwaguru is not about technology and innovation. It is about the economic strength, the growth, competitiveness, sustainability, and strategic efficiencies. And at the very core of this transformation stands our cost and management accountants. CMAs are no longer the support function, we are the value creators, we are the business strategists, we are performance drivers, and we are guidance to competitiveness. We are the silent architects of profitability, the strategists behind the efficiency and the financial conscience of the organization. This convention is the convergence of the ideas, innovation, regulatory insights, and corporate wisdom. My dear friends, India has for very long been, from ancient times, being a Vishwaguru. We just need to reshape ourselves and impress upon the world to our original positions. Now the discussions here will equip us to handle complex regulatory environments, to embrace technology-driven finance, to lead sustainability and governance framework, and position our CMAs as indispensable leaders in every organization. As we move ahead, let us remember India's rise to the global leader was not built by the ambition alone. It was built by the discipline, accountability, innovation, and professional excellence. And CMAs will be at the center of this transformation. We are not just managing cost. Let us craft the national competitiveness also. Let us not just report numbers, and let us shape the strategies of the organization and economy. Let us not just follow chain, let us lead it from the front. Together, let us build a competitive, cost-competitive Bharat, and together let us march towards the Vishwaguru status, Vishwaguru India. Proud to be a CMA. Jai Hind, Jai CMA. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir. With great respect and admiration, I now request CMA Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi, former President and CCM, ICMAI, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. Good morning. Respected CMA Sanjay Upadhyay ji, my President TCS Prasad ji, my Vice President, of course, they are ours, Neeraj ji, dignitaries on the dais, former President Joshi ji, Apte ji, former Chairman from WIRC, my council colleagues, and dear members. It gives me an immense pleasure and deep sense of pride to be here today at the Regional Council RCMAC 2026, hosted by Baroda chapter in this vibrant and historic city of Vadodara. I feel honored to be part of this inauguration session. Today's theme is truly inspiring. Vision Vishwaguru, CMS crafting the cost competitive Bharat. Friends, this is not just a theme. This is a nation's mission. India's moment and our responsibility. India stands at a transformational juncture. We are progressing with speed towards becoming a global economic powerhouse guided by the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Atmanirbhar Bharat, sustainable development and digital first governance. But let me say with clarity that no nation becomes Vishwaguru only by producing more. A nation becomes Vishwaguru when it produces competitively, ethically, sustainability, and intelligently. We are in the era of AI, and that is exactly where the CMA profession becomes indispensable. Because in today's world, cost competitiveness is not optional, it is fundamental. The CMA, the architect of competitiveness in business and governance today, every decision is multidimensional, involving strategy, operations, finance, compliance, and supported by technology and consideration of risk. Therefore, I would request and I would like to say that in a balanced and truthful manner, all decisions should be there. While every decision involves many minds, CMA ensures decisions are supported by facts, cost intelligence, and performance discipline. And this is our strength. And this convention theme rightly highlights that how CMA strengthen India's economic engine through strategic cost leadership, performance management and productivity enhancement, supply chain optimization, global compliance and governance excellence, sustainability and green accounting, and cost transformation through digital and AI integration. Friends, these are not merely discussion points. These are the capabilities that will define India's next 20-25 years. Vision 2047 and RISE framework provided by IIM for our institute is not looking at the future casually. We have taken a structured evidence-based approach by partnering with IIM Ahmedabad and which has articulated our transformation, our institute transformation with RISE framework. RISE stands for reposition the brand, intensify the growth, strengthen the competence, and enhance the capabilities. And I want to highlight that one important element under repositioning from accountant to cost management professionals. As a part of repositioning, it is becoming actively considered that we shall move towards new identity, cost management professionals, because the modern global perception, the word accountant often reflects scorekeepers. And while India today needs professionals who are decision facilitators, performance leaders, and value creators, this does not dilute our legacy, it strengthens our relevance. And friends, I can assure you, based on RISE framework, many challenges are there. They are in offing, and this will be handled by bold and far-reaching impacting our profession in a manner that will shape our next 2 decades. The 2047 mission, for example, is we have to create 16.5 lakh CMS by 2047. Our inspiration is ambitious. At the Institute, we are working towards reaching this goal by 2047 while maintaining the quality, ethical conduct, global practices, and future-ready competencies. Yes, challenge is mammoth, but I am confident that support of our members, students, industry, partners, and with all well-wishers, we shall achieve this. And we shall contribute to the meaningfully to the nation building. At this juncture, I would like to congratulate Baroda chapter members particularly, and thanks my council colleagues, President sir, Vice President sir, and council colleagues, that Baroda chapter's building project has been cleared by the council and necessary requisite payments have been made to the agency NBCC. Yes, we were facing some issues in the form of the gap in financing of the total project. As per our rules and regulations, on behalf of the Baroda chapter and Gujarat, I have ensured and provided them a guarantee that Gujarat will rise, Baroda people will rise, and they will see that the funding will be raised, even if required through crowdfunding. So this is a landmark step. I congratulate entire Baroda chapter team for this achievement and particularly for organizing this nice event. Let us create not merely a building, but iconic temple for our profession in Baroda, which will inspire students, members, and society for decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwin Kumar Dalwadi sir, for your enlightening and inspiring address. I get this chance to do this one more time. With lots of gratitude and pride, I would now like to call upon CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir, Director of Finance, Deepak Nitrite Limited, our today's chief guest, to share his words full of wisdom to our power-packed audience.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you people can hear me clearly. Good morning, all dignitaries on the dais also. I have come here not to give any speech, neither I have anything prepared, so please bear with me because I represent industry. Though I am a CMA for 40 years, this institute has given me that platform, you know. When I am, whatever position I am occupying and whatever success I have achieved, it's because of the roots in this institute. And I am actually grateful to this institute in a very big way. This is something which I will always, when Mihir told me that this is happening here and you must come, though I had an investors phone call today, I said I will come. Because I want to see this industry growing, this institute growing. I want to see that it's done and it's done very well. This is done. I am so happy that Baroda chapter is actually organizing such a nice event of CMAs here. It is really done well, and I really appreciate, and this is coming from my heart, that this is what I expect CMAs to, because see, we are capable of doing much more things. Why we should restrict ourselves only to the costing and management and cost? I mean, there are so many things which CMAs can do. We must make our presence felt. We must see that we grab that opportunity, because today world is changing. So many things are so volatile, and there we can add value. India is growing in a very big way. It's the fastest growing economy. In that case, you can imagine what kind of opportunity professionals will get today. Certainly, it makes a lot of sense for us to rise above our whatever level today and grab this opportunity. Whosoever is able to do that, they will do really, really well in their whatever profession they are. And I expect our institute, all of us, to grab this opportunity. I heard Mr. Tarwar saying this, they have appointed IIM. I'm so happy that this is the vision we should carry. This is the vision where CMS can grow, the institutes can grow. So whatever help industry can give, let us know, but let's do whatever we can do wholeheartedly. I'll give you one example. We were fighting, it's very recent, a couple of months back, the anti-dumping duty case in US. I have 10 CMAs working under me in my company. Now this was a real challenge. 97% duty they had levied earlier, and now we are fighting on this. Our CMAs did such a beautiful job. The documentation, the paperwork, all kinds of questions, answers, they visited us. Today I am proud to announce, yesterday I said it is a 0% duty and only on Deepak nitride. Now can you believe? We don't appreciate, but this is what our people are capable of, and I'm so proud. They are so young, the boys who worked for this anti-dumping. So this is where we can add value, and this is where industry will have to acknowledge that yes, these are the gems, So I'm so happy that institute is growing. I'm so happy I'm a part of this institute, and I want each one of us to have that success which others are getting. I want to see that this institute grows miles and miles, and whatever support, whatever help, we are there to give you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for the amazing words. I'm pretty sure that your motivating words will help our young and talented CMA professionals to enhance their working efficiency and contribute towards a more advanced India.
We would now like to take a moment and release the Regional Conference 2026 souvenir. A big round of applause for our today's chief guest, please. I now respectfully invite CMA Neeraj Joshi, Vice President, ICMAI, to kindly address our today's gathering.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Institute of Cost Accountants of India, I welcome all of you to this WRC's Regional Cost and Management Accountants Convention 2026. Respected dignitaries on the dais, CMA Sanjay Upadhyay sir in his absentia, CMA TCA Srinivasa Prasad sir, our president, CMA Ashwin Dalwadi sir, our former president, CMA Mihir, chairman of WRC, my colleagues in the Regional Council, Nanti Chaitanya Arindam, chairperson of Vadodara chapter, CMA Amruta madam, CMA Vandit, one of the team members of Vadodara chapter, former presidents, CMA Dr. Dhananjay Joshi sir and CMA Amit Apte sir, former chairman of WRC, CMA Dr. Sanjay Bhargave sir, Vijay Joshi sir, Birla ji and Pradeep Desai sir, my colleagues in the council, Ashish and Harshad, and my colleagues in the regional council, all the participants and industry representatives. It's a very joyous occasion for me to be here in Vadodara for this regional cost convention, which is the first regional convention in this city. At the outset, let me congratulate Mihir Bhai and his entire team for wonderful arrangement of this convention, and to all of you who are present here in a large number. It's always a pleasure to see overwhelming response to any physical event of the Institute, and I'm really thankful to all of you. The theme of today's program, Vision Vishwaguru, CMA's Crafting Cost Competitiveness, is a very apt theme in today's day and world, and very relevant to the profession of cost and management accounting. CMA as a profession has two facets, or costing, if we talk about, has two facets. One is costing and the second is cost audit. And both are equally important. And along with that, the new ages technologies or new age concepts like AI, there will be valuation, of course taxation will be there. They all are covered as part of the theme over next 2 days. But I would focus more on the theme, which is importance of cost competitiveness for growth of Indian economy and the leadership that India would offer to the world in decades to come. So what I feel is that the time has come for us to evolve from costing to management accounting and cost audit to performance audit. And that is where the deliberation also has to focus on. The Institute, its members, and of course our industry representatives have to guide the Institute how to make this transition at the earliest, correct? So we have to focus on integrating the traditional costing, the traditional costing concepts, the theoretical costing concepts with the demand of the various stakeholders. Costing per se has mainly 4 stakeholders. Predominantly, it's the industry for which we are working. Secondly, of course, it would be the government through which we will serve the society, who is the third stakeholder. So, as a fraternity, we have to focus our efforts on adding value to all the stakeholders equally, correct? Each one has a different objective and a different perspective as far as their deliverables are concerned, correct? Industry is focused more on generating profit for its stakeholders, and where we at CMAs, or where costing as a fraternity has to contribute, correct? So we need to focus more on bringing in cost competitiveness in the industry, which we have been doing. But at the same time, we discussed just yesterday in the council that we also have to link how costing helps generating revenue, because ultimately industry is not only looking at cost, but it's also mainly focusing on bringing in revenue that could ultimately drive the profit ahead. Correct? So we have to be advocates on how costing techniques or how costing per se is helping industry to make decisions so as a better profitability can be achieved or better revenue can also be achieved. So that kind of a shift is also required from our end, and I hope that with help of all of you, the institute would also be able to create some thought leadership in this domain on how to advocate our efforts of implementing good costing system, how it leads to generation of revenue. Now, as far as government is concerned, as one of the major stakeholders, our expectation is that the data that government collects from the cost audit mechanism or from other different mechanisms, like there are many certifications under the PLI schemes, there are many submissions under the local content certifications. So all the data that government is collecting, they should make use of it for benefit of industry as well as benefit of society. And that is upon the government. And we as a profession or we as an institute would definitely keep on doing advocacy of this particular aspect to the government, that how best the costing data can be used by the government for benefit of the Indian industry and Indian society at large. There are multiple usages of this data, the costing data, which can bring in cost competitiveness and which can also help government in various other decisions like pricing, fighting anti-dumping cases, sectorial policies, monitoring resource utilization, particularly in the age of FTAs that India is signing, correct? So we have seen that India has signed FTAs very rapidly over the last 4 or 5 years. And they will be implemented not immediately, but maybe within next 5 to 6 years time. And this is a very critical time for the Indian industry. Because on one side, the doors are opening for us to export our services, our products, but at the same time, we are opening door for others to come in. So there are two aspects to it. One, the industry has to be absolutely cost competitive to be surviving in the global market. And at the same time, government has to ensure that there is no dumping by way of FTA, correct? And to do that, government has to have a data of costing with them. If tomorrow, if any case of dumping is to be fought by any industry segment, the only information that government is going to require is costing. So I urge upon my industry representatives here that they should start sending these kind of at least information or sending this kind of representation to the government, to the respective industry associations, that on one side you are opening up Indian economy by way of FTA, but there has to be a fallback mechanism that has to put in place by the central government, so that when time comes, it can be used by the government to protect Indian industry. The concepts like agile manufacturing or our focus on MSMEs, our focus on Make in India, it's all going to converge ultimately to getting good costing in place, correct? Different techniques of costing, they need to evolve to support the industry in taking care of the new concepts that are coming in. The focus also has to be now on service sector, correct? Traditionally, the costing has been focusing on manufacturing sector, but we have to realize that the Indian economy is shifting from manufacturing to service, and that shift has already taken place. So nearly 50% or more is now contribution of service sector. So we need to focus on costing of service sector, and Institute has already made heavy strides in that area. We recently came out with a specific technical guidance note on costing of healthcare sector, and that was maybe 3-4 months back. The draft was ready. We released it in our RCMAC 2026. And if you see the budget that has come in recently, government has a very specific focus on healthcare sector. Correct? Government wants India to lead the medical tourism industry globally, to become Vishwaguru in health services domain. And cost competitiveness is the only advantage that we have. Of course, technology will be there, expertise will be there, but the underlying factor for us to lead in any service sector is cost competitiveness. And that is where Institute is also contributing. I am very happy to share that just based on our draft technical guide, Tata hospitals have approached us and we have received a project for calculating cost of cancer treatment in India from Tata. It's a joint project by Tata's and Ministry of Corporate Affairs that Institute will now be handling. We are now focusing our efforts to come out with technical guidance note on cost of education and cost of IT services, because we find that these are two critical areas. Education mainly from our social commitment angle, and IT services is mainly in light of advancement of AI as a technology. Because we find that India's major revenue of service sector comes from our backbone of IT services. We are not a product developing economy as far as IT is concerned. We are a service giving industry as far as IT sector is concerned, and that can very well be threatened by development of AI. So our advantage again, which was the cost competitiveness, has to be retained in this new era, and that is where now Institute would be focusing its attention on, and we would definitely come out with some kind of a material or some kind of a guidance to have a leadership in cost competitiveness in IT sector as well. GCCs are another big thing that is coming to India. We recently had our first GCC conclave in Pune, and I am happy to inform you that more than 140 participants from various industries participated in the GCC conclave. These kind of conclaves will now be conducted all across India, so that to inculcate the importance of cost competitiveness or costing information in the GCC sector also. Correct? We are not only focusing on GCCs which are working in accounting domain. What I feel that the GCCs which are mainly working in the industrial domain, the research domain, the engineering domain also needs support from cost accountants, CMAs as a fraternity, because any operational excellence or any research in manufacturing or processes has to be combined with the cost competitiveness, and that is where the Institute would definitely focus on. We have recently released, in fact yesterday, CAS 25, that's Cost Accounting Standard 25 on inventory valuation. That would be of great help for industry. It will not be any divergent view from the existing accounting standards, but it will be a tool to calculate accurate cost to support the cost or NRV. So we are giving a very, very detailed guidance to the industry on how to use costing, what is the correct method, what are the correct techniques of doing costing for inventory valuation. So that standard has been approved just yesterday. So very soon it will be available for all of you. I am very happy to inform that we are also engaging with international bodies as far as advocacy of cost competitiveness is concerned. So we are engaging with our neighboring countries. Specifically, Sri Lanka is in the process of introducing cost audit as a system. Correct? So we are working with them to help them set up the cost auditing system and cost accounting standards. We are doing advocacy of costing in IFAC and CAPA, where we are trying to inform the global bodies the importance of costing, sharing the success story of India or Indian MSMEs rather with them, because everybody is looking at India. India is a Vishwaguru, correct? We are leaders in the most affordable manufacturing processes, and that has been achieved over 2 decades by consistent effort of cost reduction and cost optimization. So we are trying to share this success story with the parts as well, so that they also understand, they take it back to their own industry, and thereby creating a niche domain of cost and management accountants, not only in India, but globally. We also have a sustainability board's seminar on sustainable finance on 16th of March in Mumbai. So my colleague CMA Dr. Ashish Thatte would give you more information when he addresses you. Recently, we have been working very hard on supporting our practitioners under various endeavors. We will very soon be coming out with the revised advertisement guidelines, which are also, thanks to my colleagues in the council, have been finalized just yesterday. So within maybe a day or two, the new advertisement guidelines will be released. We are working on networking guidelines, merger-demerger guidelines, and guidelines for change of name of the practicing firms. Those all guidelines will come for public comment very soon. We are very much in tune with government in terms of the initiative of multidisciplinary practice, correct? Institute has assured full support to the government's initiative of having MDPs, which will help India build big four consultancy firms, which will be homegrown firms, or which will help us to give services under one roof, which is basically the concept, which is the requirement of industry as well. So we are very closely working with all the other two professional bodies in that aspect, and I'm hoping that very soon that dream also will be a reality. I would just end my address by quoting that the concept of Vishwaguru to my mind is when knowledge meets compassion, a nation becomes Vishwaguru, is what I feel. So we have the knowledge, and our institute has been formed on the basis of compassion. Our basic objective is social support through industrial growth and through government support. So I think we should keep on walking on the path that has been charted till date, and we shall make best use of our knowledge, our expertise as cost accountants, as management accountants, as the leaders who can help achieve the cost optimization and cost reduction for the larger benefit or the larger good of society through our contribution to economy and to government, so that there is a sustainable future for our nation and for the world economy per se. I once again thank all of you for participating in RCMAC 2026, and I'm hopeful that the deliberations over 2 days would add immense value to all of us, and it will be a good opportunity for all of us for meeting each other, for developing contacts, because ultimately through these kind of gatherings, through these kind of interactions, any profession would grow and any profession would sustain. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address and valuable guidance to the CMA fraternity. May I now invite CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad, sir, President of ICMAI, to kindly address the gathering.
Respected CMA Sanjay Upadhyay ji, who shared his insights with us just a while ago, Vice President ji, my President Dalwadi ji, Council colleague Ashish Thate ji and Harshad Deshpande ji, fortunate to be in the presence of former President Dhananjay Joshi ji and Amit Apte ji, CMA Mihir Vyas, Chairman WRC, CMA Amrita Vyas, Chairperson Baroda Chapter, Regional Council members of the region, members of Baroda and other chapters, distinguished guests, fellow professionals, members of the print and digital media, ladies and gentlemen and students. It's really a privilege to address this August gathering at RCMAC 2026. Where we have distinguished leaders, industry stalwarts and policymakers, professionals for 2 days of thoughtful deliberations. Vision Vishwaguru, CMA is crafting the cost competitiveness Bharat. As all of us know, the strength of any profession lies in its legacy of excellence. They are all sitting, gurus are sitting in front of us, integrity and service. So our profession has constantly evolved to meet the demands of the industry, society, and the government. dedication and principled leadership. It has earned credibility as a strategic partners in governance, performance management, and nation building. Now let's look at the 3 enduring commitments as we go ahead in our journey. Excellence with integrity, maintaining higher standards of professionalism, ethics, quality remain paramount to any organization. And integrity is the cornerstone of credibility, and credibility is the foundation of long-lasting success. Second one, inclusivity and collaboration. Strength lies in unity and diversity of thought. An environment that encourages participation, mutual respect, and shared ownership will enable stronger outcomes and deeper engagement across all levels. The third one is innovation and capacity building. Sustained relevance requires continuous learning and proactive adoption. Investment in skill development, technological advancement, what Vice President was telling, and he was humble enough, he didn't mention the one which he has created in the institute, the board on artificial intelligence. I don't know, you left it to me, I think. So we are into that path. I think West and South, there had been workshops, 5-day workshops, and then we are spreading it in other places. And all of you must have seen, whether many of us remembered that he is the person who started the AI movement in the institute, whether anybody remembered or not, certainly she remembered. Because she went straight to him. And she was not stopping. Then we have to tell, please ask her to stop. We know that he is the artificial intelligence man. So thank you, Neeraj, for all the steps you have taken. So why I'm talking is the innovation and capacity building is also one of that. One of the important point is that AI, ML and all, which we are bringing into our syllabus 2026 also. And what does this RCMAC stands? It is as a reflection of that enduring commitment, what we have been talking and about the 3 sort of pillars which I was explaining. Look at the carefully crafted program over the next 2 days. What all we are going to see. ESG excellence underscores the defining responsibility of modern finance professionals. When Ashish Thateji will come to the stage, he will be telling you as to what are all the new steps that under his leadership the institute has taken. So I leave that to you, Ashish ji, because let the suspense be broken by you. Thank you. Sustainable development, responsible governance, and transparent reporting are no longer peripheral considerations, as you see. They are central to corporate strategy. And I don't think it is anyway a buzzword. It is a necessity and a sort of ingredient into anybody's growth now. And digital transformation and AI-driven cost competitiveness. We have, my president started the ERP implementation in the institute. So we have done it at the headquarters level for some of the modules. So we will be now spreading our wings to regions and chapters in the next financial year. Thank you very much, sir, because it was a big thing that I think I was told that ERP we have been listening. Now it has become a reality and we are on that path. Thank you very much for that. And digital transformation and AI driven, even we will be now coming up with apps from the institute and including on our journal. So Akshay Deshpande ji is working on it. So thanks to him also on this particular thing. It's only technological advancement shaping cost structures, operational models, decision-making frameworks and all. So what we should do, we must combine our analytical rigor with technological adaptability to drive efficiency and long-term competitiveness. So there is going to be one of the wonderful thing is there is a panel discussion as I saw. I was just going through the 2-day program also, next gen management leader. And in fact, the interviews were taken by, I don't know whether it is for me, whether it may be next gen or next gen to next gen to next gen, because I'm quite old that way. So one of the very young students were taking the interview, and it was a wonderful thing. I was feeling very happy because that two people average age became very less compared to my age. So I was feeling very fresh. So this next gen management leader driving India's journey towards Vishwaguru at Viksit Bharat 2047. We will be seeing it from top. It will be a real thing, reflects a broader national aspiration. Though it's a regional conference, we have gone up to the national aspiration. Thanks for the organizers for this. And when our country in emergence as a global economic force demands leaders who are visionary, ethical and strategic agile, I think this panel discussion will be taking. And India rising capital market for Vishwaguru for the future, bring attention to the importance of robust financial markets in forecasting entrepreneurship, investment and sustainable economic expansion. Look at the evening program. So we are talking about technical. Beyond the technical session, like this kind of an event offer you opportunities for networking, dialogue and professional bonding through the cultural program and the convention dinner, because otherwise all our attention is towards the speakers on the stage. Only it is those kind of breaks where we are able to discuss with people and increase our bondage and know each other and get to know each other and then help each other. So it's such interactions enrich not only knowledge but also collective resolve. So as our profession navigates sustainability mandates, digital disruption, I will call it as a disruption, regulatory evaluation and global integration, adherence to integrity, we are again talking of that, VP was also talking, good governance remains critical to its sustenance. Excellence must remain the defining benchmark with ethical conduct. So this RCMAC is just not merely a conference, it's a platform for our reflection, renewal and reaffirmation with responsibility. So this deliberation over the 2 days is expected to generate insights. Already I think people are watching it. I got a call, sir, the RCMAC is being done well. There was a call coming because people are watching on the YouTube. So the link is now going around. Inspire innovation, reinforce professional standard and contribute meaningful to industry and national development. May this convention strengthen unity within the profession. May it encourage forward-thinking leadership. May it reinforce the commitment to responsible growth and global excellence. And every success, we will wish every success for this and all participants. The gratitude from our side, from the council side, is extended to the organizers, resource persons and volunteers for the successful conduct. The last but not least, we have thanked everybody. Let us thank our family members, without whom we will not be what we are contributing. They have allowed us to do whatever we want to do professionally, taking the responsibility at the household. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and valuable address. Your insights and guidance have truly enriched this inaugural session and will motivate the CMA fraternity in the days ahead.
Vaishvik, Barodians have a very special tradition to make sure that good work always gets recognized and rewarded. So as per the traditions of our Baroda chapter, it's now time to felicitate the past chairman of Western India Regional Council. So I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward, and I would also request our Honorable President Sir to felicitate our past chairman of WIRC. So starting with CMA Dr. Dhananjay Joshi Sir, who was the past chairman for the term 2002-2003.
Next we have Ashwin Dalwadi sir, who was the chairman for the year 2003 to 2004.
I request Mahendra Bhai, Manisha Madam, Bharera sir also come on the stage. Mahendra Bhai, my other council colleague.
CMA Dr. Sanjay Bhargave, sir, who was the past chairman for the term 2004-2005.
CMA Amit Apte sir for the year 2010-2011.
CMA Vijay Joshi, sir, who was the chairman for the term 2011-2012.
CMA Ashish Thate sir for the year 2013 and 2014.
CMA Devashish Mitra, who was the chairman for 2015-2016.
CMA Pradeep Desai for the year 2016 to 2017.
CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, who was the chairman for the year 2019-20.
CMA Harshad Deshpande sir for the year 2020-2021.
CMA Dinesh Birla sir, who was the chairman for the year 2021-22.
CMA Chaitanya Morir for the year 2023-24.
CMA Arindam Goswami sir, who was the chairman for the year 2024-25.
And last, CMA Mihir Vyas for the year 2025-2026. CMA Harshad Deshpande sir. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries on the dais.
A big round of applause for everyone, please. I would now like to request CMA Vandit Trivedi, Secretary ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to give a formal vote of thanks and conclude our inaugural session.
Good afternoon. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and entire WRC CMA family. Thank you very much for being part of this wonderful session. As a CMA professional, I am of the view that all of you would have 1% chances to contribute time, effort, and energy for making India Vishwaguru. We have drafted this, organized this session in such a way that if you have planned to contribute 1%, it would be 100% increase, minimum up to 10%. And if you are waiting to have a spark to contribute for Vision Vishwaguru, it will ignite. Thank you very much and enjoy this 2 days conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we draw the inaugural session to a close, I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries, esteemed guests, and members who have graced this occasion.
With this, I officially conclude the inaugural session of the 2-day Regional Members Convention. We look forward to an engaging and enriching experience ahead.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker, CMA Dushyant C. Dave, who happens to be director at IDA Group, India, who is also our co-sponsorer for this 2-day convention program. Our next session on cost reduction and optimization shall be presented by CMA Dushyant Dave. Mr. Dave brings 30 years plus of experience, deep expertise in corporate consulting, cost optimization, financial restructuring, and turnaround strategy. As founding partner of DC Dave and Company, he has led high-impact cost reduction programs, cost accounting audits, and financial advisory engagements across multiple industries. He has played a pivotal role in helping organizations improve cost structures, restore financial health, and build long-term operational resilience, particularly in complex or distressed environments. Mr. Dave's industry contributions have earned global recognition. He was nominated for the 2023 Turnaround and Transaction Award of India by the Turnaround Management Association, that is TMA USA. a qualified FCMA and LLB with advanced executive education from the Wharton School. Mr. Dushyant sir blends technical financial expertise with strategic insight, making him a key advisor for organizations seeking disciplined cost transformation and sustainable value creation. Today, he is presenting to us an exciting opportunity for all CMAs in India in the field of cost consulting and optimization by partnering with a UK-based global corporate giant in the field, ERA Group.
May I now request CMA Dushyant Dave to kindly take the stage and share his thoughts with us.
Good morning and good afternoon, my fellow cost and management accountants. I'm really excited to be here, more because the theme of our convention is today to crafting the cost competitiveness for our CMAs. And I thank Chairman Mihir Joshi, under the guidance of Ashwin Bhai, to invite me to speak on this particular opportunity which we have created in India for the every consultant, not only CMA, for the cost reduction opportunities. So respected dignitaries present here, fellow CMAs and partners in India's economic journey, very good morning. We are meeting at a defining moment in India's history. As a nation, we have set ourselves an audacious goal, Viksit Bharat 2047. The world is no longer asking whether India will lead global manufacturing and services. The world is asking how fast and how efficiently we can do it. And when the Prime Minister speaks of India as a Vishwa Guru, it's not only about technology or capital, it's about discipline, efficiency, and intelligent use of resources, as so many of my preceding speakers talked about. And that is where we all come in. Because if capital is the blood of business, then cost is its DNA. And the custodians of that DNA, we are all sitting in this room. Let me speak candidly as a fellow professional. I've been in practice for last over 30 years now, and more actively from 2011, of course, as like others. For decades, CMAs in India have played a vital but constrained role. We have been auditors of compliance, we have been certifiers of correctness, we have been reporters of what has already happened. Audit, GST filings, these are essential. They build trust into the system for sure, but they are also fee-capped, manpower dependent, seasonal, and increasingly commoditized. Today, many brilliant CMAs are asking a quiet question to themselves as well as among others. Is this a ceiling of my professional growth? Audit, GST filings? Meanwhile, our clients, the very same clients, are facing, including the corporate people who are present here, they are facing margin pressure, volatile input costs, global competition, and shareholder expectation for performance, not just compliance. This is exactly what I was talking to Deepak Natrat, CFO, before this meeting. This gap between what clients need and what our traditional model allows is the opportunity I want to talk to you about today. Please note, it's very, very exciting opportunity, whether it's a working CMA or a practicing CMA. Let me introduce you to an organization that has built an entire global business around this gap. ERA Group. We talk a lot of things about ERA of various AI and ERA of whatnot, but this is an ERA Group, globally known, founded over 30 years ago, active in 60 plus countries, a network of 1,000 plus specialists across industries and cost categories. ERA Group does not audit costs. ERA Group reduces costs measurably, sustainably, and ethically. Across tens of thousands of projects worldwide finished so far, ERA Group consistently delivers 10 to 20% savings in indirect and operational spend, logistics, energy, IT, packaging, banking fees, insurance, MRO, and more. This is not theory. This is execution, backed by data and global benchmarks. I'll give you a small video how ERA Group works, and it will be interesting. May I request somebody to play the video, please? So what you saw is very, very important, because as Indian professionals, we often ask, will a global model really work here? The answer is very simple. There is a global intelligence. We just talked about the vision Vishwa Guru. Vishwa is nothing but a global, and local execution. And that is where the CMA becomes central to the entire model. Let me clarify something very important here. ERA Group is not a software company. It's not an AI company, though it's AI driven. ERA Group is not a procurement agent. ERA Group is not a consulting firm selling reports. It's not McKinsey's and BCG's of the world. It is actually a cost consultant. ERA Group is a collaborative cost transformation platform globally available. We work alongside management, suppliers and internal teams to benchmark costs globally. This is the most important part of ERA Group. Redesign contracts and processes, implement changes and track savings over time. And we only get paid when the client actually saves money. That philosophy, no savings, no fee, changes everything. Let me now explain how ERA actually works, because this is what excites CMS the most, and which was excited me that we have brought ERA Group to India. When you join ERA Group as any capacity, you are not expected to be an expert in 40 categories. Instead, you can access to the global bench of category specialists. At one shot, all of a sudden, you are part of a global expert network. For example, a freight expert sitting in Germany, an energy procurement specialist in Australia, a packaging technologist in the US, or an IT SaaS optimization expert in the UK. When your Indian client has a logistics or energy problem, you don't solve it alone. You collaborate with the best expert globally under the ERA framework. You remain the client relationship owner. ERA brings the category intelligence. That savings are shared. That is why even a single CMA firm can deliver results that normally require a Big Four size team. Every CMA in this room understands one truth. Data is never the problem. We have lots of data. Insight is the problem. Indian companies are sitting on mountains of data, journal ledgers, invoices, ERP dumps, but the data is messy, inconsistent, and impossible to analyze manually. This is where ERA Group's proprietary platform, SpendView, becomes a game changer. What you are seeing is not just analytics. This is an X-ray machine for hidden cash. This is a benchmarking platform. SpendView cleanses the raw data, categorizes spend into the global standards, benchmarks it against similar companies worldwide, and highlights outliers, areas where money is silently leaking. For a CMA, this is transformational because suddenly you are not saying, I think there is inefficiency. You are saying, here is a 1.2 crore opportunity supported by global benchmarks and data. SpendView does not replace your professional judgment, it amplifies it. It gives an Indian CMA the same analytical firepower as a consultant sitting in London or New York. Now let's talk about what makes this truly exciting for us CMAs. Traditional practice, fixed fees, regulated pricing, limited upside, more hours is equal to more revenue. ERA Group's model, performance-linked fees, based on value created, not the time spent. Shared success, often 20 to 50% of realized savings or with a client. Revenue that scales with insight, not headcount. Let me put it simply. In a traditional audit, you may identify inefficiencies, but you walk away with a fixed fee. In the ERA model, you participate in the value which you create, which you unlock. The same skill set, the same client trust, a completely different economic outcome. Why is this especially powerful for CMAs? Because you already understand cost structures. You already have client access. You already have credibility with the CFOs and promoters. What ERA Group adds? Global benchmarks of each and every category of expenditure. Why? Because there are thousands of case studies. The moment you put one expenditure, we will globally benchmark with other companies around the globe. Proven methodology of cost reductions. Proprietary technology. SpendView is the only proprietary software available with the ERA Group which benchmarks expenses globally. And a brand that opens doors because it is present in 60 plus countries with 1,200 consulting partners as on today. This is not about abandoning audit or GST. Let me tell you this. It is about adding a high impact, high margin consulting arm to your own present practice. From compliance officer, you become strategic advisor. From a vendor, you become a profit partner. From a capped income, you have an uncapped office. Every balance sheet you touch, there is a hidden vault of value. You can continue to report it, or you can help unlock it and share in the outcome. ERA Group is not looking for everyone. We are looking for a few committed CMA leaders who want to build something meaningful, scalable, and future ready. If today's conversation resonated with you, I invite you to visit us. We have kept a specific stall outside this auditorium. And let us look at, discuss your career, your client profile, the way in which you are working, and calculate the opportunity waiting there. We are giving you a ready-made demo in our SpendView proprietary software right here at this stall. Let us move beyond the compliance, please. Let us architect profitability. And let us help build a cost-competitive, globally respected, Viksit Bharat. Thanks a lot. For any queries, you are welcome to come to the stall, please. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Dushyant Dave, sir, for your valuable insights. Your address has been truly inspiring. Now, we are starting with the first enlightening technical session of this two-day convention, which is going to guide us and enhance our knowledge on the topic of ESG excellence, CMAs as architects of sustainable development and responsible growth. Environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, is no longer a compliance requirement. It is a strategic imperative, it is a value driver, and most importantly, it is a responsibility. As India advances towards becoming a global economic powerhouse. The emphasis on sustainable development, climate accountability, social equity, and transparent governance has never been stronger. Investors, regulators, customers, and society at large are demanding greater accountability and measurable impact, and this is where cost and management accountants step in.
CMAs are uniquely positioned at the intersection of finance, strategy, and performance management. With expertise in cost optimization, data analytics, risk assessment, internal controls, and performance measurement, CMAs are not merely participants in the ESG journey, they are its architects.
We design systems that measure carbon footprints.
We integrate sustainability into budgeting and forecasting.
We ensure governance frameworks are robust and transparent.
We convert ESG commitments into measurable outcomes.
So now, I would like to request CMA Mahendra Bombay sir to escort CMA Dr. Ashish Thatte sir, the chairman of the session, to the dais.
I would like to request CMA Malhar Dalwadi sir to escort our first speaker of the session, CMA Sailja Vacharajani, to the dais.
And I would like to request CMA Karthik Vasavada to escort our second speaker of the session, she is Saket Modi, to the dais.
So gracing the dais, we have CMA Ashish Thatte sir, Central Council Member, ICMAI.
CMA Shailja Vacharajani, General Manager of Finance and CFO, MGECL.
Shri Saket Modi, Director, Square Mile Global Consulting.
CMA Mahendra Bombay sir, Regional Council Member, ICMAI-WIRC.
CMA Malhar Dalwadi, Co-opted Professional Development Committee, ICMAI-WIRC.
And CMA Karthik Vasavada, ICMAI Baroda Chapter.
To formally set the tone for this insightful session, it is now my privilege to invite CMA Mahendra Bombay sir, ICMAI-WIRC, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon. Namaste. Kem cho? Respected visionary leaders, ESG champions, industry expert, and my fellow CMA members. So, good afternoon to all. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all the first technical session on CMA as architect of sustainable and responsible growth. In today's rapidly economic era, we have noticed the economy, environment, social, and the governance. ESG has moved not just as a compliance, and now the organizations are expected not only generate the profit but create sustainable growth for the organization and long-term value for the stakeholder. So in this transformative journey, so we'll see the role of cost and management accountant is very, very crucial. So when it comes to at WRC, when the first time in the history of WRC, the task which is given to empower our own cost and management accountant in the era of ESG, how we can help our member strengthening in this ESG era so that this is the new avenue for as a cost accountant in practice. So especially delighted to share that the first time WRC ESG committee is coming, launching a first inauguration bulletin, that is the ESG outlook, right? So many more updates you will see on the ESG in the near future. Today's session will bring together distinguished experts who will share this practical insight and forward-looking perspective of ESG. So implementation, governance, framework, and the sustainable business model. I am confident that this session will spark the meaningful dialogue, enhance professional capabilities, inspire us to take proactive role in driving responsible and sustainable growth. With this word, I extend a warm welcome to all our eminent speakers, participants, and everyone highly engaging this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
May I now request CMA Malhar Dalwadi to kindly come forward and introduce the speakers for today's session.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we begin the first technical session of ESG at RCMAC 2026, let this, our partnership, strong, strategic and visionary to setting a foundation or to reach the mega heights to the vision Vishwaguru. Now I take this opportunity to introduce our speakers. Starting from CMA Ashish Thatte. So naam hi kafi hai. Do we need introduction? So he is a current council member, practicing cost accountant and a great leader, and he is also national and international chess player. I welcome you, sir. Now I request CMA Rajat Naidu, sir, to come off the stage and felicitate the Ashish Thatte, sir. Yeah. Thank you, Rajat sir. Guys, I welcome you, madam. I would request CMA Karthik Vasavda sir to felicitate the madam. Thank you, Karthik bhai. Welcome, madam. Now, our second speaker, Shri Saket Bhai Modi. Saket Bhai Modi is a director at a Squared Mile Global Consulting, delivering the financial reporting at sustainability training to the professional over 50 countries. He specializes in IFRS, IPSS, financial instrumentation and insurance contract, IFRS 17 and ESG reporting, including the IFRS S1 and S2. He has contributed technical contents for the ICAEW, Core I and Africa initiative and has presented Thank you, Kiran Madam. So I would like to thank the WRC for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
We have a We request Mir sir and Ashwin Dalwadi sir to join us on the stage for a few moments, as there is a special release of the first ever ESG outlook that is going to happen of the WIRC. So I request Mir sir and Ashwin Dalwadi sir to join us on the stage for the release of this particular thing.
Thank you, everyone. Now it is my proud privilege to invite the chairman of this session, CMA Ashish Thatte sir, Central Council member, ICMAI, to kindly address the gathering.
I used to read in quite a few forums, listen and read into forums and newspapers, etc., that AI will take away a lot of jobs. I could see the one has lost. One job is just lost. So thanks to AI. Anyways, so coming back to the topic, respected CMA Shailaja Madam, GM Finance and CFO, MGVCL, Speaker for today's RCC, Shri Saket Modi ji, Director, Mile Global Consulting, Speaker for today's RCC, my council colleague, CMA Mahendra Bombay, RCM, ICMAI-WIRC, CMA Malhar Dalwadi, former Chairman, Ahmedabad Chapter, CMA Karthik Vasavda from ICMAI Baroda Chapter. And of course, thanks to WRC team for giving me this opportunity to speak today and being the chairman of this session on ESG, CMAs as architects of sustainable and responsible growth. So let me start today's session in a different fashion by taking the sustainability oath. So my request to all of you to please raise yourself for the sustainability oath. So my suggestion is I'll speak few words, then you speak those words again, and then we'll complete the oath. So let me start. It is our duty to keep the world beautiful and livable for our next generation to enjoy the goodness of nature. We should keep our surroundings clean and serve Mother India by keeping the nation environmentally neat and clean. I take this pledge that I will remain committed towards protection of the environment by reducing usage of plastic and reduce pollution by walking and cycling as far as possible. I will devote 100 hours per year, that is 2 hours per week, and voluntarily work for poor persons by making the world a better place to live in. I'll recycle as far as possible of the waste generated in my household in compost for better manure for plants. I'll keep a check of consuming less electricity and water for my daily requirements. I'll ensure that I maintain good rapport and honor the work done by my juniors and support staff and respect them for their services. I'll ensure that equality is ensured in all vocations between gender and any other parameters, and will remember that all are equal. I live and pray for the well-being of all so that we all are happy and believe that the world is a family. Jai Hind. Thank you. So let's follow this oath in letter and spirit. I'm standing here to talk about various initiatives taken by the Sustainability Standard Board, which is the theme for today's session, that is CMS as architects of sustainable and responsible growth. As what Vice President has also mentioned, that on 16th of March, we are going to have one sustainability seminar in Mumbai, which talks about sustainable finance. My request all of you to attend the same. So according to OECD Global Corporate Sustainability Report 2025, 91% of world's listed companies by market capitalization disclose sustainability related information. In India, more than 97% of total listed companies by market capitalization have been mandated to report sustainability related information. This means role of professionals is very critical in India, as we are above the world average, especially the cost and management accountant's role is very important here. So, to cater the need of India INC, last year, Institute issued ISS 1 and ISS 2. ISS 1 is ICMAI Sustainability Standard 1 and ICMAI Sustainability Standard 2. So these are carved out standards of S1 and S2 this year, S1 and S2, and this year we have also released the guidance notes on the same. If you have not received those, you will receive that on the ICMAI website, which are freely available. So these standards are developed with the Indian context in mind incorporating elements from various frameworks like IFRS, GRI, SEC, and TCFD. Like we are known to, we all know Gita. So what is Gita is ultimately the Bhagavad Gita, which has been recited by Lord Krishna. But how many of you know Jnaneshwari? Jnaneshwari, which has been written by Sant Jnaneshwar, and it is nothing but the shorter version, or maybe the what we call as the exact meaning of Gita, which is been given in the Jnaneshwari. So our standards as ISS 1 and ISS 2 are the carved out standards of the international standards S1 and S2. And that is why we call it as S1 and S2, the IFRS standards as Bhagavad Gita, and our ISS 1 and ISS 2 as Jnaneshwari. SSB is releasing monthly magazine Sukhino Bhavantu. Many of the CMS, those who are registered with the institute, must be getting our magazine exactly on 25th of each and every month. If you check your mailbox, 25th each and every month you will get Sukhino Bhavantu. And I'm happy to inform you that last 2 months we are releasing our magazine in totally digital format. So the moment it's not digital is not just a digital format in PDF, but it is where if you click on the article, you will directly go on the article, say on the page 19 if it is available. So totally digital format which we have been doing. This magazine gives extensive updates on ESG events happening in India and abroad. Also, every year we evaluate 2 best articles and give them opportunity in SSB Summit, which happens in January. 2 times this has happened in January last 2 years. I must appreciate that many of the cost accountants and also students from Western India Regional Council are contributing to the sustainability standard magazine, that is Sukhino Bhavantu. And last year it was my colleague from the Thane chapter, Arunabha Saha sir, who was rewarded with the best article award. And this year, CMA Jyoti Rajpal from Nagpur, who got this opportunity and rewarded with the best article award. Ayam Nijah Paro Veti Ganana Lagu Chetasam Udara Charita Namtu Vasudeva Kutumbakam. So this is the Sanskrit shloka, which means this is mine, that is another's. That is the calculation of narrow-minded person. For magnanimous, the entire world is one family. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We have webinar series named Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which is held on 2nd and 4th Fridays of every month, where we cover unconventional areas in sustainability. Up till now, we have completed total 51 sessions of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. And if you have not attended any of those sessions in the past, it is again available on the Institute YouTube channel. We have also come out with the webinar series named Pariniyati, in which we tap the opportunities of sustainability space for CMS abroad. So far, we have covered GCC countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Jamaica. Our next in pipeline is Netherlands. So please do attend Pariniyati series also. We are also in the process of setting up ESG lab. Our team is working on research project titled SDGs Beyond 2030. In future, we also have plans like issuing assurance and ethical standards after having due discussion with regulators like SEBI and RBI. But the most important is, last month we felicitated Indian companies, those who have done excellent in reporting sustainability related information. We have conferred Green Awards 23-24 for their efforts on 29 January 2026 at the SSB Summit held at New Delhi in the hands of IFAC CFO. The categories which we have put up for our Green Awards were Vata Vruksha category, that is for the large companies, Kalpa Vruksha category, that is for the medium companies, medium cap companies, Tulsi category for the small cap companies, and Beej category for the startups. We are thankful to Indian companies, and many companies from Gujarat, many companies from Vadodara has also applied for these awards. So we are thankful to Indian companies to support Green Awards 23-24. And very soon we are coming up with the Green Awards 24-25. I request all the companies, especially the representatives of various companies, those who are sitting here,
to keep visiting Institute website and keep checking emails from the Sustainability Standard Board about the Sustainability Awards or the Green Awards, which are going to take place very soon for the next year, that is 24-25. I'm thankful to IFAC, I'm thankful to my SSB colleagues, ICMAI Council, for giving me encouragement as SSB chairman to do a lot of contribution into SSB area. And of course today I am thankful to Baroda chapter and Western India Regional Council especially, because Baroda chapter and Western India Regional Council has been supporting activities of Sustainability Standard Board every time by celebrating Sustainability Month. So thank you so much for all patient listening, and I'm sure that our both the speakers, Shailaja madam and Saket sir, will have good deliberations on this topic of ESG excellence, CMS as the architect of the sustainable and responsible growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for a motivating and enlightening address.
It is my pleasure to invite CMA Sailja Vajrajani, General Manager, Finance and CFO, MGVCL, to kindly take charge of the session and guide us through this important and timely discussion.
Can I have the presentation, please? A very good afternoon to all my CMA colleagues present here. It's really enlightening to see all the professionals sitting here and discussing the topic of ESG. Yes, we all agree, that this is the most important subject for us as CMAs to now ponder upon. The very fact that we have the WRC has kept this topic immediately after the inaugural function and as a part of the first technical session emphasizes the importance of this topic here. I would like to congratulate the WRC chapter, the whole of Institute of Cost and Management Accountants, for bringing this topic and for doing a lot of things, as Mr. Ashish Thate has just mentioned, that we as an institute are really doing a lot of innovation and creativity in this field, and we are already out with the standards, and it's really heartening to see that. This is a subject which is very close to my heart, so as soon as Mihir offered this, I said, yes, I will do this. Thank you for having me here, Baroda chapter and WRC chapter. Global warming, climate change, we've been talking about these things almost since the last 30 years now. 1995 was the year when the first Conference of Parties, COP1, took place, right? And since then, we've been talking about this climate change and our efforts for changing the way we live, the way we treat our planet Earth. Have we done enough? Is a question that we all need to ask ourselves. 30 years, and I think we should have been actually now done and dusted with this thing that yes, we are here to protect the planet. But it is actually a sad part that we have not been able to do enough. A lot of discussions, a lot of water has flown, but we are still there where we were not supposed to be. So, before I actually start with the slides, I would just like to share a small story. Let's start with this story. We all must have heard about the story of the cap seller. टोपी बेचने वाला एक बंदा था, वो टोपियां बेचता था, बेचते बेचते एक दिन थक गया तो एक पेड़ के नीचे जाके सो गया. तो उस पेड़ के ऊपर बहुत सारे monkeys थे. There were many monkeys on the tree and they just came and picked up all the caps he was having. जितने उसके पास टोपी थे सारे monkeys उठा के ले गए और जैसे ही उठा तो देखा इसने कि इसकी सारी टोपी तो दिख नहीं रही है, इधर उधर देखा तो ही सॉ दैट हर एक सारे मंकीज बैठ के एक एक टोपी पहन के बैठे हैं. तो ही वॉज परप्लेक्स व्हाट टू डू. सो ही सेड ओके लेट मी ट्राई दिस. उसने अपनी टोपी निकाली जो उसने खुद एक पहन के रखी हुई थी, तो उसने अपनी टोपी उठाई और उसने एक मंकी की तरफ फेंका. तो जैसे उसने फेंका तो मंकीज का जनरल टेंडेंसी होता है, ऑल द मंकीज ऑल्सो थ्रू अवे द कैप. उन्होंने अपनी अपनी टोपी, उन लोगों ने भी सारी टोपी फेंक दिया. ही कलेक्टेड ऑल द कैप्स एंड he was happy, went away. So it so happens that after 2 generations, uska pota similarly goes to sell caps, and same thing happens. He's asleep, and the monkeys take away his caps. He wakes up and to see that the monkeys have already taken away all the caps. तो कहता है कि ठीक है, जैसे मेरे दादा, अपने दादा को याद किया कि मेरे दादा ने क्या किया था इस सिचुएशन में, हाउ डिड ही टैकल दिस सिचुएशन. सो ही रिमेंबर्स कि हाँ दादा ने ये स्टोरी बताई थी मुझे. तो वो अपनी टोपी फेंकता है मंकीज की तरफ, बट एक भी मंकी टोपी वापस नहीं फेंकता. अब ये बंदा कंफ्यूज कि क्या हो गया, अब मैं क्या करूं. तो उसने ऊपर देखा तो एक मंकी बोलता है कि सिर्फ बाप दादा क्या तुम्हारे ही हैं, हमारे भी हैं, राइट. वी ऑल्सो अपग्रेड. सो अपग्रेडेशन इज something really very important, and we as CMAs have proved it to the world. Just as Mr. Ashish Thatte just now said, we are upgrading ourselves, we are coming out with standards, and it is the most important. We cannot go on and on with the conventional costing approaches. This is one thing I wanted to just mention. So coming to the topic, ESG excellence, CMAs as architects of sustainable and responsible growth. Yes, we are the architects. CMAs have been taught how to calculate the cost of each and every activity, each and every product that we make, and we know it better than anybody else how to actually work out the cost of the expenditure that we are supposed to incur, the humongous kind of capital expenditure that we are going to incur for making this world a better place to live again, and how to cost this, how to account for this, and how to record this, and how to disclose this. So these are the various areas where we need to really look into. This is a graph that I would just like to show, just to show where we are today. Climate change and energy transition pathways we've been discussing, as I said, but still the net global greenhouse gas emissions, which were about 40 tons of carbon equivalent in the year 2000, have increased to about 54 to 55 tons in the year 2025. So this is where we are. We have not been able to reduce it for sure. We may have been able to contain a little bit of it. The target was in the COP summits, it was decided to contain the global warming to a level of 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrialization era, that is about 1890 to 1900 year. So the target was to at least reduce or retain the global warming to a level of 1.5 degrees Celsius. But have we been able to do it? We have not. We have already crossed that threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius, and the new target is 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. So we are forced to increase the targets also, because we are not in a position to meet our targets. So this is a graph which shows that if we don't do anything, the greenhouse gas emissions can rise up to more than 80 tons of carbon emissions a year. And if we are able to actually meet the nationally determined contributions that we talked about, each country has been given a target to reduce carbon emissions, to contribute to for combating the climate change and all. So each country has fixed certain nationally determined contributions, like India also has done. We have the Panchamrit, we have various targets set, targets like we have to reach 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030. We have to reach net zero emissions by 2070. We have to reduce the carbon emissions by 45% by 2030 and so on. So these are the various kinds of targets that we have set for ourselves as a nation, and if we are able to meet these targets, then in that case we would be able to limit the global warming to about less than 2 degrees Celsius. The next is a graph shown where it shows which are the countries which will suffer the most if the targets are not met. Obviously, the countries which are consuming the most, which are creating the most of the carbon emissions, like the North America, like the Middle East, and there are countries in the Southern America, in China. These are the countries where these are the carbon intensity graph in a way we can say. So it's high time we act upon it. When we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, generally people believe that there are few sectors which are contributing to this global warming or the carbon emissions. So this is a graph which shows which are the various industries that contribute to the global warming. So you can check for yourselves, whichever industry you belong to, how much are you contributing to the global warming today in this world. So 14.5% of the total greenhouse gas emissions are being emitted by animal products industries. About 11% is coming through residential electricity consumption, about 77.5% is coming from textile industry, 6.5% is coming from personal vehicles, 6.5% again is coming from commercial electricity consumption. Chemicals are contributing 6%, food waste 6%, 5% from other food, and so on and so forth. So it's not that it is any one industry, but yes, there are certain industries which are contributing majorly to this climate change, and we need to act. I would just like to mention here I was on this graph, I forgot to change the slide. Yes, so here, there are certain action pathways, just as the oath we took just now. It's very important for us as individuals first, as consumers, as corporates, and as mankind, right, to act on this. And how do we do this? The various action paths could be, we should shift towards the plant-based diets and reduce food waste. This is the first thing we can do as an individual, right, and as a consumer. Shift towards plant-based diets and reduce food waste, adopt renewable energy and energy efficient technologies, rethink fast fashion, buy less, choose durable products. This is something very important, we in today's world, we have got a lot of buying capacity, the purchasing capacity is increasing day by day, and we just want to go on purchasing and purchasing. So I think we need to think on these lines also. Support clean energy and low carbon industrial policies. So if you look at the India sustainability imperative, as I said, India is accelerating towards a developed country by 2047, that is our goal. We want to integrate environment, social and governance principles. Without ESG, we will not be able to achieve these, these targets of sustainability. As I said, since we've been discussing since so many years, in between 1995 to 2025, somewhere this concept of ESG started, where it was actually agreed that we have to, actually classify the activities that we need to undertake to meet this challenge of climate change. And that is when the ESG actually took birth. And as a part of environment, social and governance principles, we need to have a circular economy model, and transformation demands sophisticated financial frameworks that accurately capture environment costs and opportunities. The strategic priorities that we need to immediately take up are, advanced carbon accounting methodologies aligned with global standards like GHG protocols, sustainability linked financing, mechanisms that reward environmental performances, circular economy integration across manufacturing and service sectors, and green costing framework that drive competitive advantage. So I would start with this green costing revolution. You know, as we talk about the environmental, changing the environment, whatever damage we've done to the planet, if we want to reverse this damage, it now involves humongous capital expenditure. Huge capital expenditure, which you must have all realized by now as industries who are into the compliances of the ESG and all. So when there is expenditure, obviously the question arises from where the finance will come. So there are various ways of financing, and once the finance comes, it comes with a cost. So this is the cost we are talking about, the cost of financing, the cost of actually implementing the ESG initiatives, and how do we account for them. There can be, three kinds of costing have been defined: activity-based costing, where we need to allocate environmental cost to specific activities and products. The life cycle assessment costing, where we need to actually identify the life cycle of the product or the activity in which we are investing. How long will it go? Will it keep, giving us benefits of the expenditure that we've incurred, and how that can be translated into the cost per unit that we manufacture. The environmental cost classification, we need to classify also, any capital expenditure for that matter. Today we do this, right? When any expenditure that we need, when the technical or the project department comes up and says, this is a capex that we need to incur, what we first ask is it a preventive step? Is it coming out of a detection of something which is essential for the plant or the factory? Is it coming because of an internal failure, or is it coming because of an external failure? Who is responsible for this, and how do you classify this cost? So this kind of classificatory thinking needs to come in our accounting. So when we talk about carbon accounting, we have to measure what really matters, and there are three scopes that have been defined. Scope 1 is the direct emission. Whichever industry is actually directly emitting and directly creating the global warming, we need to tap those areas first. Company-owned sources, including manufacturing facilities, company vehicles, on-site fuel combustion, these represent the most of the controllable and direct emission areas. India has already started working on it. Gujarat has already started working on it. I'm sure most of the companies, industries are working on these things. There are then the indirect emissions. We are not directly emitting in the atmosphere, but we are purchasing electricity, we are using steam, heating and cooling transition. These things also need to transition to renewable energy. This will only then dramatically reduce the carbon footprints. Then comes the value chain emissions. We are still a little behind in this. Countries in the European Union and all Western countries have already started following this, and most of you who are export-oriented industries may be knowing, European Union now demands that if I purchase anything from anywhere outside my country, this needs to have a green certification. So these kind of value chain, they are incorporating the emission control in their value chain, supply chains also. The Government of India has come up with this carbon credit trading system, where so far we are aware of the carbon trades which were being undertaken on the UNFCCC platform, right? We've been trading some of the carbon emission reduction certificates and all on that platform, which has not really picked up the way it should have been by now. So Government of India has come up with this carbon credit trading scheme, where it is, there's a two-tier approach again, where there'll be a mandatory compliance requirement. Some of them have to comply to this, and some of the sectors have been left to, implement it on voluntary basis also. There are 9 designated sectors where which have been mandated to reduce their carbon emissions, and the trading of carbon certificates will be done on the IEX exchange platforms. The CCTS sectoral targets have been given to industries like cement, where the industry has been asked to reduce the carbon emissions by 2 to 6%, aluminium by 4 to 7%, iron and steel by 4 to 6%, so on and so forth. So this shows how we are now actually giving realistic targets to each and every sector to now implement. So it is for us to implement and show results to achieve these targets. The road ahead, this market will be open in 2020, is expected to start operating in 2026. The floor price for the carbon trading is yet to be fixed. The actual costing and pricing of these carbon certificates is under they are still calculating these things, because it's a very, very volatile market, I would say, where the costs are changing every day. Early compliance would definitely give early bird gains. It would definitely provide a cost saving and efficiency gains. We could unlock green financing of, it is expected, of about $467 billion by 2030, and about 180 million tons of carbon emission equivalent to carbon dioxide are expected to be traded in by 2030. So why it is important to start carbon accounting now? As I said, we are all accountants. We know the importance of accounting. We know why we keep accounts. So many compliances, yes, of course, but end of the day, we also need to understand whether the business, how well the business is doing, right? And where we are going wrong. So, basically, with regard to the carbon accounting, it will definitely, the earlier we start doing this, it will give us access to global trade. This is one of the major advantages, because today, as I said, globally countries are asking for carbon compliance. They want to know how carbon compliant you are before they enter into any agreement with you. So this will actually open doors for more trade globally for you. Cost saving and risk mitigation. Of course, the earlier we start, we will be saving a lot of cost, and also a lot of carbon related costs we will be saving if we are able to mitigate this. Attracting investments and enhancing brand value. Yes, if you are a carbon compliant company, you will definitely be attracting more investment and cheaper investment. So what are the various financing options we have? Sustainability linked finance. There are various already instruments in the market where you can go out and get the financing. As we said, since there is a lot of cost involved, we need to find out cheaper financial options also. And in the rapidly evolving global financial system, we have to look for the various options that we have, and green bonds is one of the options which is already in place. About $7 billion of green bonds have been floated and have been subscribed to till the year 2025. Another is the sustainability linked loans. There are agencies which are providing you the sustainability linked loans with a preferential costing. But that will come with a condition that you have to meet the targets also. The outcomes have to be measurable, how much actual carbon reduction has been done, and based on that your loans will be priced accordingly. So this is just to give an idea about the kind of investment we are looking at by 2050. Till the year 2050, it is estimated that about $3.5 trillion per year will be the kind of investment that will be required if we really want to meet the targets that we fixed for ourselves, which will peak in the year 2040, which will be about $4.5 trillion. And against this, as I showed in the first graph, there are There are certain countries which are actually contributing immensely to the global warming. There are certain countries who are contributing lesser. So, and there are developed countries and there are developing countries in the world. So, during the COP summits, it has been decided that the developing countries and the countries who are emitting the more should contribute, actually pay to the developing countries or the countries who are contributing less to the carbon emissions, and that is how this system would work. So, but then why these summits are not really coming up the way it should, because of the vested interest of the countries, and you would be surprised. So this I have just put up to give a comparison that $3.5 trillion of investment every year is required, and the amount that has been committed by the developed countries is hardly around 0.3 trillion every year, and that is also, mind well, it is only a commitment, it is not an actual inflow to the developing countries yet. So we are still very far, so that the will to actually act is still not seen despite all these summits. These are the various funding options. As I already said, there are commitments from developed countries. There will be ECBs with concessional components. There can be project financing through FDIs. They can come and put up plants in India. There can be green bonds, which we are already having, and there are regulatory mechanisms like the trading system we talked about. The cost of carbon compliance is huge. As I said, India's projected carbon price by 2030 under the emission trading scheme is about $35 to $40. It is huge as compared to the rates that we are, at which the carbon credits are being traded today. But this is the expected rate if we all actually act on the targets. And capital cost for the non-compliant companies will be increasing very steeply going forward. So this is high time we must act now. I think I'll move a little faster. Strategic imperative we've already talked about. This we all know, budget 26-27, every year Government of India is already allocating huge funds for renewable energy, for battery energy storage, investments, for carbon compliances, carbon capture, and so on and so forth. This again is for enhancing the global competitiveness. Green costing is very, very important. I request all the CMAs present here to go through the literature that the Institute is coming up with, just as we have heard that we are coming out with the new standards for green costing. I'm sure it will be very, very interesting. We have to now stop being the conventional cost accountant, always asking why this expenditure, what is it going to give me in return. Yes, returns will be there, but there will be abstract returns, and returns we will have to actually get it done. We will have to incorporate the cost of environment improvement or contribution towards environmental changes. Those costs we will have to actually incorporate in our day-to-day costing, in the product costing, in the activity costing, and then decide the price at which we want to sell our product. It will not be easy to sell your product at that cost, but yes, we will have to, and we have to be a part of this strategic decision making in the company that we are working for. So these are some strategic milestones that India has fixed for itself as a nation for green transition. In 2026, we plan to launch the carbon credit trading scheme. Operationalization of the carbon credit trading scheme for 9 key industrial sectors has already been mandated. We will be seeing how it goes. We just hope that they are actually, able to reduce the carbon emissions. By 2030, the emission target intensity has been reduced to go below 45%. To reduce the carbon intensity by 45% below 2005 levels. So this is the target. By 2034, we are targeting to make the carbon trading platform, the market, size of $2.4 trillion. This is the target and if it really happens, it will be a game changer. By 2047, we have a vision to make a complete green economy. but 2047 is also the year where we have planned to become a completely developed country. So Viksit Bharat will happen only if we take along the green transition goals also. And by 2050, circular economy is the goal. And 2070 is not mentioned here, but 2070 is the year where we plan to become completely carbon neutral, net zero. I think this we've already talked about. Yes. Yes, yes. So when we talk about sustainability linked finance, where as a CMA, when we see CMA is the architect of green transition or sustainability accounting, these are the various areas where I would want you to pay attention. Performance-based pricing, sustainability-linked loans and bonds directly tie borrowing costs to ESG performance metrics. So we have to present our accounts, present our performances, operations in such a way to show to the world that yes, we have, done something to contribute to the world in terms of carbon reduction, and that is where only then you will be able to bring very good cost effective finances to your company. Failure to achieve agreed ESG KPIs triggers high interest rates and enhanced disclosure requirements, adding financial pressure. So we have to be ready for all this if we don't comply. Credit appraisal evaluation, ESG metrics now influence green cost recognition, covenant monitoring and notes to accounts. Credit decisions increasingly incorporate sustainability performance. So we need to keep all these things in mind before we go for the next financing decision. This is a small, exercise that has been done in our company, the power sector. I come from MGVCL, Madhya Gujarat Wej Company Limited, where GUVNL as a whole, the group as a whole, we have done certain exercise on, although it's not mandatory for us under the BRSR rules today, but we have tried to do it on a voluntary basis and see what challenges we face. And these are certain insights that I would just like to mention. Being a public sector company, we have certain challenges, like the data availability and quality of data. This is a huge challenge that we need to address. Today in the world of AI and data analytics, actually we should have been able to do it by now. But unfortunately, being a very, very huge company, we are still in the process of doing it. The decentralization problems, we talk about the ESG data, the data that is required to prove that we are carbon compliant is actually very scattered today. It's not that we are not working towards it, we are. But the data is scattered across operations, HR, safety, environment and customer services, unlike unified financial ERPs, right? We have an ERP, but it is dated and we need to really, actually, we are in the process of updating it also. There are inconsistent standards. Historical data lacks standard definitions, validation rules, and documentation of assumptions and methodologies. There is an audit readiness gap. We have the data, we have the processes, but they are not audit ready, right? So these are the things we need to keep in mind. I'm not sure each of you can compare for yourself. You all must be already doing the BRSR compliances and all. But I just thought of putting up some certain aspects that we are facing today. The capacity and framework limitations, there is a limited familiarity, training and role clarity is required, cross-functional maturity is required, right? The generic framework gaps are there, like SEBI, BRSR and similar frameworks prioritize cross-sector comparability over sector specificity, creating blind spots for the utilities. So this is one challenge. I mean, this is something, as we have learned, I would like to put before the institute also, that, there are certain things that, there are certain sector specific, where we need to also identify, and maybe the formats and the compliances requirement may have to be revised accordingly. There is insufficient emphasis on network reliability and service continuity, limited reflections on regulated tariff environments, workforce metrics misaligned with utility labor structures and so on. So basically what I'm talking about is a power sector is a regulated sector, and we have certain limitations, certain constraints and certain peculiarities. So the BRSR guidelines could be actually made a little more sector specific. This is one, I'll just skip this. This is the last suggestion or ask that I would put from a power sector perspective. We can have a two-layer kind of an approach to ESG excellence, where the compliances part basically, we can have a base layer and then the sector layer. Base layer could be comparable with cross-functional or cross-sectoral companies, we can compare ourselves. But then when it comes to sector-specific issues, sector-specific parameters, we can have a sector layer where the metrics can be defined specifically for a particular sector, and then an integrated reporting can be worked out. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. I would just like to end by saying that, you know, what do you call the theme? That there's behind every successful business decision, there is a CMA. I would say behind every sustainable business decision today, there has to be a CMA. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your expert guidance and valuable insights have greatly enriched the discussion and inspired all of us.
May I now invite Shri Saket Modi, Director of Square Mile Global Consulting, to kindly take charge of the session and share his valuable insights.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for inviting me. And I'm really excited that there are also students in this room, apart from cost accountants and other professionals. So I'm very fortunate to be here, and also, unfortunately, I'm the person standing between you and lunch, I think. So I will try and make it very focused. I think we've just had a very insightful session on ESG and sustainability. There are a lot of things in there, financing, investment, due diligence considerations, and so on. But what I want to focus on is a little bit more of an international perspective. So I'll keep it focused a bit more on the frameworks and just give you an overview of assurance, because that is also very important. You know, you can have a lot of data, you can have very glossy brochures and reports, but if you don't have an independent verification, then there is an issue with the trust factor. And that assurance in ESG is still evolving. As we just heard, that there are issues around data availability to actually report. So assurance is something that comes afterwards, and obviously there are challenges in there. So I say it war stories. Now, the thing with sustainability reporting is, you know, it's important that we do it correctly. We measure it correctly, because if there are improvements required, then remember, what gets measured and reported is something that we can always improve on. So just to give you, some examples, Total Energies, oil and gas sector. Now, there was a court in Paris which actually fined them a couple of years ago because what they said is they had put down their net zero 2050 goals, but that was misleading. And it was misleading because they continued to expand their fossil fuel related projects. Yeah, so that's where they were fined. Zomato or Swiggy, we all know that there were concerns raised by their platform workers around we had strikes and protests, and those were relating to providing them with better health insurance, minimum wage guarantee, and so on. And it was then addressed. So I think in some states they came up with Platform-Based Gig Workers Act. So again, we do have stories, negative press stories, but things do get worked on. So it's really an opportunity to improve the way we do business or make it more sustainable. And obviously when we say that, the Total example is more around the environmental issue, the Zomato and Swiggy is all about social, it's about the health and safety of the workers. And then we have IndusInd Bank. There was an issue with the derivatives portfolio, which came to light, I think, last year. And there were some irregularities which had not been reported on for a few years. And that actually affected their share price. So remember, not being sustainable or ignoring ESG factors can have an impact on the valuation of your company. So it's very important that we do embed these factors into the business. It's slightly different from CSR because ESG does get embedded into the business and the way business strategy model is designed and the way business is run. So this is a report from McKinsey. I haven't created it, but it is about the 5 ways ESG can create value. So what a strong ESG proposition can do to the business. Yeah. So in this case, we have the top line growth. You attract more customers with sustainable products. More people are willing to do business with you. There was mention about value chain. So it's not just about what you do, but it's about what everyone in the value chain does. So your customers, suppliers, and so on. So if you have a strong ESG proposition, it can lead to revenue growth, cost reductions, lower energy consumption, reduce water intake, regulatory and legal interventions. You get subsidies. We get subsidies for installing solar, as an example. Productivity uplift, you attract talent. People are more, especially the younger generation, is more and more concerned about these things, environment. And if you are an environmentally friendly, sustainable company, then you will attract talent. And then also resource allocation. We got to think long run. There might be a higher capex right now, but it will yield benefits, more benefits in the medium to long term. So you avoid investments that may not pay off because of longer term environmental issues. So that's what a strong ESG proposition can do. What we are looking at is not just our financial profit. We are looking at what is called the triple bottom line. So we focus on profit, but we also have an environmental and a social account that we need to focus on. So there could be a high initial capex for, say, a textile company, which is investing in a zero liquid discharge plant. But we also need to consider, along with that, the rising cost of, say, freshwater, avoidance of environmental fines, and green premium charge to European buyers, for example. So we need to consider the entire story, not just the initial capex. And if you have a strong social and environmental management system, then the company can command a higher value. So it is something that investors, private equity, look into when making the offers or deciding on the price to pay for acquiring a company. Moving on to the frameworks. Now, what we call is alphabet soup of frameworks. There are loads and loads of them. UN, United Nations, has been at the forefront of it. In India, we already spoke about BRSR, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting. So if a European company wants to do business in India or work with an Indian company or set up operations in India, then they will have to look into the regulations in the Indian market. So we have lots of frameworks. There were challenges with it. There are challenges with it because some of them are voluntary and there is no assurance required. But what we are moving towards is more a global baseline. So we have the IFRS S1 and S2 standards coming from the IFRS Foundation, which set up the International Sustainability Standards Board. S1 is more a general standard, S2 is focused on climate. That's what most companies have done, first reporting on climate and then moving on to other sustainability issues like biodiversity and pollution, circular economy, and so on. Again, as has been mentioned, the Institute of Cost Accountants have also published ISS1 and ISS2. They are a bit of carve-outs from S1 and S2. To make it more relevant for cost accountants. Just something to be aware of, we look here more at we are more forward-looking here. What we are required to report on, and when we look at materiality, we are looking at material sustainability-related risks and opportunities. So anticipated sustainability-related risks and opportunities that we are looking at here, and also the financial impacts of that. So it's not just historical or current, but also more forward-looking. So that is something that we need to be aware about. And then there is the value chain. So we go beyond our operations. It's a bit different to what we are used to when we look at cost accounting or financial accounting. And the time horizons are short, medium to long term. So all those are considered. If we don't do anything in the short term, it may not make a difference, but in the medium to long term, if we don't change, then there will be an impact. So just some key differences to be aware about when it comes to sustainability related matters. Climate related risks and opportunities. So we do have, in terms of risk, we have the transition risk, transition to net zero decarbonization of our operations. They could relate to policy changes, technological changes might be required, a market, customer behavior might change, or reputation. If we don't get it right, then there could be an impact on reputation. And then there are the physical risks, which we are probably more used to. So that is to do with extreme weather events or even changing weather patterns like rising sea levels and the impact of that. So climate related risks, what are the costs associated with that? But again, there are opportunities here because we have a chance to change our operations. We need to make our business model more sustainable, and we can reduce cost of energy here, reduce water wastage here. We can access new markets which might need more sustainable products, so opportunity to grow the top line. We also can look at more the lowering emissions, use of energy, and providing more sustainable products. We do need to look at the impact of climate-related risks and opportunities on the financial statements. So that feeds into our strategic planning, management, and there are obviously cost implications associated with that. And I think generally once you've done your climate reporting, you would also be looking at other sustainability-related risks and opportunities. What do you see in terms of disclosures? I won't go into the details, but there are 4 pillars that we need to report on in respect of each sustainability related risk and opportunity. So we have governance around that. So for example, governance around climate. We have strategy, the strategy part, which includes anticipated effects, financial effects, climate resilience, scenario analysis, what would happen in cases of different scenarios of temperature increases. You know, there was mention about 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, but what if we don't do enough and it goes up to 3 degrees? And what is the impact of that on our business model? Risk management and also metrics and targets. So that is to do with the actual numbers, intensity, metrics, emissions intensity, reporting scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. So this is something that is required for climate. And then we also need to think about the connection between sustainability related risks and financial statements. Yeah, this is something which is evolving, I would say. And for example, let's say in order to reduce emissions, you decide to discontinue a product. Yeah, or you might say you want to replace that with a more sustainable product. Now, what we need to disclose is the impact of that on the financial statements. Or if you decide to restructure operations in relation to sustainability related risk, might need to explain the potential effects of that on future size and composition of the workforce. So this is something that we should be very much aware about. This is just an example. This is a Japanese multinational. They are into office automation, which just gives you a disclosure about their emissions in 2015, which was the base year. And what they have disclosed is how they plan to reduce that, setting a 2030 target, 2040 target, and then the 2050 target. So they have split that between scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3. Scope 3 is what happens in the value chain, and then how they plan to reduce it should also be disclosed. Obviously, you can't reduce all emissions. So in that case, for those residual emissions, you offset using internationally acceptable methods. Just a bit of focus on EU, because that has been at the forefront. There are very, very stringent requirements. There is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Now, recently there has been the EU-India trade deal. If we are doing business with the EU, then we should be aware about their sustainability reporting directive. And there are two things to it. One is the EU taxonomy. And what the taxonomy does is provides a classification system for sustainable activities. So what would you call an activity sustainable? When can you call it? So there's very specific thresholds, guidelines, which are sector specific there. And then you have the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, which have a number of standards around environment and social, and then there's one on governance. So just to give you an idea, this is a Danish renewable energy company, and under the EU taxonomy, they are required to report on what portion, what percentage of their revenue is taxonomy aligned. Yeah, so what percentage? Here they've got 88%, which is very high, but that's because they are a renewable energy company. They are in that business. If you look at an oil and gas company in Europe, it won't be this high. It would be quite low, 15, 20% maybe, because a lot of their activities are fossil fuel related. So taxonomy aligned revenue, taxonomy aligned CapEx and OpEx. These are mandatory disclosures that are required. Yeah. So again, if you are supplying to a European company, EU company, then they will be asking you questions around some of these areas. These are the standards. As you can see, they go well beyond climate. IFRS S2 is on climate, but we don't have much more on that. though there are references to other frameworks which we can use. But the EU has standards on pollution, biodiversity, circular economy, and then the social standards, which includes workers in the value chain, affected communities, consumers, end users. So there's quite a lot in those standards, yeah? And the large listed companies in the EU have had to comply with these standards. In fact, they were to roll this out to even the smaller listed companies, but then there was an omnibus project that came out last year saying, look, we'll keep it to where they increase the thresholds to with regards to what companies it would apply to. Materiality, we are aware about financial materiality, those of you who are in preparation of financial statements, but we also have here a concept called double materiality. So it's not just financial materiality, it's also looking at the impact that our business has on not just on investors, but other stakeholders like customers, suppliers, local government, communities, employees, and so on. So the EU standards are based on double materiality. The IFRS S1, S2 is based on financial materiality. And if you're an Indian company, it may not be just the BRSR reporting. You may have to comply with other frameworks. I've got some examples here. Tata Steel, you can see here they use a number of standards, frameworks, integrated reporting, GRI, TNFD is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project, JSW Energy, again, a few frameworks, HDFC Bank, they use a few frameworks, right? Make sure they comply with all the requirements. Assurance, again, this is the independent verification, very important because this is what builds credibility and trust. So we are moving from sort of limited assurance. Limited assurance is saying, well, nothing looks wrong, to reasonable assurance, which means data is correct. Yeah. Now, this is where some challenges are. How do you get reasonable assurance over data coming from your value chain? So there are those issues. But ISSA 5000 is a new standard. Specifically, that standard deals with assurance over sustainability related matters. Yeah. ISAE 3000 is what has been currently used, assurance engagements other than audits or reviews of historical financial information. And then you have 3410, which is to do with greenhouse gas statements, your emissions reporting, accountability 1000 AS, that is again a standard that has been used to some extent, builds credibility, trust, reliability of disclosures, and then we have more locally the BRSR core framework. But ISSA 5000 is the one to look at. That's a new standard specifically to cover sustainability related assurance. Yes, that's come out quite recently. And as has been already discussed by my fellow speaker, there are cost implications that you should be aware about. Just to summarize that, one, how do you report these things? Yeah, you have a financial reporting system, you need ESG related software or ERP. You need additional staff and staff training to do this. There's quite a lot. It's a teamwork because we may not be experts on emissions calculations, but we do need to make sure that we have people in the organization who can do that, and then someone who reviews it, their controls in place. ESG assurance doesn't come free. There's a cost associated with that. The independent verification, tracking value chain data, scope 3 emissions, which is what happens beyond your operations. So if you sell products, you also have to report on emissions that would arise during the life cycle, the remaining life cycle after the sale of the product. Yeah? So how do you get that data? Collecting it, tracking it, and also sometimes if you're dealing with small, medium-sized entities, training them for these things. I think sustainability-linked loans was already discussed. If you achieve your targets, interest rate goes down. If you don't, you may have to pay through it through fines, penalties, etc. There are sector-specific emission intensity targets. If you don't meet, then you might have to purchase carbon credits. So there's cost associated with that, but non-compliance, even a bigger fine. And low ESG score may result again in costs. So could be higher insurance premiums if you don't manage your climate risk, and it may also be difficult at times to attract investors. You know, investors, when they do their due diligence, they are very closely looking at these things. So there are cost implications. You know, again, if you have to purchase carbon credits, that should be, budgeted for. You have to consider that in your costing and analysis. So again, just something to think about because there are direct and indirect costs. Yeah. Okay, so I've just given you a brief summary of the disclosure frameworks. We are moving from voluntary to mandatory requirements, and also ESG assurance, which is very important to gain the trust and credibility of reports. It's not just about creating glossy brochures. Yes, it's nice to see those, but behind them there should be numbers and data and non-financial data that we can actually trust. Yeah. Okay, so that's all from me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask or just grab me during lunch and I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Your expertise, insights, and guidance have greatly enriched the discussion and provided valuable perspectives for all of us. The depth of knowledge, clarity of thought, and real-world experiences shared today have greatly enriched this convention and inspired all of us to rethink, realign, and recommit ourselves towards sustainable excellence.
We deeply appreciate the time, effort, and expertise you have contributed to make this session meaningful and impactful. I would now request CMA Karthik Vasavada sir, ICMI Baroda chapter, to propose a formal vote of thanks for this session.
Good afternoon. As such, 2 minutes are given for vote of thanks. I will take 1 minute. I will try to take 1 minute. I thank speakers, guest speakers, CMA Shelja Vachrajani, Chartered Accountant Saket Modi, members on dais, of the dais. Basically, I also see that what Shelja madam told, कि कोई खर्चा आता है ESG के लिए. In my company, expense came for Miyawaki forest. So I said we are in the pharma company or we are into forest, but then it helps in the long term. So not taking much time. Thank you very much all of you for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This concludes our first technical session of this 2 days members convention. With this, we would now be dispersing for lunch, but please make sure that all of us are back in 30 minutes as we'll be starting with the second technical session as per the schedule. So we'll be starting with the second technical session at 2:30.
राखी दो ना.
टाइम संजू कितना टाइम संजू? अरे क्या हुआ? मैप नहीं चल रहा क्या?
अरे मैं
कितना टाइम संजू? अरे क्या हुआ? मैप नहीं चल रहा क्या?
अरे मैप तो चल रहा है यार, मेरा ट्रेडिंग ऐप नहीं चल रहा है। ट्रेड किया पर स्क्वायर ऑफ ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। ब्रोकर का कोई टेक्निकल इशू है शायद। इस
कितना टाइम संजू? अरे क्या हुआ? मैप नहीं चल रहा क्या?
अरे मैप तो चल रहा है यार, मेरा ट्रेडिंग ऐप नहीं चल रहा है। ट्रेड किया पर स्क्वायर ऑफ ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। ब्रोकर का कोई टेक्निकल इशू है शायद, इसीलिए कोई भी ऑर्डर नहीं जा रहा है। माने मैं क्या करूँ यार?
अरे यार संजू, गाड़ी का टायर तो पंचर हो गया, अब ड्राइव पे कैसे जाएंगे?
क्यों नहीं जाएंगे? स्टेपनी का बैकअप तो है ना अपने पास, अरे उसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे फिर आगे चले जाएंगे। कुछ भी यार।
वैसे ही अगर टेक्निकल इश्यूज की वजह से ब्रोकर के सभी ऑर्डर रुके हुए हो तो सेबी ने IRRA बनाया है।
इससे क्या होगा?
अरे इससे इन्वेस्टर अपना रिस्क मिनिमाइज कर सकता है। भाई ये एक सेफ्टी नेट की तरह काम करता है।
मतलब
इस पे लॉग इन करके तुम अपनी पोजीशन स्क्वायर ऑफ कर सकते हो और पेंडिंग ऑर्डर कैंसिल कर सकते हो।
वाह भाई वाह, माने मेरा तो काम बन गया।
पर टायर बदलो पहले, फास्ट।
हाँ
मानने बड़े सयाने, रिस्क कम करना इनसे जानने।
कितना टाइम संजू?
मानने बड़े सयाने।
ट्रेडिंग ऐप नहीं चल रहा है। ट्रेड किया पर स्क्वायर ऑफ ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। ब्रोकर का कोई टेक्निकल इशू है शायद, इसीलिए कोई भी ऑर्डर नहीं जा रहा है। माने मैं क्या करूँ यार?
अरे यार संजू, गाड़ी का टायर तो पंचर हो गया, अब ड्राइव पे कैसे जाएंगे?
क्यों नहीं जाएंगे? स्टेपनी का बैकअप तो है ना अपने पास, अरे उसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे फिर आगे चले जाएंगे। कुछ भी यार।
वैसे ही अगर टेक्निकल इश्यूज की वजह से ब्रोकर के सभी ऑर्डर रुके हुए हो तो सेबी ने IRRA बनाया है।
इससे क्या होगा?
अरे इससे इन्वेस्टर अपना रिस्क मिनिमाइज कर सकता है। भाई ये एक सेफ्टी नेट की तरह काम करता है।
मतलब
इस पे लॉग इन करके तुम अपनी पोजीशन स्क्वायर ऑफ कर सकते हो और पेंडिंग ऑर्डर कैंसिल कर सकते हो।
वाह भाई वाह, माने मेरा तो काम बन गया।
पर टायर बदलो पहले, फास्ट।
हाँ
मानने बड़े सयाने, रिस्क कम करना इनसे जानने।
थैंक यू। तू ट्रेडिंग कब से करने लगा?
मार्केट सिर्फ एक्सपर्ट का नहीं, हम सबका है।
सुना है ब्रोकरेज में सारा प्रॉफिट चला जाता है।
बिल्कुल नहीं, 3 महीने नो ब्रोकरेज।
तो उसके बाद पैसा वसूल लेते होंगे।
सिर्फ 5 रुपए एग्जीक्यूटेड ऑर्डर है।
ट्रेडिंग ही होती होगी, म्यूचुअल फंड SIP थोड़ी होता हो।
सिंगल क्लिक ऑन SIP एंड म्यूचुअल फंड भी होता है।
Spike, trading का one-stop solution. Download Spike app today. Investments in securities markets are subject to market risks. Read documents carefully before investing.
कितना टाइम संजू?
चल रहा क्या?
अरे मैप तो चल रहा है यार, मेरा ट्रेडिंग ऐप नहीं चल रहा है। ट्रेड किया था, स्क्वायर ऑफ ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ। ब्रोकर का कोई टेक्निकल इशू है शायद।
चेयरमैन ने तो पानी बढ़ा है चेयरमैन गणपति वारो છે ને આપણો તો પછી ગણપતિ વાળા આવું
इसीलिए कोई भी ऑर्डर नहीं जा रहा है माने। मैं क्या करूं यार।
अरे यार संजू, गाड़ी का टायर तो पंचर हो गया, अब ड्राइव पे कैसे जाएंगे?
क्यों नहीं जाएंगे, स्टेपनी का बैकअप तो है ना अपने पास। अरे उसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे फिर आगे चले जाएंगे, कुछ भी यार।
वैसे अगर टेक्निकल इश्यूज की वजह से ब्रोकर के सभी ऑर्डर रुके हुए हो तो सेबी ने IRRA बनाया है।
इससे क्या होगा?
अरे इससे इन्वेस्टर अपना रिस्क मिनिमाइज कर सकता है भाई, ये एक सेफ्टी नेट की तरह काम करता है।
मतलब
इस पे लॉग इन करके तुम अपनी पोजीशन स्क्वायर ऑफ कर सकते हो और पेंडिंग ऑर्डर कैंसिल कर सकते हो।
वाह भाई वाह, माने मेरा तो काम बन गया।
पर टायर बदलो पहले, फास्ट।
हाँ
मिस्टर माने बड़े सयाने, रिस्क कम करना इनसे जाने।
थैंक यू। तू ट्रेडिंग कब से करने लगा?
मार्केट से एक्सपर्ट।
You will
given the opportunity to host RCMAC 2026 in you've been given You've been given the opportunity to host RCMAC 2026 in Baroda. How grateful are you feeling?
Actually, we all are already feeling so grateful that first time the RCMAC is organized at the Baroda, our Sanskari Nagri. We are so much grateful with the theme of the Vision Vishwa Guru, CMA crafting the cost competitive Bharat. So for this, India will lead with the, not with the economic power. It's a positioning with the knowledge power. So that is the base of the theme of the Vision Vishwa Guru behind this.
Thank you, ma'am, for valuable insight.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you think MSME needs better financial planning support?
Yes, 100%. MSME needs a better planning report, and as far as CMAs are concerned, we are the best instrument to make to strengthening their business and make their life easier. Simultaneously, we also support to convert the MSME into larger sector also. So CMAs are the best as far as MSME sector is concerned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Great day. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Okay, ma'am. Then I will ask you one question, ma'am. Is real-time reporting the future of a taxation, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
is. Yes.
Okay. Can you brief it?
Yeah. Why do you think कि real-time reporting should not be there? It is because it is the need of the hour. Because अगर हम real-time reporting करेंगे, then only things will be actual. Otherwise, they will be fabricated.
Yeah.
So real-time reporting is very much necessary for the taxation. Right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Have a great day, ma'am.
Myself, SN Mundra CMA, Vice President and Company Secretary, Kutch Chemical Industries Limited, Vadodara.
Thank you, sir.
I am the founder, chairman of Bharuch Ankleshwar chapter and chairman of Surat South Gujarat chapter, and Baroda chapter is playing very important role such type of event and program for visibility of our profession.
Can I ask you a question for a few minutes, sir?
Okay, madam.
Thank you, sir. Then how does GST impact cost structure of a company, sir?
GST is play very important role, and in GST the cost accountant is play very important role. How to make the maximum utilization of resources and how the credit should be availed, and also in GST cost accountant is provide the rights to audit and so many other things. So in this matter, indirect taxation, the cost accountant is very important as compared to chartered accountant, as per our honorable Prime Minister sir. And cost accountant play very important role in nation building, because the cost accountant is controlling 80% cost. Other professions are controlling only 20% cost, finance cost, but the cost accountant is very important role in nation building.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
मेरा नाम तो बोल दो.
Yes.
I am a CMA Alok Shah. I am a practicing chartered accountant, and I am a partner of the very large consulting and CA firm of the India, CNK and Associates LLP. And I am also practicing in the field of the structuring, advisory, broad consulting and direct taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, can I ask you some question about it?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
How is leadership today different from leadership 20 years ago, sir?
So basically in the today's world, things are very dynamic. Lot of changes which are coming, we have to keep ourselves aware about all these changes which are happening. And as a leader, if we are not aware about what are changes which are taking place, like AI or the ML, if we are not aware about it, we will not be able to lead the team from the front. And as a cost accountant, I always feel that we should be always ahead of the time while looking at the client's interest foremost or the most important. And we should set the example to the team members that we are always updated, we are always aware about what are the changes which are taking place. So as a leader, our challenges are multifold, that not only we should be aware about what is happening around, but also the most important part, that we have to set the example leading from the front.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
It's my pleasure and a privilege to be here in this mega conference, and I wish you all the very best and the success to this conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a
My
great day,
pleasure.
sir.
My pleasure.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasir. Your good name?
I'm SS Puranik.
Thank you, sir. How can CMAs actively participate in policy discussions?
See, CMAs are basically expert in making analytical study, and thereby the decision making becomes very easy and comfortable. They are the people who can guide the management in making various policies in future. That is all.
Thank you, sir, for valuable insight. Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasir. Your good name?
I'm S.J. Joshi. I'm CMA S.J. Joshi.
Thank you, sir. What role does CMA play in strategic decision making?
In fact, in 2012, we were earlier cost and works accountants. Now we are cost and management accountants. So in fact, the role, our strategy on management has been increased now. Earlier we were accountant. Now we are towards management. So earlier we were doing all past data analysis, giving information to the management. Now our approach is futuristic. We see what strategy will be implemented and how it will be beneficial to my company, to my organization. So this is the basic role of our CMAs today.
Thank you, sir, for valuable insight.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel, and your good name, sir?
My name is Purav Patel, CMA Purav Patel.
Great, sir. Thank you. Sir, can I ask you some question about it?
Sure.
Yes, sir. Do you enjoy taking a leadership responsibilities, sir?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we do have a leadership development program in our company. I am from actually UGVCL, which is Uttar Gujarat Wijs Company Limited. It is PSU of Government of Gujarat, and they are running a leadership development program, and in which we are nominated, and we are taking part in prominent institute like ISB, Indian School of Business, IIT.
Great, sir.
Yes.
Great, sir.
So we do.
Yeah, great, sir. Thank you. Sir, can I ask you a second question?
Sure.
Are you comfortable working in a team, sir?
Yeah, actually we are working, and I am team leader of my company, my final account team, and I'm manager of my team. So I do enjoy, I do have leadership skills, and day by day it's developing. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Yep.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel, sir. आपका नाम क्या है, sir?
My name is CMA Uddhav Age from Indore chapter.
Great, sir. Great. Can I ask you some question about it?
Yes.
Yeah, sir. Okay. Do you follow current affairs regularly, sir? Current affairs आप regularly follow करते हैं, like अभी जैसे budget है.
Some happening like budget or other thing.
हाँ. तो वो सब आप follow करते ही होगे, sir. Yeah.
Recently changes Income Tax Act from 1st April.
Yeah, sir. वो percentage changes and all. Yeah, sir. Yeah. Sir, can I ask you a second question if you are comfortable then?
Yes, no problem.
Okay. Do you handle the pressure well? If some pressures are
Yes,
coming
this
then?
is our regular task because I am working in one MNC company at Indore.
Great, sir. Great.
Daily hurdle of some tasks, managing the cost and all other things.
Okay.
And also required some calm
Yes,
for
sir.
doing this work.
Yeah, sir. क्योंकि मैंने ये क्वेश्चन किया क्योंकि आज कैसा है कि कितने सारे लोग प्रेशर हैंडल नहीं कर सकते, तो आपसे अगर कुछ जाना पड़े.
Definitely handle every type of pressure at my work.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel, and your good name, sir?
Myself, Yashasvi Jha. I'm CMA finalist.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, what do you do right now?
Exactly. I'm working in an organization named MGM. It is denounced university, and I worked over there as an internal auditor.
Okay.
And I have completed my articleship 3 years ago under guidance of CMA Visheshwar Sen. He was chairman of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar chapter in 2017.
Okay. Sir, can I ask you a second question?
Yeah, not an issue.
Sir, what is your favorite subject?
Favorite subject, I would say it's cost accounting, as I have scored most of the marks in my cost accounting. It was my lifesaver in intermediate and final as well, and I like to do numbering questions, and I'm quite good with it. So I prefer cost accounting as my favorite subject.
And what are your hobbies, sir?
I like to play chess. I'm quite decent in chess, and I like to play football as well. But more importantly, I would say chess, and I write poems as well.
Okay, great, sir. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you
Enjoy
so much.
today's event, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel. I am CMA finalist.
Okay, good.
Sir, your good name?
My name is Mohammad Swaib, CMA Mohammad Swaib Sheikh.
Okay, sir. Then, how does GST impact cost structure of companies, sir?
Of course, it's a very important factor for cost structure related. It is called indirect taxes, which involve purchase of material, and it is very important to determination of consumption of material properly. As you know about input tax credit, which was deducted somewhere, it was added in particular production process. So it is very important for the proper determination of particular product cost.
Okay, sir, can I ask you a second question?
Oh, definitely.
If you are committed. Why is GST digitalization important for a transparency, sir?
Of course, it's very important. As I said, in Europe or American country, there is a very impactful that the government know the movement of the goods. Where is the production of particular goods and where is delivered or where is movement of the particular goods. So if digitalization, as we can say QR code on particular product manufacture product, it is very important to revenue department, government department as well as manufacturer.
Sir, आपने बहुत अच्छा vision दिया.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
right. We can improve it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nisar. Your good name?
दुष्यंत दवे एरा ग्रुप ના મેં રિજનલ ડાયરેક્ટર છે. એરા ગ્રુપ લાર્જેસ્ટ કોસ્ટ કન્સલ્ટિંગ ફર્મ છે વર્લ્ડ. એ અમે આજે હવે ઇન્ડિયામાં છે અને અમારા પર્પઝનો આઈ એમ અ સ્પીકર અને મારો પર્પઝ એમ છે કે કોસ્ટ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ ખાલી ઓડિટ નહીં પણ ઓડિટ ઉપરાંત આ કંપનીને કેવી રીતે કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ બનાવે. કારણ કે વર્લ્ડમાં વિકસિત ભારત માટે હવે ચાઇનાની જેમ આપણે કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ થવું પડશે કારણ કે ટેરિફ બધા હવે વચ્ચે આવી રહ્યા છે. તો કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ માટે અમે એરા ગ્રુપ આખા વર્લ્ડમાં કોસ્ટ રિડક્શન પર કામ કરે છે સક્સેસ ફી ઉપર, એટલે કોઈ ચાર્જ નથી કરતું જ્યાં સુધી સક્સેસ ના આવે ત્યાં સુધી. તો તમારી પાસે વર્લ્ડમાં દરેકે દરેક ફિલ્ડમાં એક્સપર્ટ છે. તો એ કોસ્ટ રિડક્શન કરીને ઇન્ડિયાને કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ બનાવી એ અમારો આ વખતનું પીચ છે. અને વિકસિત ભારતમાં બી અમે મારી થીમ આખા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટની આજના સેમિનારની 2 દિવસના સેમિનારની કે આપણે ઇન્ડિયાને કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ કેમ બનાવવું.
Thank you for valuable insight.
My name is Suresh Narayan, fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and it's great to be here at the RCMAC 2026.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, how can CMA become a strategic business partner, sir?
I think the theme of the conference itself, Mission Vishwaguru, CMA is crafting the cost competitive Bharat. I think overall costs are a very important component of every business, and the focus and theme of the conference is also quite apt. So I think we just need to reiterate the fact that CMAs need to play a more active role in cost consciousness and cost efficiency, and I'm sure we're all there putting our best foot forward in taking this forward.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nisar. I welcome you to the event. What is your perspective on the theme Vision Vishwaguru and your views?
Yeah, it's really a good theme. In fact, I thank you very much for bringing me here on this particular thing. And India, the nation, Bharat itself is getting to the position of Vishwaguru. So the thought of having a seminar and a workshop on this theme is something really good. And the sub-themes, whatever your people have kept, which I will be now talking when I am giving my speech. So it's really good. And then when we taken care of the Gen Z, in fact, that's a wonderful thing. Now I am seeing a Gen Z interviewing me. That's also it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for valuable insight.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasir. I welcome you to the event. Your good name?
I am CMA Neeraj Joshi. I am Vice President of Institute of Cost Accountants of India.
Thank you, sir. How can CMAs contribute to the nation and become a vision Vishwaguru?
Correct. So we all know that CMA stands for Cost and Management Accountant. So cost and management accountants have been adding value to the industry for past 4 to 5 decades since the institute started. See, going ahead, there is going to be a lot of change as far as the entire economy is concerned, considering the AI, considering the robotics, considering quantum computing. And we know that value creation is going to be a key challenge for everybody. And CMAs would definitely help industry as well as government. One, by managing the cost, and secondly, by creating value for the entire ecosystem and the entire value chain of any industry. We are also trying to focus now once again on service sector, correct? Our traditional focus has been on manufacturing sector, and Indian manufacturing sector is a growth story. We all know that, and we have contributed to it. So now we will focus more on service sector as well, so that our service sector also has a robust growth, and it can sustain that growth in the challenges that would be posed by AI and the technology development in that domain. And by that, I hope that we will be contributing to our Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047 and Vishwaguru theme.
Thank you for valuable insight.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel, I am CMA finalist. Sir, can I ask you one question?
Yeah, please, Dhruvi.
What quality make a leader, professional leaders, globally competitive, sir?
Right. See, for any leader to become competitive globally, first of all, he needs to understand his own roots, from where he comes, correct? Understand your local scenario as well, and be in tune with what are the global developments that are there in the market, or that are there as far as your particular fraternity is concerned. So if you talk about our own fraternity, the fraternity of accountants, cost accountants, management accountants, you need to understand that what are the trends that are there, not today, but foresee it for next 5 to 10 years. So for example, today now we are concentrating on sustainability, we are concentrating on renewable energy. So you need to foresee that how you can contribute to the entire scheme of things to make it more approachable for the members, for the students, as well as to the society. So a leader always has to think that how he can contribute to his own country. That is the priority, correct?
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
then from that experience he has to learn and then share that experience globally.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Have a
you.
great day, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasir.
Good morning.
Good name?
My name is CMA Dr. Ashish Tatte. I am Central Council member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India from Western India Regional Council.
I welcome you to the event. How can CMAs contribute to the nation and become a vision Vishwaguru?
Correct. So, firstly, my congratulations to Western India Regional Council. My congratulations to Western India Regional Council under the leadership of Mihir Vyas Bhai, who has been doing excellent job for this nice and excellent seminar, Vision Vishwaguru, which has been arranged for today and tomorrow. And when we talk about how cost accountants will help India to become Vishwaguru, see, the most important part, if you see India throughout the years, is the manufacturing industry. And of late, you have seen that the percentage contribution of manufacturing industry in GDP is reducing. Whereas if you see USA or China, their manufacturing percentage, that is manufacturing sector, which is contributing to GDP, is quite high. And that is where the role of CMAs come into picture, because we will help companies to achieve the cost competitiveness, and with this cost competitiveness they will be able to produce the goods at the lesser price and also export those goods around the world, and that will help the companies to grow further, and of course that will take India to a level of Vishwaguru.
Thank you for a valuable insight.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi Dhruvil, I am Shailaja Vachrajani, CMA, passed out in 1995.
Okay, ma'am. Can I ask you some question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Ma'am, what are the biggest risks faced by our next gen leaders?
Well, I think cost accountants, CMAs are going to be the future of Indian industry. And there are risks. As we know, today's world is very challenging. From VUCA world to BINA world, we have been moving. And it is definitely going to be a very risky path ahead. challenging path, I would say, not even risk. But the CMAs need to actually develop a lot of skills like, balancing of mind, I would put it the most, because the more the challenges, we need to balance, keep a balanced mind and resilience to face all the kinds of challenges, and leadership skills, and definitely some kind of communication skills are very important for the leaders to come, I would say.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a
Thank you
great
so
day,
much.
ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nisar. I welcome you to the event. How can CMA, what is your overall view and perspective on the theme Vision Vishwaguru?
No, this is great. I was waiting for this occasion, frankly, because as a CMA, we don't show ourselves, what our capabilities are. And I really like that Baroda chapter is hosting this, and it's such a large gathering. And Vishwaguru, I mean, that's a very good theme. So whosoever has thought about it, it's a nice this way of telling the world that what we are capable of. So I am really happy about all this.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dhruvi Patel. I am CMA finalist, sir.
Hello, Durga.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Somshikar Nanda. I'm CFO at Deepak Nitrate Limited.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, what is the role of sustainability in a future leadership?
Sustainability is a very big and vast subject. Some time back, somebody asked me what is the future of MSME and where they should be landing at. My simple reply was MSME is going to be the backbone, and sustainability will be another backbone of the entire society, corporate society, including business, environment, health, safety, and human welfare going forward over next century.
Great, sir. Great. Great, sir. Can I ask you a second question, sir? Yeah. Can financial intelligence influence strategic leadership, sir?
Extremely well. Is a very good question, and in a very extreme way. Strategy means it is a word coming from the military connotation. Means how you are positioning yourself against the enemies. Now, in a competitive world, we are competing with so many companies in a global arena, global village. So you'll have to see how well placed against your competitor. It is like a chess game. If your competition moves this way, you should be having 3 moves thought well in your mind, so that you can counter him well. At the same time, you'll have to progress. At the same time, you also see the welfare of the business society at large. Because after all, the businessmen are not businessmen, business houses are not business houses only. They actually are nation builders.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
You've been given the opportunity to host RCMAC 2026 in Baroda. How grateful are you feeling?
Actually, we all are already feeling so grateful that first time the RCMAC is organized at the Baroda, our Sanskari Nagari. We are so much grateful with the theme of the Vision Vishwaguru, CMA crafting the cost competitive Bharat. So for this, India will lead with not with the economic power. It's a positioning with the knowledge power. So that is the base of the theme of the Vision Vishwaguru behind this.
Thank you, ma'am, for valuable insight.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you think MSME needs better financial planning support?
Yes, 100%. MSME needs a better planning report, and as far as CMAs are concerned, we are the best instrument to make to strengthening their business and make their life easier. Simultaneously, we also support to convert the MSME into larger sector also. So CMAs are the best as far as MSME sector is concerned.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Great day. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Okay, ma'am. Then I will ask you one question, ma'am. Is real-time reporting the future of a taxation, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
is. Yes.
Okay. Can you brief it?
Yeah. Why do you think real-time reporting should not be there? It is because it is a need of the hour. Because अगर हम real-time reporting करेंगे, then only things will be actual. Otherwise, there will be fabricated.
Yeah.
So real-time reporting is very much necessary for the taxation. Right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Have a great day, ma'am.
Myself, SN Mundra CMA, Vice President and Company Secretary, Kutch Chemical Industries Limited, Vadodara.
Thank you,
I
sir.
am the founder, chairman of Bharuch Ankleshwar chapter and chairman of Surat South Gujarat chapter, and Vadodara chapter is playing very important role such type of event and program for visibility of our profession.
Can I ask you a question for a few minutes, sir?
Okay, madam.
Thank you, sir. Then, how does GST impact cost structure of a company, sir?
GST is play very important role, and in GST, the cost accountant is play very important role, how to make the maximum utilization of resources and how the credit should be availed, and also in GST, cost accountant is provide the rights to audit and so many other things. So in this matter, indirect taxation, the cost accountant is very important as compared to chartered accountant as per our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, and cost accountant play very important role in nation building because the cost accountant is controlling 80% cost. Other professions are controlling only 20% cost, finance cost, but the cost accountant is very important role in nation building.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
मेरा नाम तो बोल दो.
Yes.
I am a CMA Alok Shah. I am a practicing chartered accountant, and I am a partner of the very large consulting and a CA firm of the India, CNK and Associates LLP. And I am also practicing in the field of the structuring, advisory, broad consulting and direct taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, can I ask you some question about it?
Please.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
How is leadership today different from leadership 20 years ago, sir?
So basically in the today's world, things are very dynamic. Lot of changes which are coming, we have to keep ourselves aware about all these changes which are happening. And as a leader, if we are not aware about what are changes which are taking place, like AI or the ML, if we are not aware about it, we will not be able to lead the team from the front. And as a cost accountant, I always feel that we should be always ahead of the time while looking at the client's interest foremost or the most important. And we should set the example to the team members that we are always updated, we are always aware about what are the changes which are taking place. So as a leader, our challenges are multifold, that not only we should be aware about what is happening around, but also the most important part, that we have to set the example leading from the front.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
It's my pleasure and a privilege to be here in this mega conference, and I wish you all the very best and the success to this conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a
My
great day,
pleasure.
sir.
My pleasure.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasser. Your good name?
I'm SS Puranik.
Thank you, sir. How can CMAs actively participate in policy discussions?
See, CMAs are basically expert in making analytical study, and thereby the decision making becomes very easy and comfortable. They are the people who can guide the management in making various policies in future. That is all.
Thank you, sir, for valuable insight. Good morning, sir. Myself, Nasser. Your good name?
I'm S.J. Joshi. I'm CMA S.J. Joshi.
Thank you, sir. What role does CMA play in strategic decision making?
In fact, in 2012, we were earlier.
We request all the members in the food court area to kindly join the convention hall as we are about to proceed with the second technical session very shortly.
Now our approach is futuristic. We see what strategy will be implemented and how it will be beneficial to my company, to my organization. So this is the basic role of our CMAs today.
Thank you, sir, for valuable insight.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dhruvi Patel, and your good name, sir?
My name is Purav Patel, CMA Purav Patel.
Great, sir. Thank you. Sir, can I ask you some question about it?
Sure.
Yes, sir. Do you enjoy taking a leadership responsibilities, sir?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we do have a leadership development program in our company. I am from actually UGVCL, which is Uttar Gujarat Vis Company Limited. It is PSU of Government of Gujarat. and they are running a leadership development program, and in which we are nominated, and we are taking part in prominent institute like ISB, Indian School of Business, IIT.
Great, sir.
Yes.
Great, sir.
So we do.
Yeah, great, sir. Thank you. Sir, can I ask you a second question?
Sure.
Are you comfortable working in a team, sir?
Yeah, actually we are working, and I am team leader of my company, my final account team, and I'm manager of my team. So I do enjoy, I do have leadership skills, and day by day it's developing. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Yep.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself ध्रुवी पटेल, sir. आपका नाम क्या है, sir?
My name is CMA Uddhav Age from Indore chapter.
Great, sir. Great. Can I ask you some question about
Yes,
it?
yes.
Yeah, sir. Okay. Do you follow current affairs regularly, sir? Current affairs आप regularly follow करते हैं, like अभी जैसे budget है.
Some happening like budget or other thing.
हाँ. तो वो सब आप follow करते ही होगे, sir. Yeah.
Recently changes Income Tax Act from 1st April.
Yeah, sir. वो percentage changes and all. Yeah, sir. Yeah. Sir, can I ask you a second question if you are comfortable then?
Yes, no problem.
Okay. Do you handle the pressure well? If some pressures are
Yes,
coming
this
then?
is our regular task where
Hello.
because I am working in
Hello. Yeah.
the cost and all other things.
Okay.
And also required some calm
Yes,
for
sir.
doing this work.
Yeah, sir. क्योंकि मैंने ये क्वेश्चन किया क्योंकि आज कैसा है कि कितने सारे लोग प्रेशर हैंडल नहीं कर सकते, तो आपसे अगर कुछ जाना पड़े.
Definitely handle every type of pressure at my work.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself Dhruvi Patel, and your good name, sir?
Myself Yashasvi Jha. I'm CMA finalist.
Okay. Okay, sir. Sir, what do you do right now?
Exactly, I'm working in an organization named MGM. It is the renowned university, and I work over there as an internal auditor.
Okay.
And I have completed my articleship 3 years ago under guidance of CMA Visheshwar Sen. He was chairman of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar chapter in 2017.
Okay. Sir, can I ask you a second question, sir?
Yeah, not an issue.
Sir, what is your favorite subject?
Favorite subject, I would say it's cost accounting, as I have scored most of the marks in my cost accounting. It was my lifesaver in intermediate and final as well, and I like to do numbering questions, and I'm quite good with it. So I prefer cost accounting as my favorite subject.
And what are your hobbies, sir?
I like to play chess. I'm quite decent in chess, and I like to play football as well. But more importantly, I would say chess, and I write poems as well.
Okay, great, sir. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Sir.
We request all the members in the food court area to kindly join the convention hall as we are about to proceed with the second technical session very shortly.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself Dhruvi Patel. I am CMA finalist.
Okay. Good.
Sir, your good name?
My name is Mohammed Swaib, CMA Mohammed Swaib Sheikh.
Okay, sir. Then, how does GST impact cost structure of companies, sir?
Of course, it's a very important factor for cost structure related. It is called indirect taxes, which involve purchase of material, and it is very important to determination of consumption of material properly. As you know about input tax credit, which was deducted somewhere, it was added in particular production process. So it is very important for the proper determination of particular product cost.
Okay, sir, can I ask you a second question?
Oh, definitely.
If you are committed. Why is GST digitalization important for a transparency, sir?
Of course, it's very important. As I said, in Europe or American country, there is a very impactful that the government know the movement of the goods. Where is the production of particular goods and where is delivered or where is movement of the particular goods. So if digitalization, as we can say QR code on particular product, manufacture product, it is very important to revenue department, government department as well as manufacturer.
सर आपने बहुत अच्छा विजन दिया या राइट वी कैन इम्प्रूव इट
Okay.
हाँ थैंक यू सर हैव अ ग्रेट डे
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nisar. Your good name?
दुष्यंत दवे एरा ग्रुप નામે રિજનલ ડાયરેક્ટર છે. એરા ગ્રુપ લાર્જેસ્ટ કોસ્ટ કન્સલ્ટિંગ ફર્મ છે વર્લ્ડની. એ અમે આજે હવે ઇન્ડિયામાં છે અને અમારા પર્પઝનો જે આઈ એમ અ સ્પીકર અને મારો પર્પઝ એમ છે કે કોસ્ટ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ ખાલી ઓડિટ નહીં પણ ઓડિટ ઉપરાંત આ કંપનીને કેવી રીતે કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ બનાવી. કારણ કે વર્લ્ડમાં વિકસિત ભારત માટે હવે ચાઇનાની જેમ આપણે કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ થવું પડશે કારણ કે ટેરિફ બધા હવે વચ્ચે આવી રહ્યા છે. તો કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ માટે અમે એરા ગ્રુપ આખા વર્લ્ડમાં કોસ્ટ રિડક્શન પર કામ કરે છે સક્સેસ ફી ઉપર, એટલે કોઈ ચાર્જ નથી કરતું જ્યાં સુધી સક્સેસ ના આવે ત્યાં સુધી. તો તમારી પાસે વર્લ્ડમાં દરેકે દરેક ફિલ્ડમાં એક્સપર્ટ છે. તો એ કોસ્ટ રિડક્શન કરીને ઇન્ડિયાને કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ બનાવી એ અમારો આ વખતનું પીચ છે. અને વિકસિત ભારતમાં બી અમે મારી થીમ આખા ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટની આજના સેમિનારની 2 દિવસના સેમિનારની કે આપણે ઇન્ડિયાને કોસ્ટ કોમ્પિટિટિવ કેમ બનાવવું.
Thank you for valuable insight.
My name is Suresh Narayan, a fellow member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, and it's great to be here at the RCMAC 2026.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, how can CMA become a strategic business partner, sir?
I think the theme of the conference itself, Mission Vishwaguru, CMA is crafting the cost competitive Bharat. I think overall costs are a very important component.
We request all the members in the food court area to kindly join the convention hall as we are about to proceed with the second technical session very shortly. We request all the members in the food court area to kindly join the convention hall as quickly as possible as we are about to begin with the second technical session.
everyone is requested to kindly take their seats, and we also request everyone to put their mobile phones on silent mode. Welcome back, everyone. After collecting back some energy from the very delicious lunch, we are all geared up to start the second technical session. Monish, I would like to tell you that this session is going to be a very knowledge enhancing session, as we are going to dive into the digital transformation and AI driven cost competitiveness.
Oh yes, surely.
We are living in an era where technology is no longer a support function. It is the backbone of strategic decision making. Digital transformation is reshaping industries, redefining business models, and transforming how organizations create value. For cost and management professionals, this transformation is not optional, it is essential. Our role is evolving from traditional cost accounting to strategic cost leadership powered by data, analytics, and intelligent systems.
So I would like to request CMA Vivek Bhalerao to escort CMA Harshad Deshpande, the chairman of this session, to the dais.
I would like to request CMA Akshay Shah to escort our first speaker of the session, CMA Kiran Thomas Ellis sir, to the dais.
And I would like to request CMA Hirav Shah to escort our second speaker of the session, Shri Tapas Ruper India, to the dais.
So gracing the dais, we have CMA Harshad Deshpande, Central Council Member, ICMAI-WIRC,
CMA Kiran Thomas Ellis, cross-functional leader and strategic finance professional.
Shri Tapas Ruparelia, consultant.
CMA Vivek Bhalerao, RCMAI-WIRC.
CMA Akshay Shah, Technical Committee, RCMAC 2026.
And CMA Hirav Shah, Managing Committee Member, ICMAI Baroda Chapter. To formally commence this session, it is my privilege to invite a distinguished member of our CMA fraternity, CMA Vivek Bhalerao, Regional Council Member, ICMAI-WIRC, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had a good lunch, and so keep you awakened. I'll tell you a story, a small story. A person, this is a story in the year. This is a story in the year 2036. A person orders a pizza. So the lady on the other side asks him what type of pizza he wants. So he says, I want such and such pizza with extra cheese. That lady says, sir, it's not advisable for you to have extra cheese because you had health checkup last month and your cholesterol is high. The person gets annoyed actually, but he continues. Okay, then he says, just don't give me extra cheese. Then the lady asks, how are you going to pay? The person says, it will be cash on delivery. The lady says, we can't allow you cash on delivery because your civil score is low. Then the person goes on abusing that lady. The lady says, please don't abuse me. Just a year back, you had abused someone and you have just escaped the jail. You have paid some penalty and you have come out. So this is the thing that is going to really happen in 2036, maybe even before that. All the systems are getting networked, AI is working behind the scene. So these things are going to be a reality in tomorrow's world. Although we think that AI is a new concept and there is a lot of discussions about AI today, and we feel that it is a very new concept, but it's not so. Actually, the AI concept is older than you and me, most of us sitting here, because that AI, artificial intelligence, that term was coined in 1956, as early as in 1956. In 1964, the first AI-enabled text chatbot was introduced. That was in 1964. And in 1997, there was a breakthrough. A machine was launched by IBM called Deep Blue. Anyone here knows what is Deep Blue? You must have heard it in those days. Deep Blue, anyone? Yeah, please. Right. Vaidyanathanji, that's right. So that machine was a chess playing machine and it defeated Kasparov. So you can understand. And that made a big breakthrough for AI. People started thinking about AI. People started about they came to know about the AI's capabilities. So by the way, what is AI? What is the definition of AI? Artificial intelligence. This is one of the definitions. Artificial intelligence is a set of technologies that empowers computers to learn, reason, and perform a variety of advanced tasks in ways that used to require human intelligence. So whatever things these were required to be done by human intelligence, they are replaced by artificial intelligence. Many people confuse between normal programming and AI. So what is the difference? Many people think that advanced programming and all those things, so many good things are happening with programming. Is it AI or not? So I'll give you a very simple example that everyone can understand. In Excel, suppose you put a formula in say C1, A1 plus B1 equal to C1. That is the formula. That is simple formula. That is programming. But how many of you know about flash fill function of Excel? Flash fill. Have you ever heard? Yeah, can you explain? Right. So actually flash fill function recognizes the pattern of particular formula. Means you don't need to give a formula. You have to just say, I am Vivek Balerao. So I write in one column Vivek, another column Balerao. And then in the third column I write Vivek Balerao. Likewise, I'll write 3 names. And there is a data of say 1000 names. Then it will directly say that this person wants name plus surname. It understands. And then it puts in the third column name plus surname. So that is how that pattern of flash fill is. This is AI. So first was the normal programming and the second is the advanced programming. I am giving you very primitive example. This is AI's very primitive example. AI can do a lot many things, very high type of things, but just for your understanding. So that is what is called as AI. So that is the difference between your normal programming and AI. So teaching computer by showing it a million examples instead of writing a million rules. So in normal programming, you write so many rules, but in AI, you just give the examples to train that machine. So what we call as ML, machine learning. And machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, all those things are one by one captured by AI. So why there was so much of discussion recently about AI? And when the AI is existing for so many years, we are using AI actually. We have used Alexa, we have used Siri, we are using Google Maps. Everything is based on all those technologies are based on AI. It's not new. So why do we feel that it is new? All these discussions started with the introduction of ChatGPT by OpenAI. That was in 2018. So that is recent, and that is not just AI, it is generative AI. It means it can generate something on its own. Earlier, AI was doing only the things told by the human beings to carry out. It was just responding, but now it can generate new images. It can generate many other things. It can write articles for you. It can generate new images. It can, you might have seen this on WhatsApp videos. Some old photos of the actors, they are moving with new actors. All such type of things are possible with AI. So that is the difference between AI and generative AI. Generative AI is comparatively new, but AI is not new. So with all those things, now AI has come to a thing where you might have read Bajaj Finance has had its revenue, had its loan disbursements to the tune of 10% with the help of AI. So that is the extent AI is working nowadays. And now even AI is having its own social media. Like you and me chat on WhatsApp, they are chatting on Mold Book. So that is the advancement in AI. So there are learned speakers here who will be explaining the AI in a better way. So I'll just take your leave by giving this opening note. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we go ahead, I would like to introduce CMA Akshay Shah, who happens to be a member of Technical Committee for the RCMAC 2026. Sir happens to be a co-opted member, MSME and Startup Promotion Board, ICMI, for the year 2025-2026. He's an entrepreneur and co-founder of Skylife Ventures. He owns a business into real estate development and government supply. Speaking about his academical qualifications, he has pursued Bachelor's of Commerce, Master's of Commerce, Financial Management Diploma from Wellington Institute, CMA from USA, and MBA from Spain. He is associated with the institute from last 18 years, like student representative in the year 2008, All India topper in subject Business Valuation Management, full-time faculty till the year 2011, guest faculty since 2013, member of various task forces and committees of the institute in last 10 years, and lastly, he has mentored over 1,000 students on various fronts. May I now request CMA Akshay Shah to kindly come forward and introduce the speakers for today's session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe only 4 or 5 people are saying good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed very challenging to be fully involved in a session which is immediately after lunch, when you have had gulab jamuns and kulfi for dessert. So, congratulations to all of you for making up to this. Let's get started with this. Before we start, I would like to highlight one fact that we have actually started off on a good note since morning, and this particular technical session will be very insightful as well. In the morning session, I remember CMA Chaitanya Morir sir mentioned a very valid point, that the growth of a nation is measured not just by the profits or the numbers, but also by the level of integrity and ethics being implemented in the business practices. Now we live in the world of technology, where technology can make or break any of your businesses or the activities that you're doing. Therefore, the topic of integrity and ethics become very important in the world of AI. With this session, which will highlight about digital transformation and AI-driven cost competitiveness, we hope to learn more things about how we can effectively use this technology to progress and grow together. I have the privilege of introducing our guests today. The first speaker we have is CMA Harshad Deshpande sir. Some technical glitch. Yes, we are sorted. CMA Harshad Deshpande sir is a Central Council member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He is a seasoned cost accountant with over 20 years of professional experience and holds multiple prestigious qualifications, including the MCOM, FCMA, CS, CISA USA, CIMA UK, IP, RV, ID, DFA, and SA. I remember with CMA Harshad sir, ever since I got associated with the institute, as every year I was gaining experience, every year he was gaining more and more number of degrees. So those many degrees he possesses. He is a partner in MS Harshad S. Deshpande and Associates, practicing cost accountant, insolvency professional, registered valuer, independent director, and social auditor. 20 years of experience with specialization in niche like turnaround strategies, M&A, insolvency in bankruptcy law, strategic cost management, valuation, and forensic audit. He was a chairman of WIRC ICMAI for the year 2021. He is the director ICMAI-RVO, member advisory committee of IPA of ICAI. He is a member Valuation Standards Board ICMAI-RVO. He is a member Fee Fixation Committee, Government of Maharashtra. So we welcome you to this session. May I also now request CMA Mitesh Prajapati, Chairman of ICMAI Ahmedabad Chapter, to felicitate our guest CMA Harshad Deshpande sir. Thank you, Mitesh bhai. Our next speaker is CMA Kiran Thomas Ellis. He is a cross-functional leader with over 30 years of cross-functional experience, spanning across corporate finance, general operations, and program management. While his roots are in finance, he has spent last few years deeply immersed in understanding the strategic aspect of artificial intelligence. Thus, to explore AI from a strategic lens, addressing both organizational AI readiness aspects and evolving role of CMA professionals in the age of AI. May I now request CMA Hirav Shah, MCM, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to kindly felicitate CMA Kiran sir. We welcome you, sir. Our another guest for this session is Shri Tapas Ruparelia. He is the Associate Vice President at Signet One. He is a Chartered Accountant and a Company Secretary holding DISA, MCOM and LLB degrees. He has over 15 years of experience in consulting and industry specializing in indirect taxes. He was second runner-up at ICAI Hackathon Season 4 and has been recognized among the global top 50 tax tech professionals by Tax Tech 500. He advises on GST, customs, and foreign trade policy matters, represents clients up to the tribunal level, and has actively served on professional committees at the Ahmedabad branch of ICAI-CA Association. I now request CMA Rahul Chincholkar, co-opted PD committee member ICMAI-WIRC, to kindly felicitate Shri Tapasji.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's my honor to invite the chairman of this session, CMA Harshad Deshpande, Central Council member, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody, and very warm welcome for this interesting session on AI. At the outset, let me thank WRC, led by the chairman Mir Vyas, and the entire office bearers for organizing this regional cost and management accountants convention at this beautiful city of Vadodara. I am also thankful to my Central Council colleagues who are here with us, and of course all the dignitaries, our speakers, and the Vadodara chapter team for making this event a very grand success. Friends, AI, it's a topic which is going to be a part of us. I'm telling you that it is not that how you use AI. The question is that how much you are using it, because it is not possible today that you are not using AI. Okay, you use it. It could be directly you would be using it or indirectly you would be using it. Now, friends, let me ask this question to you. Is there anybody in this crowd who doesn't have a WhatsApp? Is there anybody? Is it possible? Nowadays it is not possible. So this WhatsApp, just like it is a part of our life, that WhatsApp also comes with the AI feature in the Meta itself, isn't it? So many times we consciously or subconsciously use it. So it is the time that instead of using it subconsciously, let us try to use it consciously in the effective and a very responsible way. Okay. Being a professional, I feel that use of AI is going to be helpful for us because it is going to give us empowerment. It is going to give us a kind of a free workforce. So it's a help to us. As of now, majority of the AI tools, they are giving us these free versions, which are quite useful. Many of you might have purchased also the paid versions, but what I feel is that the power, as of now, even the free versions are enough for us to make best use of it. The question is that where do you apply this? I am telling you that you can apply this anywhere. Okay. Nowadays, in fact, you must be wondering that many of the people, even the people who are on the dais and off the dais, you are on the phone. So many of I have seen that many of them also create speeches using the AI. So this is the use of technology. Of course, that AI will give you pointers. So out of that pointers, you have to choose in which topic, in which specific domain you have to talk about, what is your area of expertise. So for that you have to also use your, just like there is a AI, there is also OI. Okay, so what is OI? OI is your original intelligence. Okay, so for example, if maybe 10 of you, you start using AI and you want to say, suppose, give address on a specific topic like use of AI, or it could be ESG, or it could be anything. You will see that out of the 10, maybe 7, 8 of you will get a kind of a repetitive answer. Okay, and that is the problem, friends, that if you use it AI without your OI, then your content may not get a proper audience. It may, the viewers may find it bit repetitive, it may lack your own experience sharing, it may lack your own thought process. And I am also, chairman of that journal and publication committee. You must have been receiving these copies of the management accountant. So nowadays what we witness is that we get any topic you give, we get a lot of articles. Okay, and one of the articles, rather if you take any topic, I find that the number of articles, it has substantially increased. But what I also find is that the AI content also is getting increased. So what happens is that with this AI, everybody has got an intelligence of anything. So sitting today here, even though I may not be knowing Gujarati, I can write a poem in Gujarati on this occasion of Regional Cost and Management Accountants Convention in Gujarati, even though I may not be able to know it. So that is the kind of advancement. So otherwise, I have never even attempted to write any poem. But with this tool, I can do it. I can, maybe you must have seen, nowadays there is a lot of posts which are being AI generated. It could be a LinkedIn post, it could be a Twitter post, or it could be a Facebook, this thing. So it writes a story in a particular manner. So the thing is that lot of things are there. So out of which you have to choose, that is where you have to use your intelligence. You have to make sure that it doesn't get repetitive. For that, I will also suggest that let us not be dependent upon only one tool. Okay, so you have to use 4, 5, 6 tools. You have to sometimes use the combination of two and get a desired output. So that it doesn't become a predictive. Otherwise, the answers get repetitive and you tend to lose the interest. So that should not happen. So the topic, perhaps what we have to understand is that how effectively you use this AI. And even though using AI, one should not, the other party should not get to know that you are used actually AI. So that is the trick. Nowadays, in fact, I was with one taxation GST officer, and he was telling that from the notices reply what he get, he can identify which AI tool has been used to get or generate a reply to the notice. Because there is a first line. That first line, if it says that in response to your notice dated so and so, then he says that it is the ChatGPT. If says that I find that you find this useful or in the this thing, then there is a separate tool. So like that, the users are also aware, the consumers of this data are also aware that there is something like AI, and you have to make sure that you are using AI without one of the trick that you have to implement in order to get a better results, in order to get a better viewership or better readership of your AI content. So friends, this topic, we are having expert speakers. We are going to learn from them how to use it. But as I say that, just like the question also comes that how to use the AI, or what is the, whether I have to take any formal sessions or how I should. It is getting very, very simplified, and in days to come, I think that most of our problems, the first solution is going to come from AI. So many times we have got questions and we ask it to our friend or neighbor or colleague that sometimes that some stupid also questions also get you in mind. So the answer is that first you ask to AI, it will give you answer. Okay. So more you use, it gives you a better use of it, and AI also becomes more and more intelligent. So if I'm using a particular AI tool for a longer time, that AI will actually use my previous or my history to generate the future responses as well. So friends, this is the time that we learn these tools. This is the time that you have to use these tools, and it will make us more efficient, more cost effective also, and also many times the mistakes can get avoided. Many times for example, grammatical mistakes, it can be very well curated by use of AI. So you have to use it, there is no doubt about it. So we are in this session, we are going to learn from our learned speakers how to use it and what could be the potential impact of using this kind of tools. So thank you very much again, WRC and the Bodo chapter, for giving me this opportunity. And let us stay connected and learn more and more about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and enlightening address.
It's my pleasure to invite CMA Kiran Thomas Ellis, cross-functional leader and strategic finance professional, to kindly take charge of this session and guide us through this important discussion.
Check, check. Sorry for that. I prefer to walk around and then give my session. First of all, thanks for the invite, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to give this session. And I hope your time will be worthwhile. Before starting, I would like to ask a few simple questions. How many of you have used AI in some form or the other? Itne? Okay. How many of you think that knowing about AI tool is absolutely important? I would say in a scale of 10, 8. Okay. That was actually a question to find out how many are actually awake. I'll have tougher questions coming up next. Okay, because if it's post-lunch session, I was worried that how many are actually awake and how many are asleep. Okay. So please consider me as not as an expert. I consider myself as a keen student of AI, because you should know even AI scientists are trying to figure out what AI is. Okay, let's not assume that any of us are experts and none of us are. And we are not sure where it is headed. By the way, this is what Julie Sweet, Chair of and CEO of Accenture, says. Her name is Sweet, I'm not calling her Sweet. Please don't mistake me. AI requires a new type of C-suite leadership, C-suite leadership with deep understanding of AI and its implications. So they are not talking about tools, they are talking about strategy. Being AI first means using it last. Will Granis. In लोगों से ज़्यादा मेरे को तो पता नहीं है. So this is what they are saying. So I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to talk about strategy. My simple objective today is to spark your curiosity, to explore AI as a strategic capability, not as a tool. Okay? And this is the agenda. Don't bother about going through that. I will take you through one by one. Now I have another tougher question. I'll give you 30 seconds. You need to tell me what it is. Okay? Ready? Okay. If anybody was part of the Ignite group, please don't answer. You might already be knowing the answer. Looking at this image, tell me what you see. Whatever comes to your mind, it need not be right. It may not be right also. So what is coming to your mind when you look at this image? Pillar, okay. What else? Sand. Rock, okay. Close up of rock. Okay. What else? Okay, I'll give you another 30 seconds. I'll start the timer because we have one more eminent speaker coming. I don't want to spend more time on this. Any other answers? Okay, so let me break the okay. The message I want to give is step back and reflect to get the larger picture. Because as professionals, many a times what happens is we are so focused on what our comfort zones, be it costing, be it compliance, we miss out the larger picture. And this is absolutely dangerous in the field of AI because believe me, most of the things we are doing today, Tapas will second that, AI will start doing. And unless we expand our scope and get out of finance, we will not be able to. This is the part, by the way, if you are wondering what was. Unless we get out of finance, which is goof. This is a term stolen by me from past President M.G. Gopalakrishnan sir. So this is what we need to do, and we need to think beyond numbers. What do I mean by that? Think of all the data in your organization as an iceberg. And what you see above the surface of the water is your structured data. When I say structured data, what does it mean? Your Excel, your data tables, your P&L reports, cost reports, all the other normal stuff we as accountants and finance professionals deal with. But there is a whole lot of knowledge information that is hidden below the surface. And that is what AI will allow you to explore and get value out of. Okay, what do I mean by unstructured data? You would have had multiple, discussions with your customers. You would have had certain failures. You would have learned lessons from those failures. Mission breakdown maintenance, root cause analysis, solution finding, your minutes of the meeting, all these which are not structured in the sense it may be voice, it may be video, it may be written text, it may be handwritten text. All these contain knowledge. And how do they help? They'll help you release additional capacity. We'll talk about it as we go forward. It will help you in better quality control. It will help you in price prediction, both input and output. It will help you in product design. These are just few of the things that we can, and of course, time to market can also be reduced. These are few of the things that AI can do. This is not, actual scenario is much better than this. I will give you another example, which you may be able to relate. Let's assume that you are running a factory and you got multiple machines and you have a supervisor who's been working with you for 15 years. And he knows every machine in your company. By the sound of it, he'll be able to tell you whether it's working properly or not. Looking at the raw material quality, he'll be able to tell you what would be the output. In essence, he knows everything about your company like the back of his hand. One fine day, he quits or retires. What happens to the knowledge that he has captured in his mind? Is it documented anywhere? Has anybody bothered to capture it? Then you'll have another supervisor joining you. Probably he has worked in similar setup, but your IP, your organization knowledge is unique to you. You know your customer better than anybody else. And new supervisor may face a problem which the earlier supervisor faced some 5 years, 6 years back. Will this person spend more time finding what the problem is rather than trying to resolve the problem itself? Had you captured that knowledge information within your organization, with a simple prompt, AI will be able to tell you probably this is the problem, you should go and check. So what it does, it releases your capacity, it reduces your maintenance time, right? Numbers show the what. Knowledge explains why. Leaders define the how. Okay, so what was the statement? Being AI first means? Doing it last. Okay, let me get into the depth of it. Now, if you are starting an AI initiative in your organization, it has to be based on your corporate strategy first. What is your corporate strategy? Are you trying to be the most cost-efficient company? Or your intent is to capture the market share no matter if you incur loss in the short term? Or is it differentiation? Whatever may be the case, that has to form the base of your AI initiative. Next is you need to know what is it you have. Okay, structured data, unstructured data, infrastructure, what is it you have? You need to know. And believe me, if anybody has done this particular task in any organization, it's not as simple as it sounds. IT department themselves will not be knowing where all the IT assets, especially the soft ones, are. It may be in some corner in one computer, they may not even know. Or some of your staff may be using certain programs which are not approved by you. It's called shadow IT and shadow AI. Right? When I talk about these three, I meant everything else: policy, procedures, security, security laws, and security, whatever policies and other things that you have around that. This is zero. Okay? Step one is now you know what your corporate strategy is, you know where you want to go, and you need to do data maturity assessment. And this, believe me, this is the most difficult task in any AI initiative. Because there will be gaps. Structured data also, there will be gaps. You need to see whether there are biases, any missing information. And when we are talking about data, we are not talking about data of 1 year. It may be dating back to decades if your organization is old. And you need to come up with a plan and do the cleanup first. And forward-looking areas, like, okay, till now, this is the, and when I say data, I'm talking about both structured and unstructured data. Established companies, probably they'll be good with structured data, and they may also be reasonably good. Maybe 40% of the unstructured data they have captured in some form. But if it is SME, take it from me for granted. These unstructured data will not be available, most of the cases. Okay, so coming back to this, you draw a line and you say, from this day onwards, I'm going to ensure that all the data that is required by the organization is captured. So one is cleaning the past, the other one is ensuring that going forward you capture whatever is required in order to make sure that your AI implementation succeeds. Then you need to have cross-functional team. Remember, most of the innovation happens when people with divergent views get together. हम लोग फाइनेंस लोगों की बात किया तो नहीं तो कंप्लायंस लोगों की बात किया तो हम लोग सिर्फ नंबर्स और टैक्स के बारे में बात करेंगे. You need to have engineers, you need to have people who have worked on the plan, subject matter experts. All those people would need to be part of that particular team, and they will form backbone of your organization's AI initiative. There may be multiple teams as well. Okay, team बना के छोड़ दिया तो काम नहीं होगा because there will be more chaos. You need to have a framework for them to work. Their rule book or playbook. They should know what their boundary conditions are, what are the things they can do, what are the things they cannot do, how to escalate, how to ensure that the objectives are met. And it's not only for them, even other members of the organization should also know what they are up to. Then cadence. How many times have we seen in our organizations, we start an initiative with a lot of pomp and fare, and 6 months down the line, you see that it's all fizzled out. How many times have we seen these kind of scenarios? I've seen many, right? So how do we ensure that the initiatives do not falter? For that, you need cadence. Cadence is you need to ensure that the team has a set goal, they meet on a weekly basis or daily basis, as the case may be. They discuss, they troubleshoot, they escalate if need be, and it brings a rhythm to your initiative. 1 week छोड़ दिया, 2 week छोड़ दिया, आपका initiative comes in. It will not succeed. Okay? And you will not even know that it is dead. 6 months down the line, boss will ask किसको क्या हुआ, आपको मालूम भी नहीं रहेगा. Then comes your actual work on AI. So you need to have a check on strategic alignment of the proposals that have come. So this is where probably the board involvement would also be required. Right? So there you decide, okay, whether, suppose, let's say you are running an organization which uses a lot of power. You've got boilers, you've got kilns, you may be using coal or electricity, and any change in the cost of power will spoil your cost structure. In that kind of a scenario, you may be interested in ensuring that you consume less power or less coal, you increase the availability of the machines or plant, and you ensure that available capacity is higher, right? So once that is done, you need to set goal, saying that, okay, I want overall to reduce power cost by 10%. I want to increase mission or my boiler utilization by 10%. It could be anything. Then for tracking that, you already have set a baseline because you already done your groundwork. You need to have a matrix for tracking. That will help you track the project to completion. And finally, you have AI implementation. This is where you bring in your AI experts and find solutions. And of course, throughout the exercise, trust, security, governance, all this would be an underlying theme. And 80% of your efforts goes into data, because that one aspect may make or break your whole initiative. Rest is for the balance. So digitalization and digital transformation. So initially, you will digitize all you may be having handwritten notes, text, various other things. We need to turn it into something which computers can understand. Then you initially start using it within your current process to streamline process. And final step is to digital transformation, where you redo the entire way that your organization works. Knowing where you're going is the first step to get there. Ken Blanchard. So these are some of the examples which companies have already done. Tata Motors already uses AI for prototyping vehicles. Bridgestone uses AI for both product design and in operations. So, and all this they have done by leveraging on both structured and unstructured information they have been having, or they have in their organizations, by feeding that to AI, trial and error. That's how they have come to this stage. Pirelli tires, I have taken this from their annual report. They have reduced the time taken for producing a new type of tire by 30%. Today, if a customer tells them that I want a specific tire, let's say it runs at 250 kilometers per hour at 50-degree ambient temperature with low noise, their R&D team can go and prompt it to the computer. Computer will say, okay, these are the recipes you need to use, and this is the process you need to follow. Of course, finally, the decision is taken by humans, but it ensures that you unnecessarily don't end up doing R&D work and learning through errors. Rather, you start way ahead of where you would have started without this tool or this agent. An FMCG company has reduced the defects by 20% by using computer vision. So instead of doing, let's say, sample QC, now they are able to do 100% QC using computer vision. And this is latest news. I think Deshpande sir spoke about it. So Bajaj Finance in their Q3 call announced that they used AI to capture 2 crore calls, customer calls, and it resulted in 10K new offers, and it resulted in 325 crore additional business. Now, remember, they didn't have this tool in Q1 and Q2. This is something they introduced only in Q3, and it's already having so much impact. Yeah, this incidentally was posted in our ICMAI digital transformation group. So always remember, AI is a strategic superpower. It's not. So if you want to become a global superpower, first let's try to harness AI. What are the approaches? There are 2 main approaches that you can take up. First is something which is easy to deploy, like our automation of our repetitive tasks, our MIS tools, and various other things, which will save money, save cost to start with, but over a period of time, the curve will flatten, or it will not be as steep as other curves. Okay, the second type is the strategic one, the ones that we spoke about in the previous slide. However, such initiatives always go through what is called a valley of death, because you will not have immediate returns on such initiatives. Be it Pirelli, be it Bridgestone, be it Tata Motors, be it whichever company. So initial period will be investment phase, where you are trying out things, you are making mistakes, you are learning from your mistakes, and then getting to the next level. But once it breaches the inflection point, the benefit for the organization will be exponential. Okay, then there is a combined curve. You do both together, so one will fund the other for some time. So how do I choose what is the right solution for me? So you can look at, if you are dealing with unstructured data, you are dealing with dynamic variables, you are dealing with vast distributed knowledge, you are dealing with varied experiences and complex scenarios. This is where AI will be extremely useful. Okay, I've got a notice that I need to finish in 5 minutes. I'll try my best. Okay, so if it is unstructured data, or structured data, you can use a less complex solution. So these are all self-explanatory. I'll just touch upon the last point. The frictions would need to be, you can use AI to reduce the process friction within your organization and departments. Augmented intelligence. Okay, so I just want you to look at this particular image and think what comes to your mind first. When you look at it, don't you see the structure of a horse cart? So why did that happen? Those days, the inventors of this vehicle were limited by their imagination. They just knew what they had seen around, and that was the baggage that they were carrying, and whatever they designed was based on whatever they knew. As far as AI is concerned, we are here today. We also carry our past baggage, past knowledge, and we are trying to adapt it to AI. But we have to get here. For that, we need to unlearn and relearn. If you are stuck in our compliance, costing, those scenarios, we will never get there. So this I'll skip. What I was trying to say is that even if AI was there at that point in time, AI also would have come up with the same type of drawing, because AI is trained on what you already have. It cannot invent anything. But what AI could have done is that speeded up the process of innovation, like what we discussed with penalty tires. So this particular vehicle probably would have been on road 3 decades ago because of speed of innovation. So it augments intelligence. Human intuition plus AI velocity is equal to compressed evolution time. So I spoke about, the organizations now. What is that we need to do? I'll quickly run through. If you want to discuss later, I can take you through that. More than tools, there's certain fundamental aspects we need to know first, right? Then next is we need to build a strategic foundation. You need to have an understanding of what strategic implication AI has. Then you need to look at industry-specific deep dives. So one is having generic idea on strategy. The other one is knowing specifically about your particular industry. Then comes the tools and techniques. So initially you don't have to really worry about tools and techniques. Before that you need to have this. And finally the thought leadership. So problem definition plus solution design multiplied by AI is equal to value architect. This is what we should be aiming for. As CMAs, we should know how to define problems. We need to know how to define solutions. Then use technical team to get it done. I'll quickly conclude. These are the areas where I feel AI can be useful for us. Strategic value architect we have already discussed. Change management agent, where you help your organization to go through that painful process of change. Cross-discipline catalyst. We would have worked with multiple layers of organization. So we will be in best position to handle that and take it forward. And we always should keep these things in mind. And always remember, AI is an iterative process. It's not AI is an iterative process. If anybody expects you to deliver in one go, it's not going to happen. It's a learning and making mistakes, and it's a risky business. Data discipline is your base. Without that, no AI initiative will succeed. Future power lies in the story behind the numbers, and AI makes it possible. So think beyond numbers. Thank you. Unleash the value architect in you. Thank you so much.
We sincerely thank CMA Kiran Thomas Ellis for ably leading this session on digital transformation and AI-driven cost competitiveness.
It is my pleasure now to invite Shri Tapas Ruparelia to kindly take charge of this session and lead us through this important and timely discussion.
प्रेजेंटेशन यही दिखाना फुल स्क्रीन हाँ बस परफेक्ट हेलो 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 am I audible till the end? Perfect. I see a note here, please complete in 5 minutes. I hope that's not for me. How much time do I have? 20 minutes? Wonderful. The lesser the better. That in fact will test my capabilities as a person who should be able to deliver whatever I wanted within 20 minutes. Post-lunch session, first one I think wonderfully, the tone was properly set by CMA Kiranji. Wonderfully delivered. The only problems that I face is that I normally believe in sharing some utilities which directly can be implemented. So every time I go ahead with my laptop, I get asked कि सर आपका presentation शुरू कर दो फिर screen sharing शुरू करते हैं. I realized that while sitting on the dais, and I'm not kidding you, this is what I prepared while just sitting on the dais. You guys would have seen me on the phone for some time. I was actually paying attention to what Kiran sir was saying, and I was also making my presentation while sitting on the laptop, and I'll very quickly show that as well. Before that, and there may be certain glitches because I have not tested this app. I was doing it on my phone. It actually also got my name incorrectly. Can you all quickly scan this? There is one test that I did with Hiraoji sitting here. and he helped me out. 3 बार नहीं चला था, last time when he scanned it was working properly. If you are able to scan, just enter your name and just click on what are the tools that you are using. If you don't know the name of the tool, don't worry. सबको सब कुछ जानना जरूरी नहीं है. Then we'll just wait for 10 seconds. The polls will keep coming in. Yeah, we have a good amount of poll. Wonderful. So ChatGPT leads the race, and then we have Gemini, Perplexity, Grok, Claude, and others. Right? Nobody is voting for others. I have been told that the conference was of some hundreds of people. Vote सिर्फ 80 के हैं. Nevertheless, so ChatGPT wins the race. क्यों? Because that was the first tool that was introduced to the market. And why did we all like using ChatGPT? Because it had a very simple interface that we were used to using, which was of a search, Google search. हम सबने Google search किया है लाइफ में. The same type of interface was brought in front of us, but the only change was that earlier when I used to ask a question, it used to give me a long list of websites जहाँ पे मुझे जाना पड़ता था, and I used to open that website and try to find the answer of the question that I wanted. Then there came in a tool where I asked my question or I asked something and it gave me an answer after doing all the search, right? That is where the success of ChatGPT was lying. The other tools are also similarly placed, और मैं quickly दिखाऊंगा कि दूसरे tools का क्या power है. The only reason for asking this is that we are all used to using ChatGPT, and I'm assuming कि जितने Gemini वाले हैं, all are Geo users. कोई ऐसा है जो Geo user नहीं है फिर भी Gemini use कर रहा है? कोई ऐसा है जो Geo user है लेकिन Gemini use नहीं कर रहा है? If you are a Geo user, please go to your My Geo app. Gemini Pro plan is free for you. You get 2 TB storage. The Geo Pro plan, and there are a lot of tools that are there in the entire Google ecosystem. The way Google is moving ahead. जब AI शुरू हुआ था ChatGPT, उसके साथ में Google का there was a tool called Bard. Anybody heard of it? Bard, B-A-R-D. वो उतना खराब था that even though it's the same technology, they had to change the name to Gemini. And now the way they are moving ahead, they're probably going to kill a couple of names that you are seeing here. Please go ahead. If you are using Airtel का scheme था, which was giving you Perplexity, that is gone now. But Geo users, the Gemini scheme is still there. It's a fantastic tool out there. ChatGPT, Claude, कुछ भी नहीं होगा तो चलेगा. Gemini is more than sufficient for all of you. I think we have all come to this. And before I move ahead, a very quick exercise. You were told at the start of the session to keep your phone on silent. I request all of you to take out your phone very quickly. Phone निकालिए जल्दी. And open a chat app. कोई भी एक chat app निकालिए. Messaging, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal. और ऐसा don't, अगर WhatsApp है तो आप ऐसे ही कोई मैसेज नहीं टाइप कर सकते, SMS में कर सकते हो. बट इफ WhatsApp, then select somebody's name. जहां पे कोई गलती से मैसेज चला जाए तो कोई सवाल ना है आपके ऊपर, है ना. ये जो एक्सरसाइज है, अगर गलती से सेंड कर दिया बटन तो प्रॉब्लम ना हो जाए. मैरिड पीपल अंडरस्टैंड मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं, राइट? कहां पे मैसेज नहीं जाना चाहिए, ठीक है. ओपन योर फोन, जस्ट ओपन द चैट ऐप, और उस चैट ऐप में जस्ट जो मैसेज टाइप होता है ना, वहां पे जाइए. I don't know about the other phones, but at least for the high-end Android users and Apple users, you will get suggestions. आपको ऊपर top 3 suggestion दिखेंगे without you even writing something. हैं suggestions? पहला जो suggestion है उसके ऊपर क्लिक करिए और आंख बंद करके, आपको आंख खुली रख के, but without thinking, keep pressing that button. जो पहला दिख रहा है आपको suggestion में, on your चैट ऐप, आप जब कीबोर्ड खोलते हो तो कीबोर्ड के ऊपर देयर वुड बी सजेशंस ऑफ सम वर्ड्स. 3 सजेशंस होने चाहिए आइडियली. मेरे पास आईफोन है, उसमें 3 सजेशंस आते हैं. जो भी पहला वर्ड है उसको 10-15 बार ऐसे ही क्लिक कर दीजिए. उसमें ऐसा आता होगा, हाय, आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल, आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल, आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल, ऐसा कुछ गोल गोल घूमता जाएगा वो. व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज वी आर जस्ट मूविंग अहेड विथ द अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ हाउ द LLMs वर्क. ये जो चैट जीपीटी, ग्रॉक, जेमिनाई, Perplexity, etc., all these tools that we are using, large language models, they are all nothing but prediction machines. They are all trained to predict one word after the another. एक word के बाद दूसरा word predict करना ही उनका काम है, nothing else. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी तो आपके ये टेक्नोलॉजी आपके फोन में भी है, लेकिन इट इज नॉट एन इंटेलिजेंट टेक्नोलॉजी, इट्स अ डम टेक्नोलॉजी बिकॉज इट्स प्रेडिक्टिंग द सेकेंड वर्ड ओनली आफ्टर बिफोर ओनली बाय लुकिंग एट द फर्स्ट वर्ड. आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल, उसके बाद एंड आई होप यू आर डूइंग वेल या जो भी है. आई मीन वंस यू कीप प्रेसिंग इट, आप 15-20 वर्ड क्रॉस कर दोगे, उसके बाद वो सेंस नहीं बनाएगा बिकॉज इट्स नॉट रीडिंग द एंटायर स्टफ. दैट इज वेयर दी LLM's पावर कम इन, क्योंकि वो सब कुछ समझते हैं. उसको हम लोग कॉन्टेक्स्ट बोलते हैं. Whenever you give an input to the LLM, it contains an entire instruction along with the context that it has. It gives you an answer. Next time when you write something else, you say that no, this is not what I asked you to do something else. उसको कैसे पता चलता है कि आपने पहले क्या लिखा था? The entire conversation that you have, the first sentence that you would have asked, उसका जो response आया वो, and then the third input that you are giving, ये सब compact होके जाता है सर्वर पे, and then the analysis happens. How does this analysis happen? Let's see. अभी फोन रख दीजिए. हाँ, because I am compacting a 2-hour session into 20 minutes. ठीक है, दिस इज समथिंग कॉल्ड चैट जीपीटी टोकनाइजर. ये हमको समझाता है कि सारा ये कैसे काम करता है. आर्ली बेसिस पे हम लोग एज अ प्रोफेशनल, समटाइम्स somebody if comes to us and says that I need your advisory services on a monthly basis, we charge them on an hourly basis, right? The number of hours that we spend, typically lawyers use this. That is similar to these tokens. Tokens are the currency of using LLMs. The number of words that you chat with or use with an LLM, those are called tokens. I will write here, if you see, यहाँ पे नीचे, these are the words that are highlighted. I am happy to be here. If I say I am unhappy to be here, the number of characters although change, the number of words don't change and the number of tokens don't change. ठीक है? But the moment I come here and only type unhappy, it is still 2 tokens. Only unhappy, the LLM, in order to understand, it has to understand that un is a separate token and happy is a separate token. But when it reads the entire sentence at one go, it has a different meaning. And this is how it actually goes to your LLM, जो ट्रांसफॉर्मर मॉडल है. चैट जीपीटी का फुल फॉर्म पता है सबको? चैट छोड़ दीजिए, जीपीटी, जनरेटिव प्री-ट्रेन्ड ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स. ठीक है? द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट इट डज इज जनरेट. इट generates one word after the another by predicting the next word. It generates. What is the meaning of pre-trained? It has been trained on millions and millions of amount of data, gigabytes of data that is available on the internet. वो सब उसको feed कर दिया गया है and then it gives an answer. So if you are on a free version and if you ask some question which is a very recent one, it might not give you a correct answer. It might not give you a correct answer. It specifically happened when ChatGPT was launched, when it did not have the web access. Right now, all these tools have web access, तो उनको पता चल जाता है that this is my limitation and I have to go out on the internet and search for an answer. But they have been trained on lots and lots of data and the manner in which they have to answer to a particular question. So generative, pre-trained, transformer. They generate based on the pre-trained data that they have and they transform it. Now, how does this transformation happens? If I say the sky is, Vandit bhai, what would be your next word? I say sky is the limit, as I expected. That's why I specifically asked Vandit, because बाकी सब क्या बोलते थे? Sky is blue, है ना? तो अभी देखते हैं ऐसा क्यों होता है. को चाहिए तो sky is blue होगा, right? This is how it happens. And when I am talking to an LLM since long, अगर मैंने कुछ ज्यादा इंस्पिरेशनल ही बातें कर रहा हूं मैं LLM से, when I then say sky is, तो वो लिमिट ही बोलेगा. और मेरा पूरा चैट अगर उसके साथ colors पे है, and if I say sky is, then it is going to answer blue, because then it has the context. वो पूरा context लेके it then tries to make a percentage in it, then it tries to predict the next word, which is where this context is important, which brings me to the effective prompting techniques. और ये आप सबने बहुत जगह देखा होगा, दुनिया भर के courses चल रहे हैं. This was very new when ChatGPT etc. were introduced, but very quickly when you talk to ChatGPT, don't say that I want to make a presentation on benefits of AI in costing. You have to give it a persona that you are an expert in costing. तो जो उसको दुनिया भर के knowledge में train किया हुआ है ना, it will go to a specific set of knowledge that it has. Then you give a proper task. चाहिए क्या? PPT चाहिए, write up चाहिए, single line चाहिए, a paragraph चाहिए. Then you give it, that's an output. Then you give it a task, whether you want a presentation or something else, right? These are different prompting techniques, and all this depends. And then the context is something important. Just like I asked the question, if I just had to write, I had a wonderful, then if it was the immediate post-lunch session, somebody would have said, I had a wonderful lunch. Somebody would say, I had a wonderful session, अगर किरण सर के session के बाद है तो, right? The context is important. The more you write the context, the better your answer would be. That was very quick about how LLMs work. How many of you have heard about this particular tool here? Notebook LM? Quite a few handful. It's an amazing tool. अभी ये जो मैंने आपको LLMs बोला, the only challenge, the fundamental challenge with LLMs is that they hallucinate. Hallucinate का मतलब, मुन्ना भाई MBBS देखा है? उसमें बापू दिखते थे ना मुन्ना भाई को. That's hallucination. If you go back and see the movie, that's the exact word that the doctor uses. मतलब है, दिखता है लेकिन है नहीं, right? That is the fundamental problem with all these AIs. क्यों? Because every time a new model comes in, you would have seen that these LLMs say that ये benchmark cross कर दिया, it performs so much in this benchmark, that benchmark. These all LLMs are trained on something called reinforced learning. अगर जवाब नहीं दिया ना तो in terms of computer science उसको पढ़ती है, जैसे मम्मी पापा मारते हैं ना आटलू केम ना आवड़े, वैसे उनको भी पढ़ती है. तो they are trained to give you answers even though incorrect. और अभी वो ऐसा है कि it's an ongoing train and it is putting the tracks as it goes ahead. It cannot go back. Which is where the thinking model comes in. आप जब ChatGPT में जाओगे, you will see something called thinking model. In ChatGPT, if you are on a paid version, you will be able to select the models. So ChatGPT 5.2, if you are on a paid version, it will be on an auto. You can also select thinking model. What does thinking model does? What does thinking model do? It generates an answer, reviews it, and then verifies does it make sense on what was asked to be. So it predicts all the words that were supposed to be, it revalidates its own answer and then gives you an answer. That's a thinking model. ये Chinese company है DeepSeek करके. That was the first company that had brought in this model. So the fundamental problems with all these LLMs is that they hallucinate. किसी के साथ हुआ है जजमेंट सर्च किया और ऐसा कुछ साइटेशन आया जो पता ही नहीं है कि नहीं. And we have examples. There was a recent, पहले तो हम लोग जब AI आया था, initially I used to give examples of a US court where somebody cited an incorrect judgment. There is a judgment of Mumbai High Court in last 2 months only. I think it was in November and December, where and it was an income tax decision where the department relied upon certain judgments, and it has been categorically observed in the High Court judgment saying that the submission of the department, none of the citations are matching, and there are emojis. High Court submissions में there were emojis. That is the peril of using AIs without thinking. So that's the problem with all these LLM. They have been trained to give you answers. उसको आपको please करने के लिए train किया गया है. Now, how do you ensure that your LLM gives you an answer which is stuck or which is very much from the data that you give? This is one of the tools that's available. This is working on a technology called RAG, R-A-G, Retrieval Augmented Generation. Whenever you give some data to an LLM, it tries to search from its own database. उसमें से उसको जवाब मिला तो आपको जवाब देगा. If it doesn't have an answer from it, it doesn't give you an answer. So Notebook LM is my go-to tool. अब क्या क्या कर सकता है Notebook LM? Just while sitting on the dais, there was an interesting article that I received from somewhere. What is the way forward with AI? And you can all go ahead on Google and search for it. Very simple interface. You have to come here. You have to click on add resources. You can go to a YouTube video आपको अच्छा लगा, 2 घंटे का 3 घंटे का YouTube वीडियो है. As you saw in my introduction, I used to practice a lot on GST because of this technology. I am more focused on technology now, but I still sometimes get invited into taking sessions on GST. Recently somebody asked me to speak on a judgment of safari retreats. I didn't have the time to study it, and I know that there are ample number of YouTube videos taken by a lot of senior counsels who had actually argued the case before the Supreme Court. What I'll do is, I'll go to YouTube, search all these videos and give a link to Notebook LM. It will structure the entire content, it will analyze the content and give me a lot of information. What kind of information does it give? It can give you mind maps. This is how the mind map looks. In fact, let me go back and show you that only. चलो, invoice management system under GST. Let's look at that. पता है सबको invoice management system under GST except reject pending करके कुछ है? Most of you practice under GST because in the break I was seeing the interviews that were being taken. A lot of questions on GST were being asked. So here you have what is the overview, when was it launched, what are the different recipient actions. It creates a very simple mind map that you can use. What happens on rejection, what happens on pending, what happens on impact of the returns. What I've done is on the GSTN's website, whatever content is available on invoice management system, वो सब download करके मैंने यहाँ पे चढ़ा दिया है. I've given it to Notebook LM and it has done the analysis for me. What else? Apart from this mind map, it can create an audio overview. Any new topic that comes to you, you can give this topic to Notebook LM and then ask it to generate an audio overview. और गाड़ी में जाते समय सुन लीजिए. You have a mobile app also. Notebook LM का एक mobile app भी है. So you generate an audio overview, plug it to your car's audio system and it gives you an analysis. इसका ऑडियो होगा? टीवी का ऑडियो शुरू? टीवी में ऑडियो लगेगा क्या? नहीं होगा? ठीक है, no worries. So it generates audio overviews, it generates video overviews, and this particular audio overview that I am talking about, it's an interactive mode. You can jump in between the audio overview and ask your own question. आप बीच में आके उसको orally सवाल पूछ सकते हैं. It can generate the infographics. आप जैसे ही infographic देखोगे आपको पता चलेगा कि LinkedIn में ऐसे ही infographics चल रहे हैं बहुत सारे आजकल. ऐसे देखे आपने infographics? ये सब Notebook LM से आ रहे हैं. You just have to upload a proper content. It will also create a presentation. So this is a video overview. It also creates a video. Yes, because we don't have the audio support right now, I'm not playing it. And where is the presentation? Yeah, this is the presentation. I click on this play button and if I start running here, you would not even know where I'm running my presentation from. This is the quality of presentation that it throws. Chalega sir, time nahi hai. Accept, reject, pending. It is going to give you a grounded answer from whatever you know. And while I was taking another session somewhere, I asked it, what are the slabs prescribed under Rule 36.4? There is a Rule 36.4 which says that, which was introduced in 2019, which restricted the amount of ITC that you can take. पहले 20% था, फिर 10% हुआ, फिर 5% हुआ, right? IMS is a much recent phenomenon. It was introduced in 2024. So I asked it, what are the slabs of availing the ITC under Rule 36.4, and it says that the provided sources do not contain a historical percentage of slabs of 120, 105, etc. I don't know. The sources are exclusively on invoice management system. ये GSORI करने वाला tool नहीं है. It can have an web access. I can say that you find out the sources which deals with that Rule 36.4 and give me an answer. It can still come back and give me an answer. But if I have uploaded a very specific topic ka content, it will give me answer from that only. almost zero chances of hallucination. But whether we can absolutely eliminate hallucination, the answer is no. अभी मैं कोई फ्री वाला वेबसाइट पे गया जहाँ पे आर्टिकल में ही गलतियां हैं, if I upload that article which is contradictory to what the advisory of GSTN is, it is going to create a khichdi out of it and give me a hallucinated answer. So that's there. So as someone was saying, we have artificial intelligence. अभी तक मैंने human intelligence HI सुना था. Today I heard sir saying something about original intelligence. That's something that we know. हमको पता होना चाहिए क्या सही है क्या गलत है. Then we can use all this LLMs for our advantage. I think I have 5 more minutes. या हो गया? आप बोलो सर, up to you. चलो खत्म कर देते हैं. So very quickly, couple of use cases that I had in mind, which all of you can implement it. As my introduction said, I have been practicing in GST, so my solutions always revolve around indirect taxes. So I was a participant at the hackathon conducted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India recently, and I won the third prize there. I was the second runner-up. Usme I had the first use case that I presented there, which I wanted to show to all of you, was simply ask the LLM. So I used Claude. I had asked Claude to go to the GST Council's website where all the circulars, notification, advance ruling, etc. are there. I said, analyze this particular website, and I would want to download all the notification circulars that are there. On each page, you will see 10 rows which would have the links of the PDFs of different circulars, and then you have the narration. You analyze this web page for me and prepare a script. It went ahead, studied the script and said that these are the 3 options that you have. And then one of the options was Python. I did not know anything about Python on that day. Of course, I had heard about it, but मैंने कभी काम नहीं किया था Python पे. I asked Claude, ठीक है, let's go ahead with the Python option. You give me a step-by-step method on how should I install Python, where should I save the scripts, and how should I run them. आप मुझे step-by-step instruction दीजिए. You know that I am chartered accountant. And yes, I am a chartered accountant and a company secretary, but and I don't know why we say that CA is the toughest examination. CMA is something that I haven't able to crack. मेरे हिसाब से वो ज़्यादा tough examination है. So coming back, I asked Claude that you know that I am a chartered accountant and you don't know, I don't know anything about technology, so you guide me through the process. A lot of iterative processes happened, but ultimately I was able to achieve what I wanted. One of the golden advice that I feel wherever I have shared resonates with everybody and people are able to get more out of it is, chat कीजिए chat GPT के साथ, Claude के साथ, Gemini के साथ. You give your instructions, you keep on discussions, you keep on having those discussions with your पसंदीदा LLM. The moment you get a correct answer, आपको देख के लगे कि वाह मजा आ गया. You ask that LLM कि भैया ये जो last में जवाब दिया है ना, if I wanted this kind of answer at the first go, what is the prompt that I should have given it to you? तो वो आपको एक detailed prompt बना के देगा, and as a part of conclusion, I'll just show the prompt. ये जो मैंने hackathon के लिए अपना presentation बनाया था. This is the prompt that Claude gave me back. It's a 2-pager prompt. It has objective, website details, पहला task, दूसरा task, special case क्या करना है, what are the technical requirements, what are the deliverable. In fact, this was an initial prompt. This was the final one. And very quickly, I'll show something else as well. Yeah, this is how the instructions are. कौन सा Python चाहिए होगा क्या है. This is all generated by AI. I have only done the natural language processing. The biggest superpower in today's time is to be able to explain what you want. जो 3 Idiots में बोला था ना, कहना क्या चाहते हो. If you are able to explain properly कि आप कहना क्या चाहते हो, you will be able to build something that you would have not even imagined to build a few years ago. आज तक थे ऐसे बहुत सारे, and we have somebody who is a cost accountant and is running a software company, right? There are so many people in the technology side, we are all aware of all those websites that provide income tax and GST filing services. वो सारे engineers हमारे domain में घुस रहे हैं. तो AI use करके why can't we slightly move into that direction? Not build full-fledged apps, but at least build those small apps that can make our work easier, do this kind of stuff, and move ahead with our practice. So AI is not going to take your job, but somebody who is an extremely powerful person in using AI and is able to get his or her work done through using AI, that's somebody who will going to not probably take your job, but do it more efficiently and in a cost-effective manner. I think that's it from my side. Thank you everyone for a patient listening.
Not only adapt to digital transformation, we must lead it. This session has truly reinforced the importance of continuous learning, technological adoption, and strategic thinking in our profession. Once again, we express our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speaker for sharing valuable knowledge and practical insights with us.
We would request CMA Hirav Shah, Managing Committee Member, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening all. I have given only a few seconds, so I'm not taking your much time. Thank you so much, CMA Harshad Deshpande sir, CCM. Thank you so much, sir, Kiran Ellis sir, CA Tapas Ruparelia sir. Thank you so much, sir, CMA Vivek Balerao sir, and thank you so much, my dear friend Akshay Shah sir. And thank you so much to all the audience, because after post lunch, no one is go outside, because and all the credit goes to both of these speakers. So thank you so much to all of you. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now this concludes our second technical session of this 2 days members convention. But I request all the professionals to be seated, because we are starting with the third technical session immediately.
India today stands at a defining moment in history. From being one of the fastest growing major economies to becoming a global hub for innovation, digital transformation, entrepreneurship, and strategic leadership, our nation is steadily progressing towards the vision of Vishwaguru, a global leader that guides the world through knowledge, ethics, sustainability, and economic strength.
But this journey cannot be driven by policies alone. It requires visionary leaders. It requires ethical decision makers. It requires financial strategists. It requires cost and management professionals who can convert data into direction and strategy into success. So to get a deep insight on the same topic, we now come up with our third technical session, which is based on the topic of the next generation management leader driving India's journey towards Vishwaguru.
This session is going to be a very different and interesting session, as we have a total of 10 panelists in this session who are eminent personalities from different industries. We are confident that today's deliberations will provide deep insights, actionable strategies, and forward-thinking perspectives that will empower each one of us to contribute meaningfully to this transformative journey.
Now I would like to request CMA Neeraj Jangir to escort CMA Sanjay Bajpai, CMA Raj Malik, and CMA Rajesh B. Jain to the dais.
I would like to request CMA Anuj Pathak to escort Shri Sanjay Bharati, CMA Suresh P. Manglani, and CMA Sunit Joshi to the dais.
and I would like to request CMA Hardik Divanji to escort CMA Shubhodip Sen, CMA Anjana Sanjeev, and CMA Sailesh Damani to the dais. So gracing the dais, we have CMA Sanjay Vajpayee, Senior Vice President of Finance and Legal and CFO of GSFC.
CMA Raj Malik, Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Accounts Officer, Reliance Industries Limited.
CMA Rajesh B. Jain, Chief Operating Officer of RR Kabel Limited.
Shri Sanjay Bharti, Director, Finance and Commercial and CFO, Opal.
CMA Suresh P. Mangalani, Executive Director and CEO of Adani Total Gas Limited.
CMA Sunit Joshi, ED Pricing, IOCL.
CMA Shubhodip Sen, Head of Finance, Accounts and Taxation Department and CFO, GSECL.
CMA Anjana Sanjeeva, Chief General Manager, Finance, GAIL India Limited.
CMA Sailesh Damani, CFO, Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals.
CMA Hardik Divanji, CFO, Xylem Water Solutions, India Private Limited.
CMA Neeraj Jangir, Chief Finance Manager of MGVCL.
And CMA Anuj Pathak, Managing Committee Member, ICMAI, Baroda Chapter.
Now I would like to request CMA Neeraj Jangir sir, Chief Finance Manager of MGVCL, to kindly come forward and introduce the speakers for today's session.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of ICMAI-WRC and Vadodara chapter, it is my proud privilege to welcome and introduce the dignitaries for the technical session 3 of the Regional Cost and Management Accountants Convention, RCMAC 2026. Theme: the next generation management leaders driving industry journey towards the Vishwaguru. Today, we are honored to be in the presence of visionary leaders who truly exemplify our themes. Behind every successful business decision, there is always a CMA. We are privileged to have CMA Sanjay Vajpayee sir. CMA Sanjay Vajpayee sir is a Senior Vice President, Finance and Legal and CFO, GSFC. Sir is a seasoned finance professional with over 34 years of experience in the finance, accounting, costing, legal and secretarial functions. He is an associate member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and the Institute of Company Secretary of India, and has completed the Advanced Leadership Program at Judge Business School, University of Cambridge, UK. He joined GSFC in 1991 and currently serves as the Senior Vice President, Finance and Legal and Chief Financial Officer, overseeing finance, treasury, taxation, budgetary, project finance and legal function. He is also a Director and CFO of GSFC subsidiary and serves on various educational and institutional governing bodies. We welcome you, sir. Our next guest is CMA Raj Malik. Sir is the Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Account Officer, Reliance Industries Limited. Sir is a Chartered Accountant and Cost and Management Accountant and alumnus of the Stand for Emerging CFO programs. With over 28 years of experience, he specialized strategic financial planning,
Ind AS, M&A, tax planning, business transformer, risk management in multinational environment. He is currently Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Account Officer at Reliance Industries Limited, overseeing over 500 entities, including the flagship Reliance Industries Limited. He is also served as a Director of Reliance Project and Property Management Services Limited. He has been associated with key professional bodies such as ICAI, CII, and BCAS. He is a recipient of ICAI's Professional Achiever Award and is a regular speaker at the leading professional forum. We welcome you, sir. Now I request CMA Anmol Shirsagar, ICMA Solapur chapter, to felicitate CMA Sanjay Bajpayee, sir. Thank you, Anmolji. Now I request CMA Amruta Vyas, Chairperson of Vadodara chapter, to felicitate Raj Maulik, sir. Our next guest is Sri Sanjay Bharti, sir, Director Finance and Commercial and CFO OPEL. Sir has joined OPEL as a Director Finance and Commercial and Chief Financial Officer. Sir had earlier served as a CFO at OPEL, where he played a key role in the company's capital restructuring initiative. With over 27 years of experience at ONGC Limited, he brings extensive expertise in corporate finance, strategy, investment, corporate accounts, debt and portfolio, management, procurement, forex, operation, SAP, change management and Indian accounting standard. Sir is a chartered accountant and MBA. He also holds an LLB from the University of Delhi and DCLM from the Indian Law Institute, Delhi. Now I request CMA Kishore Waghela, sir, Chairman Surat chapter, to kindly felicitate Sanjay, sir. Sanjay, sir. Next guest is CMA Suresh P. Manglani sir, Executive Director and CEO, Adani Total Gas Limited. CMA Suresh sir is a seasoned professional with 29 years of varied experience in diversified businesses. He has immense experience in oil and gas projects as well as major specialization in conceptualization, negotiation, forming, and successful operating city gas distribution business and joint ventures. He started his career with Calvinator, now Whirlpool India, and subsequently worked with GAIL, Mahanagar Gas, and India Gas Solution. Prior to joining Adani Gas Limited, sir was working with Reliance Industries as Senior Vice President, Head of Commercial of Petroleum Retail Business. We welcome you, sir. Now I request CMA Mihir Vyas, Chairman WRC, to felicitate the sir. Next guest is CMA Sunit Joshi sir, Executive Director, Pricing, IOCL. Sir is a qualified CMA and commerce graduate from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, with over 30 years of experience at Indian Oil Corporation Limited in finance, taxation, internal audit, and pricing. Sir is currently Executive Director Pricing in the Marketing Division, Mumbai, overseeing petroleum product pricing and related government coordination. Sir has also led internal audit and served on deputation with EPAC, advising on pricing matter. Sir served on the board of Indian Oil subsidiary and is recognized for his strong leadership and focus on operational excellence. We welcome you, sir. Now request Arindam Goswami, sir, immediate past Chairman and Treasurer, ICMAI-WIRC, to felicitate the sir. Thank you, sir. Our next guest is CMA Subhadeep Sen, sir. Sir is the Head Finance Account Taxation Department and CFO GSECL. Sir is a commerce graduate from the St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, and qualified cost and management accountant. Sir also hold diploma in business management from ICFAI. With over 25 years of experience in finance, accounts, and taxation, he is currently serving as Head of Finance, Accounts, and Taxation, and CFO of GSECL, a subsidiary of GUNL. He has earlier served as a CFO of GUNL, handling project financing, consolidated accounts, and taxation matter. We welcome you, sir. Now a request, CMA Nilomani Bhakta, ICMAI Navi Mumbai chapter, to felicitate the sir. Thank you, sir. Our next guest is CMA Anjana Sanjeeva ma'am. Ma'am is Chief General Manager Finance at GAIL India Limited. Ma'am is the Cost and Management Accountant holding a BCom Honours degree from the University of Delhi and MBA Finance awarded with a gold medal from the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Vadodara. Ma'am brings over the decade of leadership experience in the oil and gas sector with deep expertise in the cost management business, business development, corporate finance, investment appraisal, financial governance, enterprise performance, management and digital transformation. A recognized leader in capital market communication, she currently spearheads Gale investor relation function, driving effective stakeholder engagement and enhance investor confidence. We welcome you, ma'am. Now I request CMA Poonam ma'am, co-opted member of ICMAI-WIRC, to felicitate the ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Our next guest is CMA Shailesh Damani, sir, CFO GACL. Sir is a group CFO, level finance professional with over 28 years of experience across M&A, private equity, treasury, capital busting, strategy and tax planning, and financial modeling. Sir has worked with multinational organizations in oil and gas, power, petrochemicals, manufacturing and EPC sector across India and UAE. Sir has strong expertise in financing strategy, reporting, budgeting, forecasting, treasury and forex, international taxation, corporate governance, and group consolidation. Sir has led due diligence and post-acquisition transition, arranged banking facility, implemented ERP system, including SAP and Microsoft Dynamics AX, and managed multi-cultural, multi-location finance street. We welcome you, sir. Now I request CMA Baba Saheb Sinde, Chairman Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar Chapter, to felicitate, sir. Our next guest is CMA Hardik Divanji, CFO Xylem Water Solution India Private Limited. Sir is a seasoned finance professional with over 23 years of experience across leading US multinational corporation including General Motors, Resos Global Professional. Over the course of his career, he has held diverse and strategic role in financial planning and analysis, including forecasting, planning, analysis, plant controlling, costing, accounting, as well as consulting. He is currently serving as a CFO for the India business. We welcome you, sir. Now I request CMA Dhananjay Jadhav, Chairman ICMAI Nasik Chapter, to felicitate, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CMA Hardik Diwanji, sir, as a moderator of this session, to proceed further. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I can't hear. Good evening, everyone. Okay, that's slightly better. I know you've not had tea, so it's, you're not that energized. Before we go into the session, I'll kind of set a brief context and then, straight away dive into the session. I want to ask one question. And this is coming out of, I think, the second or the first technical session we had just before lunch. And not directly related to what we're going to, interact with all the leaders. By show of hands, so that I see all of you are awake. The question is, does anybody know that if you have to produce one, pair of jeans, how much water is required? One pair of jeans, how much water is required? Any guesses? So one answer is 500 liters. Anybody on the dais? Anyone? 300 liters? Please don't Google and find out. Well, the answer is, again, depending on which exact jeans, it is in the range of 7,500 to 10,000 liters of water which is required, which is equal to 10 years of drinking water for one person. And the reason I am telling this, we were talking about ESG, that was the first technical session we had, how much we should consume, how much we should save for the, or rather not consume, consumption is increasing day by day. And the reason I chose this question is, I come from a water company, and water is one of the biggest constraints that we are going to have. India is going to be water starved or water scarce in more than 10 big cities by 2030. Anyway, I think this was, as I said, not directly related to the session that we're going to go to, but I thought something that will kind of awaken in case anybody is not that awake because of not having tea. The session is about the next generation management leader, and driving India's journey towards Vishwa Guru. Now, what does this really mean? Before we start interacting, and I'm thrilled, that we have all the finance and business leaders over here, so we would definitely want to hear more from them than me. Why this topic, which was chosen for this theme and interaction with them? Because India right now is at an inflection point. We are navigating the global volatility. There are energy transitions, commodity shocks, we all know that, silver, gold, that, I'm sure a lot of you are following that. Digital disruption, we just had the AI session. At the same time, we are positioning India as a global industrial powerhouse. At the center of all this transformation sit the business and the finance leaders whom we are going to hear from. And today's CFO or a business leader is not just about numbers, but it's a strategist for resilience, a driver of cost excellence. It's a catalyst for the growth of the organization. What we are going to see in various sectors, in capital intensive sectors like fertilizers, petrochemicals, energy, infrastructure, financial decisions are not just about margins. They shape markets, supply chains, and in many ways, the nation's trajectory. So our conversation today with these esteemed leaders is going to be in a few domains: cost management, AI, we've already seen in the previous session, but how from a finance standpoint, AI, scenario planning and leadership evolution, while staying aligned, with a larger national purpose. So without any further ado, let's straight dive into it. What I will be doing is, as part of this, I am going to structure this in 3 or 4 different eras. So we'll start with, the opening piece, which is more around India's global and strategic vision. I think the second phase is going to be around, for some questions around company level operational and cost leadership. The third is on specific sectors, the strategy and the energy economics around it. The fourth is going to be some questions on the finance professionals, because we are all here as finance professionals in the transforming economy. And the last is leadership and career evaluation. So we'll have a few questions on each of these, which I'll be interacting. I think towards the end, if we have time permits, maybe we can take a few questions for the leaders. So without further ado, I think the first question is for Mr. Sanjay Bharti ji from Opal. How does scaling of India's petrochemical capacity contribute to nation's vision of becoming a global industrial hub and a Vishwaguru?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I've got a small data with me. See, as far as polymers, petrochemicals are concerned, the per capita consumption in India annually is around 13.6 kg, whereas global averages is around 30 kg. If you talk about US, it is around 139 kg per person. And if we talk about European Union, it's about 65 kg per annum. This polymer is a product which is utilized everywhere, right from toothbrush to mobile, right from a car to an aeroplane. Everywhere polymers, plastics, those are being used. The industries, aerospace, automobiles, medical devices, textile, electronics, packaging, construction, agriculture, everywhere polymer is there. If India is to grow as a global industrial hub, we have to scale up in petrochemical capacity additions. We have to be Vishwaguru. In that case, we have to find out ways and avenues to increase the capacity. The annual consumption of polymers in India is around 30 million tons. And by 2030, it is expected to reach around 46 million tons per annum. What is required today is, because this polymer, plastics, those are used everywhere. If we have to be a global manufacturing hub, we have to have self-dependency for production of polymers.
Thank you, sir. I think that was very insightful. The next question is for CMA Sunit Joshi, sir. How can India's expertise in energy pricing and petroleum planning serve as a model for other developing nations, enhancing our global stature? I'll just repeat for the benefit of the audience. How can India's expertise in energy pricing and petroleum planning serve as a model for other developing nations, enhancing our global stature?
Hello. Yeah, are you able to hear? Yeah, Hardik, it was a good question you posed. Actually, if trying to understand how we can help, India's experience can be a blueprint for the developing nations, we have to understand a little bit of history of the petroleum pricing and petroleum planning in India. Actually, we have moved a long way from the early days of independence. I remember from 1975 onwards, we were under a administered mechanism, actually administered pricing mechanism. India was under administered pricing mechanism for petroleum products. Almost it lasted till almost 2002. It lasted till that time, and that was some way back. In 50 years have passed down from that time, from 75 onwards. So what is administered pricing mechanism? It is a cost plus mechanism. Means whatever investments the oil companies will be making in their capital investments or revenue investment, a fixed return will come from Government of India. At around 12% post-tax return will be coming. So it was a fixed income for the oil companies, and in a way that was the method how the oil companies will be able to sustain themselves and will be able to maintain the fuel supply to all the geographies of India. But what happened, some inefficiencies crept in as the time passed. There was a sense of security which was coming into the oil companies. They thought, that was perhaps the perception of the government, that now we have to move from the APM scenario, the administered price mechanism should be dismantled. And it was dismantled in a phased manner. How it got dismantled? What happened? We went into the import parity pricing principle. And this is the clue which perhaps the developing nations should also take from here. And from there, we have moved on to a different regime of pricing. We have become, although we moved from a dismantled position, still there were few products which were under the regulated scenario. Like petrol continued to be under the regulated scenario till 2010. Diesel up to 2014. And I remember when I was in the petroleum planning cell of MOPNG, as I was posted that time, I myself used to take care of the under recoveries. I used to do the audit of under recoveries at the peak of one particular year when the crude had hit so high. That time the under recoveries for diesel alone came to 1,44 lakhs, and at that I used to see to it that I used to ensure, I used to audit, and then the payment used to go to the oil companies. This is how it was. But step by step, slowly, the deregulation, the deregulation took place. We from regulated scenario we went to the deregulated scenario, and there was the customers or the end users were able to absorb the new pricing mechanism. Slowly, the economics of the country changed. It has been not overnight. It has not happened. Over the period, it has happened. And perhaps this is a path which we have gone through, and probably the developing nations may also have to go through this path. And there are other things like the major thing which happened in 2014-15 was the direct benefit transfer for LPG. It was a world record, I should say, by what India had made. That time almost 13 crore households were getting direct benefit transfer on purchase of LPG. For domestic sector, I am talking about, for domestic sector. It was a world record by itself. Many countries came and saw how we managed this entire big thing. How did we manage this? This was a big achievement by India, I should say, and oil companies had a big role in that. BPC, HPC, IOC, they all had a big role in that, and it was a case study. And this is how it is, and this is the path we have to take, and probably this is one way we can, the developing nations can look upon us and see how we have a so slow transition has taken place in the oil industry. This is what I wanted to say, actually.
Thank you very much, sir. I think very well explained, I think the entire journey, and, very well said, sir. My next question is for CMA Shubhadeep Sen, sir, CFO of GSEL. How does transforming a physical power infrastructure into a digital ecosystem enhance India's transparency and efficiency on the global stage?
उठ सकता हूँ ना? I can stand and talk.
बैठे बैठे बोर हो गया था, सॉरी. But I can feel, Hardik ji, कि there is lot of impact of not having the tea break. So एक खुद के लिए ताली बजाइए. Thank you so much. अच्छा, कोई मानो कि give me a situation before I answer. I just want to make this session little bit lively, you know. So, you know, अगर मुझे पेन जो ये हार्दिक जी गंभीर सवाल किए ना AI and what not, I don't remember also. अगर मुझे उनको पूछना है कि आप क्या बोलना चाहते हो, तो क्या बोलूं कि आप कहना क्या चाहते हो? So let me go back to that three-idiot dialogue कि आप कहना क्या चाहते हो? So thank you Hardik bhai. Thank you all panelists, and thank you the organizers for this lovely show. CFO, financial models, very difficult these days. You know, I am working in this power sector for last 22, 23 years. We used to think power sector as a recession resilient sector and the most boring sector. In 2007, 2008, we used to deliberate कि यार ये कहाँ फंस गए हम, इसमें तो कुछ करने जैसा है नहीं. And now we think कि अच्छा हुआ कि हम sector को छोड़े नहीं थे. We did not leave this sector and we have persisted working in this beautiful infrastructure requirement, the basic infrastructure requirement. Yeah, it's a romantic sector. Yeah, it's it. And you can feel the romance when you are in the cultural program in the evening, right? Mihir will vouch for it. So we have transformed from the so-called asset class to, you know, to new generation technologies. Our financial models used to be, you know, based on, you know, having PPAs, fund the power stations and go ahead with the assets. Now it's a time to invest on technology, but I would say it is time to invest on the outcome, on the results. So we will not invest our money on the assets only. If the assets are remunerative, if they are, you know, economically viable, not only economically viable, financially viable. Now, not every asset is financially viable. You invest your money in a 25, 30-year-old power plant. I don't know whether it is economically viable today. We don't know about future of coal. We don't know about future of so many things today. So the financing models have gradually shifted from the funding of these assets of the PPAs, the power purchase agreements which you used to have, to the new technology. So we are trying to, you know, imbibe AI technologies in different ways so that the grid can be managed in a different way, in an efficient way, because, you know, power sector, you require, you know, a lot of time to understand this typical sector. It's very, very dynamic sector, very interesting and very different from a manufacturing sector. So we have been toiling very hard. This is a crucial transition time for especially the public sector, you know, to move away from the erstwhile financing models and to go to the new age models. Hardik bhai I would love to share, because I think time will also be very short. So the distribution companies are investing a lot of money in smart meters. Residents of Baroda, residents of Gujarat who are all here, they have a lot of apprehensions on smart meters. But let me put it, we are putting these meters at 8,000, 10,000 rupees cost a meter against our convention 500 rupee meter, and it will give us a lot of benefits. So it is worth investing in this. So our financing models, our financing resources, we are trying to deploy more and more into technology. So I will come back to other questions when Hardik bhai, as he poses to me. Thank you.
Very well said, sir. Very well said. I think my next question is, and before I go there, this is for, CMA Raj Malik sir, and I know him for more than 20 years now. Before I ask the question, I'll tell about Reliance. There is still a time, we have 45 days after the year end for listed companies to file their, financials, etc. And I believe about 20 years ago, Reliance as a company said, why do we need 45 days to know what my results are? And that they set the tone and make the change. I think about 10-15 days after the year end, they are already ready with their results. My question again is, we just had a previous session on AI. There is a lot of buzz around AI. How is this going to impact the finance fraternity, the finance professionals, cost accountants, chartered accountants? Maybe citing a couple of examples, maybe of same different industries. Can you just explain that, sir?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, my sincere apologies. My throat is not very good, so my voice may not be very much audible, but I'll try my best. Thanks for Institute of Cost Accounts of India for inviting me. I have started my career in this place, Vadodara, and this is first 10 years of my career is in this place, and so this is a very special place. So when I get an invite to come to Vadodara, more than often, I make sure that I'm here. So thanks Vadodara and thanks the Institute for inviting me here. So even before answering this, I think Reliance Industries, we have around 400 plus entities that we consolidate. If you see a balance sheet, you will see our number of subsidiary associates is 400 plus. And if you take the subsidiaries of subsidiaries and associates of associates, the list will be even longer. And we are the only company in the world who are into hardcore manufacturing, petroleum, refining, oil and gas, who are into digital, who are into retail, who are into retail real estates. And yet we could manage to publish our results within 15-20 days from the year end. We've done it within 15 days also, but normally it's 20 days, audited, consolidated results. So I think no other company in the world who has a manufacturing domain and such geographical diversity or does it. IT companies does it, but their jobs are relatively very simpler. Normally, company of Reliance sells in abroad also, it will take around 2 months, 2.5 months to do it. How does it possible? So, yeah, 10 years back, I was just in one of the, subcommittee of Institute of Chartered Accounts of India, and in the tea break, so jokingly someone told me, राज भाई का पास तो 10 साल का बैलेंस शीट तैयार है, ये लोग बैलेंस शीट थोड़ी बनाते हैं, ये लोग को छाप देता है खाली. So I took it very seriously. So I said, why do you feel like that? And everyone said, अरे 20 दिन में audited balance sheet, even small companies, we take 2 months, 2.5 months, इतना बड़ा company 20 दिन में कैसे बनता है? So then I said that you have only seen the tip of the iceberg, you don't know what is the process, people we have, systems we have. And then I invited around 60 people, 60 chartered accountants, senior people came. We had a session in our office in Ghansoli. In New Bombay, we have an office of 500 acres. We have huge training centers. They came and I explained them and they understood that why we can do it and why others don't do it. So basically what I want to tell is, thanks to our chairman, thanks to his vision, technologically we are ahead for many years than most of the entities, because we spend a lot of money, lot of time and lot of efforts into IT. Now, today also, we are into a cusp of transformation. 10, 12, 15 years back, 20 years back, I did a transformation in my career, and when I thought that I was a team lead, then I thought this is the only transformation, largest. 10 years back, we all know that Reliance did a huge transformation along with BP. I thought this is the end, and now I am into amidst of another transformation where I am one of the person who is leading the transformation. But the transformation will take our company and the finance function into a different level. I'll ask you 2-3 questions, 2-3 buzzwords, which is easy to understand. And I'm very happy, just before our session,
There was a very information session on LLM. I could hear some part of it, and I really learned something out of it. So we all understand AI. Do you know what is the difference between AI and machine learning and deep learning? It is AI is the overall thing. Under AI, there are two subsets, machine learning and deep learning. I'll give you an example. AI basically reflects how, based through an algorithm, everything is through an algorithm, how the heat actually intricates the human speech, human recognition. So whatever the way the human think, the human recognize speech, the human recognize voice, and the human recognize the pictures, the AI does that actually. Under the AI, there is ML and there is deep learning. I'll give you an example. Suppose we are in a retail business. We have 20,000 stores. And I am setting up a store in a particular place of the country. And I want to know what would be demand of that store, what people will buy, what will be the age profile of the people. So where would I go? I have to go to ML, because what I need to do, whatever data I have, all my 20,000 stores or 15,000 stores for last 10 years, I will put into AI. Then AI will see the data. AI will, ML, as machine learning will see the data. Machine learning will study the data. Machine learning will derive the trend, and based on that trend, machine learning will predict. So machine learning is a tool or a part of AI that basically studies data, understands the trend, based on the trend it predicts. So that is machine learning. Then another part of AI is deep learning. What is deep learning? Deep learning is based on neuron based, like how our nervous system thinks, the deep learning will do. Suppose there is a confidential, in old Hindi films and movies and in offices, you have a very confidential place. There used to be a chowkidar. So whenever people went in that place, he will allow only certain people to enter. That is only human, no machine. Then came machine. There was a door with a lock, code. So only few people knew the code, and if you know the code, you can enter. So that was some machines. Now in case of deep learning, there is a camera, there is a machine where he can recognize voice, and machine will do, AI will do the work of human, recognize the voice, recognize your face, and decide whether to allow you to enter or not. That is deep learning. So ML is different and deep learning is different. In ML, there is structured data, unstructured. We can go deep into it. LLM, what is LLM? It has been taught. So now what I'm trying to tell is that we are evaluating, and most of the company, big corporations in the world are evaluating how to use AI, robotics, etc. to work. Robotics is different. Robotics can do repetitive work which human will not be able to do. Obviously, suppose if whenever you make a foreign remittance, you all know there is some form has to be filled, it has to be entered into government website, some money has to be paid. If you upload it, the certificate upload, they will give a number. We have SAP. You take that number, download it, put it into SAP. My best of the accounts payable team will require in the first hour of the day when he or she is fresh, he will take 10 minutes to or 12 minutes to do this job. We have seen, we have tested it actually. If we do robotics, it will be done in 2 seconds. How fast it is. So humans will not be able to compete and not compete. The second question then automatically people ask me whether the end of accountants or end of humans come to an end. It is not like that. The way the humans work, the way the humans embed with the machine is changing. I think we are coming to an era where humans will stop working, they are only supervised. Work will be done by AI, robotics, machine learning, etc. Humans will step aside, they will only analyze, stop working and take key decisions. That is the trend we are coming. Because you cannot simply compete with AI. 10 years back, chess is a very intricate game. There is a machine through AI doesn't build, and in the first round, the world chess champion at that point of time, the Russian gentleman, he almost got defeated, but he won. Next year, the machine developed itself and he defeated the world champion then 10 years back. So humans will not be able to fight with AI. It is impossible, but humans need sleep, humans need slackness, humans have less attention some point in time, machine does not have. So our job would be, and our finance role would be to ensure that we allow AI, robotics, machine learning, etc. to work, and we supervise. And that is the trend, and it is changing very, very fast. And very soon we'll see that is what is happening across the world.
Very well said, sir. I think from the times when I think 25 years ago, right, we used to prepare books of accounts, which now gets automatic results. It's not far away that the basic accounting work is going to be very, very limited. Pivoting to the next part, which is around, the operational and, cost leadership. My next question is for CMA Shailesh Damani, sir. Given the power-intensive nature of the industry, what strategic cost management initiatives, have you implemented to optimize energy consumption as well as improve operational margins? Hello. Yeah. Should I repeat, sir? Yeah. Or is it? So, given the power-intensive nature of your industry, that you are in GSEL, what strategic cost management initiatives, have you implemented to both optimize energy consumption and improve operational margins?
Yeah, I think the current, the global environment, geopolitical environment, whatever is going on, definitely everybody needs to focus more on cost optimization, because market is not in our hands, because you cannot dictate the sales price of your product. So now you are left with to look at your cost structure. So we at GSEL, we are being power intensive industry, because our major product chlor-alkali, the major raw material is power cost, because salt also goes into that, but it is a very minimal cost. So to optimize our power cost for manufacturing chlor-alkali, we are working on 3 to 4 strategies at the same time. Like one is we are increasing the share of our renewable power. So we are tying up with captive power plants, rather we are investing into captive power plants, so that we get a combination of wind and solar power at a cheaper rate. So that one way we are doing it that way. The second is basically we have our own renewable assets like wind mills as well as the solar plant. So now we are doing an optimum utilization of those assets by putting in place effective contract management for the O&M services what we avail from the O&M contractors. So some of these things are in terms of giving sort of a reward structure linked with the also combined with the penalty. So suppose if your CUF factor goes up, you reward them, and if your CUF factor comes down, you levy a penalty on them. And also at the same time, we keep on discussing with our O&M contractors how to improve the yield from these assets. So sometimes basically it calls for an investment also from our side in those assets. So we do a cost benefit analysis, ROI, and then we also put in some money, even though effectively those money is required to be put in by the contractor. But since our stake is more, see, we take that call. And another aspect is in terms of, say, monitoring of the running of this, O&M contractors. So we have our team which visits various sites where the O&M contractors are running or basically maintaining our wind assets as well as solar assets. So we get a real-time basis analysis of the functioning of the various windmills as well as solar plants. So in case of any requirement for any attending to any breakdowns, so we basically monitor it that way to streamline the functioning. And last but not the least, like as current environment is more driven towards AI, so we are also putting in place the OT and IT systems, like the Industry 4 they call. So to capture the
performance of our equipments to reduce the preventive, to plan the preventive maintenance, to thereby reducing the unplanned maintenance. So that also gives a higher availability of our assets. So these are the measures being taken, and I'll take the opportunity to thank the Baroda branch of CMA for approaching me for being a panelist on this dais. Actually, I had a travel plan. Based on that, I was not able to confirm, but at the last moment, they were able to accommodate me on the panel. So once again, thanks to the Baroda branch as well as Mihir Bhai also. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So well said, sir. I think both aspects, because each industry has certain areas where they have a high spend, right? How they can deep dive into it. And last but not the least, as you said, AI, right? So how AI can be used in any and every industry. I think very well said, sir.
Hardik, can I just have a question to sir?
Sure, sir. Please go ahead.
Sir, I have a question as well as a request to you. Please don't do any cost optimization on energy. वो मेरे पेट में लात मारने की बात है. So we cannot sit together and do such things.
So we have to collaborate.
Yes. So this is the problem today. हमारा problem आप समझो. We promote energy conservation कि आओ मेरे पेट में लात मारो. Don't consume my power. Huh? You deploy every tool today available to reduce power consumption. So you can think of how unlucky we are कि we promote a model which is against us. And sir, आपको मैं बता दूं sir, it is a warning sir, आप सरकार के पेट में लात मारो. We are सरकारी organization.
Sir, I would say it.
So, you know, it's a very interesting world today where everybody is trying to optimize on energy consumption, and every one of us, including me, who have put solar rooftops in our, houses, are contributing negatively to the growth of the power sector. Thank you.
Sir, I would say this is good that you are here. You come to know what the others are doing so that you can strategize that way going forward for the organization. All right, my next question is for CMA Sanjay Bajpai ji, who is the CFO, Senior VP Finance and Legal for GSFC. So in what manner do GSFC's costing efficiencies support India's agriculture self-sufficiency and its journey to grow at a global platform?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Baroda Chapter Mihir Bhai and Ms. Thapa. In GSFC, it is a Gujarat government promoted company. So half of the answers have already been given by Shailesh Bhai, because whatever the measures the one company is taking, generally it applies to all the G companies. So whatever cost reduction Shailesh Bhai has told, I would not like to repeat. Either it is windmills, solar power, and actually more than 60% of the power energy requirement is met from the green power generated by the company through power, the windmills, solar power and other modes. Having said that, in the fertilizer company there is one more factor very important, that is the raw material cost. So here if in any company or any product, if the raw material cost is resin, the total production cost is high, then there is a way out that you increase the sales price or you recover the cost from the product sale price. But here in our case in fertilizer, that is also not in our hand, because MRP is fixed by the government of India for the sale of fertilizer, whether it is urea or other phosphatic fertilizers, and the subsidy is also decided by the government. So the all revenue is fixed by the government, and raw material prices are not in the hand of government, because most of the raw materials comes from the foreign countries like phosphoric acid, ammonia and etc. Ammonia is something we can produce, but rock mines are especially in certain countries only, and we have to procure as per the geopolitical situation. It is not only the cost plus, but sometimes from Belarus, Russia, Iran, you must know, USA and other countries, whatever position is there and supply demand gap, the prices are hiked by the suppliers. So the prices are very volatile in the international market, but the subsidy is fixed by the government biannually, means twice in a year. So once the subsidy is fixed, it is fixed for 6 months. So our profits are not fixed for the 6 months, because as soon as the price of the raw material goes up, my margin and even contribution sometimes goes in a negative or red zone. So this is the problem we have to fix from the technology, from AI tool, whatever you can say, that we have to see ki if we purchase the raw material at that rate, what will be our weighted average cost of the raw material and what is the total contribution and profit. All the time I am in the contact with my costing team that if that is the price of the raw material, what will be our contribution and margins. So like phosphoric acid, it is used in DAP in the 50%, but in other NPK grade of fertilizer it is sold in 20%, 30%, ammonia, sulfuric acid and potash. These are certain raw materials. So we have to check all the prices of the raw material and to see what product I have to keep producing and what we have to stop. So that is the way we can control that the profit should not be in the negative in the next year. Otherwise we have to face the board at the end of the day after the quarter. So what should I do? So in fertilizer industry, this is the problem we are facing. Few years back I met Mr. Maulik and I told that Reliance is very near to GSFC and you should take over the GSFC. So he said, no, the Reliance policy is that we do not want to meet the government subsidy schemes. Any company which is related to the government subsidy, we are not touching those companies. So we are handling in such type of situation, and it is very typical and sometimes very enjoyable also. That what is the way to come out with when all the things are very tight, and that is the one way I am telling that in certain raw material that whether you can fix the upper cap or lower cap, so that at least you 50 or 60% of the raw material requirement throughout the year long-term contract, you can fix the cost. Some other ways we also apply that ammonia, we can produce it here, so we put the ammonia plant. Natural gas prices are, if favorable, then we can produce up to one extent that ammonia and mix up with the purchased ammonia. So these are certain of the things we can do. One more thing I would like to say that in our company's philosophy, we never look only from the profit point of view. We see what we can give back to the society, what environment we have to leave for the new generation. So recently we have created one joint venture with the BMC, Baroda Municipal Corporation, and the project is for the tertiary treated wastewater. So we are getting the wastewater from the Baroda Municipal Corporation and we are treating this waste and utilizing it for our plants. So that is 42 million liter per day capacity plant we are going to construct. Its cost is around 165 crores. So that type of work is the need of the hour, because what you said already that the drinking of water is the very precious for the India. So I don't want to waste the drinking water for the purpose of plant production. So that is the way we do certain things and we sustain our operations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very well said, sir. Thank you. My next question is for CMA Suresh Manglani, sir, CEO of Adani Total Gas. I think from an organization standpoint, you have grown from 4 to 52 geographical areas what management accounting tools were most critical for, your decision-making support during this expansion period?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me first thank WIRC for inviting Adani Total Gas to this forum. I think you are asking about what management tools we have been using in Adani Total Gas. Once Raj speaks, after that hardly anything remains that what tools we are using. I think he has narrated very, very effectively. And I also must compliment him because I have been ex-Reliance person. I was a CFO in Reliance retail business, petroleum retail business. And he rightly said that they take a lot of pride that they complete the accounts within 15 to 20 days of such a massive complexities. I think you imagine or dream of any structure of a business you will find within Reliance Group. Any corporate structure, whether it's a company, limited, private, proprietary, trust, everything will you find within the system. And despite that, they achieve within 15 to 20 days of a closing of a year or a quarter, and you see the result coming up. And that happens not only because of the tools, because of the people like Raj being there. The way professionally Raj, Malik and team, lot of professional team, they manages. So I think Raj, you have been doing fantastic. You must give credit to yourself. So now coming to what management tools we use, of course we use what Raj also stated, but Adani Total Gas, many of your audience may not be knowing what is geographical area. This is the license area. Like you say, Baroda is also a geographical area. Now the geographical area definition has gone beyond a city, which includes districts or multiple districts. A geographical area is being coined by a regulator which grants the licenses for developing city gas distribution business. Now what does city gas distribution do? They connect homes for PNG supply instead of an LPG bottle which you have, which is a piped natural gas. And similarly you are seeing in Baroda also and now countrywide, there is a compressed natural gas, which we call it a CNG, which is supplied to vehicles. And similarly, you supply piped natural gas to commercials like hotels, restaurants, crematoriums, hospitals, canteen, everywhere. And then to industries, those who are using for boiler and feedstock, etc. So, ATGL has directly around 96 districts in the country where we hold the licenses, and then we have a joint venture company with Indian Oil. Our friend is sitting here. We take pride of having JV 50-50 with IOCL. There again we have 30 districts, so all our assets is fundamental. So we have a digital platform which we manage connecting all our assets all over the country, and when you come to our corporate house in Ahmedabad, you will be able to see real time at each location, each device, how the gas is flowing in and what is the gas flowing out. There is a full measurement and various parameters are going on, and we are able to also understand what is at that micro level. Let's say in a CNG station, which you will understand like a petrol pump, how much gas since morning 6 to right now when we are speaking at 6 o'clock has been purchased or has come in, how much got compressed, so how much we lost within that box. Then it went to the dispensing station from where the vehicle is being filled, how much again we lost, or there is accounting or there is a technical variation from compressor to dispenser, and then again you fill. Each station we will be able to ascertain real-time basis in our control room, which is we call it a SOUL, S-O-U-L. So what is important for us is we have a tools for a macro picture. How do we see macro business parameters, fundamentals, how the business is going on? And also we ensure that at the micro level analytics, micro level monitoring, micro level management, through these digital tools, we are able to handle whether it is our CNG part business or whether, let's say, home businesses. We are able to ensure that all 1.2 million homes are read properly, timely,
Now, gentleman said about smart meters are getting installed. Till smart meter comes in, you are able to read the meters effectively, then you are able to bill them effectively, then you are able to collect them. Just one data point will also give you information that how effectively tools are being deployed. As of now, around 99.3% of our collection with this 1.2 million homes, large number of a CNG station, commercial, industrial, 99.3% collection are digitally collected. Digitally. So that tells you that how effective we are using, and not a single customer of any type receives any paper from us. Everything is on a real time. For example, if you want to take a new service connection, you can straight away go to My Adani Gas and sitting here on an app, you can book for your new service connection in your new home. And on a real time basis, you will be connected to our system. Immediately after your registration, you pay the money as per the various schemes which are given in our app. Your home gets immediately allotted to a respective our contracting partner, which you can see. And you can get a mobile number of a contracting partner and our relation manager. And from there onwards, your journey starts like a passport, that where is your connection there. So you don't have an anxiety that I paid the money, when I am going to get it. Many times in the previous eras, people, once they used to go for a new connection, they have to fill several forms. They have to give you a lot of Aadhaar card and the ration card and many things. You don't have to give us anything. Everything is fully integrated with Aadhaar platform. You can just take a new service connection. And thereafter, there is a passport model which gives you milestone by milestone where is a infrastructure heading, and then you'll get a message that now pipe is entering to your society or your residence. Now meter is getting installed, and then finally gas gets connected. Once the gas gets connected, immediately from the same moment, your home is migrated to our billing software. So in a way, our DNA is actually, we are continuously breathing digitalization, automation, process re-engineering, robotization. As Rajbhai was saying in the Reliance, similarly in Adani Group, up to the chairman level, whole of a day when we do business reviews or chairman does the business review, one major topic is always comes about digitalization of our businesses. Now, when you say digitalization, many people think physical process has to be digitalized. And that's a major inefficiency in the system, that if you physically what you are doing today, let's say you are filling a big form, and if you digitalize that, that is not a digitalization in Adani Group. When you go for a digitalization, you must ensure that you are also simultaneously undertaking a major process re-engineering of simplification, so that there is a delightness at every touch point. When a customer now wants to take a connection, he only simply gives his one or two data point and he gets integrated with the Aadhaar panel, Aadhaar platform, and he pays through any channel of payment and suddenly he gets connected. He doesn't have to give hundreds of information. That's already come through Aadhaar platform. So several tools are being used. Just for another example, if we have 1,000 stations, we'll have 1,000 P&L accounts. We'll have 1,000 P&L, we'll have traffic light system. How many of those stations are in the green zone? It means they are making money. How many are in an orange station? It means they are marginally making money. And how many are actually in the red? Which we need to, at my level, I need to see why those are in the red. Is the volume demand is not sufficient? Did we put up a station at the wrong place? Our pricing is not good, or our purchase cost is not good, or our OPEX is very high. So several tools are available to us, which makes us to see a big picture at a macro level, and also ensure that we don't lose the touch on the ground at a micro level. Large number of software tools, but the main tool which we use is the integration of all these apps and tools into one single platform. So the user is not getting hassled with, let's say my particular an employee is not hassled, which software I should use it. His role is defined inside the system. Now whether it is an SAP or whether it is another particular software, he is concerned to his role and he has to place it. And then we have several I would say various protocols of a management control or management assurances which ensures that, let's say you have hundreds of offices, as I said, 20,000 stores. Like they also have a very strong governance. Similar system is there for Adani Group or Adani business units, that you will have a very robust, strong governance through the digitalization process, so that we do not tomorrow keep getting surprises. So these are the things which I will be able to answer if there are any questions in the audience or in your mind, further questions. But fundamentally, in B2C company, you should have a macro level, very clear fundamentals, how the business is moving. Let's say EBITDA Pulse, there is one tool which we use. We are able to see weekly where are we heading, so that we know what is the result we are going to be delivering in the quarter. We don't suddenly get a surprise after a quarter. Suddenly CFO brings us, this is your result. Now this is a postmortem, what do I do? I should be knowing what is going to be the result, what we are targeting. So these kind of several tools we use.
Thank you, sir. Very well said, sir. Thank you. I think moving on to the sectoral level strategy and energy ergonomics dynamics, I think we have, first of all, want to give loud round of applause. The question is for CMA Anjana Sanjeeva ji. She has been silently waiting, and I would, she's the only, lady on the entire dais, just like our first lady of Baroda chapter.
Thank you, Hardik. Thank you so much.
So the next question is for you. Appreciate the patient wait as well. CMA Anjana ji is the Chief General Manager for GAIL. My question is, how should management accountants evaluate, capital investment requirements for pipeline monitoring systems, integrity management systems, predictive maintenance for the long-term asset monitoring? Do you want me to repeat the question, ma'am?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for asking this question. And a loud round of applause for the audience present here. Kem cho Vadodara? So we at GAIL, we are maintaining 18,000 kilometer of operational gas trunkline pipeline network out of a total of 28,000 kilometer gas pipeline network running in the country. So a CMA, while evaluating capital investment proposals, must evaluate it from the point of view of life cycle costing. The total costs that are to be incurred and the returns to be achieved from that investment. Then the ROI should not be financial ROI. It should be risk-adjusted ROI, because you are investing in the integrity system of the pipeline. So you are avoiding some risk, some cost which may arise if that investment is not done. So you have to consider those costs. One incident can turn your years of gains into a negative contribution or a loss if not taken care of. So we have installed SCADA as an integrity management systems. There is a new concept called digital twins. So you can have AI built in and have digital twin of your grid, gas pipeline grid, which can sense and tell you in advance whether anything wrong is going to happen. So you can avoid major accidents or incidents which could arise if that is not taken care. You can do predictive maintenance. So such systems are available, and we have leak detection systems are there. So there are leak cameras installed in our plants. We have process plants, we have pipelines. So we have installed leak detection cameras are there. Those cameras, they sense any leakage in the system. It is thermal cameras are there. They sense and they immediately send the signal to the control rooms, and from the control rooms, automatic the system is taken care and it is shut off. Now, these investments, if we consider from financial returns point of view, these investments as such, it may not make sense, but you have to evaluate the cost of aversion of such incident or accident, or the loss of integrity, or your reputation loss in the market which may occur. So you have to consider then you have to do the scenario-based impact assessment. What impact, what scenario can have on your investment or on your integrity or on the reputation of the company in the market. So then you have to necessarily comply to the regulatory provisions, safety as regards safety and compliance perspective. So a CMA must take care of these factors into consideration while evaluating an investment or capital allocation proposal.
Very well said, sir, ma'am. I think since we have all of you, it's always a dil mange more. I think time is a bit of a constraint, but if you're all okay, esteemed guests, we can have one more round of rapid fire questions. So I think we'll continue. The next question is for CMA Sunit Joshi, sir. So in your role as, Executive Director Pricing, how do you balance the corporate objective of profitability on one hand with the nation first value of the corporation? So the dynamics are corporate profitability and then the nation first value. How do you balance the two?
Hardik, it is actually a core tension for oil companies, especially Indian Oil. And we have on one hand as a corporation, we have to ensure that the dividends are being given to the shareholders. We are answerable to the capital markets. We are answerable to the shareholders, the stakeholders, the rating agencies. We have to ensure that our investments are providing the adequate rate of return. We have to fund the capital expenditure on pipeline, refineries, and a lot of other marketing activities. So all that is there. And on the other hand, as a public service, we have to see that the fuel is supplied to the nook and corner of the country and all geographies, even to the extreme locations like Andaman Nicobar, Leh Ladakh, northeast hilly areas, Lakshadweep, even to the places where probably we may not be getting that much of profit or that much of, we may have to work under suboptimal profits. After all, Indian Oil works as an energy arm of the government. And that's how the nation first thing comes. But then it is a dilemma and there is a deliberate trade-off. And it is not by accident, it is deliberately a trade-off is there. We don't look at profits at product level or at location level. We will be looking profits at probably at a portfolio level. There has to be some portfolio thinking. There are areas where we can make profits like petrochemicals, lube business, aviation business. Even in a cyclic situation when the GRMs are good, means the gross marketing margins are good, refineries are making profits that time. Sometimes the marketing margins are good, the marketing division is making profits. But again, we don't look at quarter to quarter. We look at cycles because we have to take the policy shocks, we have to take the geopolitical shocks also. So we have to balance in a long run. We don't, profit, we try to optimize profit. We are not looking for profitability at short term. Perhaps a long term perspective is there. So that's how we are able to survive. And if you look at nation first, we have stepped up ourselves during COVID times. That time, COVID times when most of the world was doing work from home, almost 70 to 80% of our Indian Oil population was on the field. We were running the depots, we were rubbing the aircrafts, everything. We were on the field. Even me, that time I was a general manager, I had to go to office on a regular basis. So we did it. And perhaps there is if you look at all this, there is a sovereign backup for this. We get an implicit advantage of being a sovereign backup. How that advantage comes? That advantage comes in getting business from defense, railways, all that is there. That is perhaps a little bit of margins we are making. We work on thin margins. If you look at our total profit portfolio, if you look at last quarter, we earned around 25,000 crores as a profit. But what was the volume? Almost 6.5 lakhs crores was the total sales volume, sales turnover. Out of that, it is a very low percentage, but 25,000 crore by itself looks good. By itself, it looks good. But okay, that is how the oil companies work. And this is what I want to submit, that we look not at quarters, we look at cycles. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good. Very well said. Very well. I think the next question is for CA Sanjay Bharti, sir. What are the strategic cost management approaches you employed at Opal to optimize, refining margins, especially amid this global, crude volatility?
It's a good question. See, a petrochemical plant, typically there are many petrochemical plants world over. The feed, there are certain petrochemical plants which use liquid feed, naphtha, for cracking and producing polymers. There are certain petrochemical plants which use gaseous feed to crack and produce solid polymers. So if you talk about strategy, the strategy has to be started the day you conceptualize a business, the day you erect a plant. While we started our plant, we had a dual cracker feed, wherein we use not only a liquid feed, we use gaseous feed also. And particularly in a petrochemical complex, petrochemical plant, the cost of feed, gaseous feed or a liquid feed, both put together, it costs around 70% of the total cost of production. So while we started our plant, we had the vision to have both liquid feed as well as gaseous feed for production of polymers. Gaseous feeds and naphtha prices, those go inversely opposite direction. Generally, gaseous prices are different than naphtha prices. So what we do as a strategy, whenever naphtha prices go down, we increase the consumption of naphtha. And when reverse happens, we use more of gaseous feed and less of naphtha. So this is the strategy we started from day one itself. This has helped us in reducing the cost whenever either naphtha prices go high or the gas prices go high. Then if we talk about power, again Sensa will say, "Aap mere pet pe lat maar rahe ho," but that is not the case. See, power consumes at least 10% of our total cost of production. Again, here also, we have got our own CPP plant, captive power plants. We take from power comps electricity power for use in our complex, but any fluctuation in power, it trips down my total plant. And if my plant gets down, to restart that plant, we have to burn hydrocarbons to the extent of 100 crore. So that's why we are required to have our own captive power plant. And again, captive power plant, we have got a dual feed captive power plant where we use either LNG or naphtha, depending on the price, depending on the commercial situation in the market. How the prices, if naphtha prices go up, we use LNG for production of power. In other way around, when the gas prices go up, we use naphtha to produce electricity. This is how we are able to strategize the cost, 80% of the total cost of production which we have in our petrochemical complex. Then if we talk about capacity utilization, if we talk about capacity utilization of petrochemical plants across globally, it's around 80% is the average capacity utilization. Whereas in case of ONGC Petro Additions Limited, we run our plant with a variation of around 96% to 103% of the capacity utilization. The maximum you utilize the capacity utilization, the utility cost, be it power, be it consumption, be it water, everything goes down. If we talk about power, if suppose for a metric ton of polymer, average industry, there is a, say, power consumption of 1 megawatt. In Opal, we have it only 0.44. We have to strategize
from the day one, what we want to achieve, how the cost will be focusing, how the cost will be moving once you actually start doing your own business. So strategic cost management is not from the day you have already started the business. It is when you have conceptualized how to start a business, what to do into that, how the cost saving can be there. Similarly, again, energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is the most critical thing in India. Although Mr. Sen said it is putting a burden to if we use less of power, but India is a power scarce country. We have got very less of power. So, jitna hum power bachayenge, utna we will be contributing to the nation, not otherwise. Then in addition to this, we have got your feed mix. What optimal feed mix we have to use? Similarly, I told you the 80%, 70% of our cost, it goes towards feed. So what we need to strategize is how my feed will be coming once there will be global turmoil. There is lot of global, kabhi Russia, Ukraine ka ladai ho raha, kabhi Iran ho raha. It impacts industries like us, Reliance, be it GAIL, be it IOC, everywhere the impact comes. So what we need to do is for feed costs, we have to have long-term arrangements. So out of the total feedstock we utilize for our production, 70% of the total feed planning we do for a long-term basis. 15 years ka planning we do. We have got long-term contracts for sourcing of feed. Similarly, at times the crack margins go up and down depending on the demand in the market. What would be the polymer prices? So there what we have got is we have got a advanced business process optimizer wherein we put in what would be the cost, what is the demand, what is the margins available in different grades. And we change our product mix depending on the demand and the margins. In addition to that, there are various commodity polymers, there are niche polymers also, niche grade of polymers. So every now and then we have a look into what should be the best optimal product mix so as to generate more and more cracking margins, what was asked by Mirbai. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You already mentioned, and we are not going to leave CMA Sanjay Bajpayee sir, right? I think similar question in the fertilizer chemical industry, right? Again, there is the impact of raw material price volatility is significantly high. How do you strategically manage the same, on the cost of production and given the government subsidy structures in the, in your organizations? So this is for CMA Sanjay Bajpayee sir.
Yeah, so to continue my reply that we have no control over the sales realization part. It comes from two ways. One is the MRP which is charged from these farmers and the subsidy by the government of India. So whatever the cost of the raw material and other factors are there, we have to absorb and play smartly that we make some profits. So we have a dynamic product mix in which the costly raw materials is consumed lesser, and we make such arrangement that ultimately the product provided to the farmers for in comparison to their soil requirement fits to his need. So that is one factor our company looks into. We have 270 odd depots across the Gujarat. We focus more on the Gujarat market and farmers. So it is easy to handle and a lesser cost involved in transportation of the fertilizers. As far as IP is concerned, now the FTA is signed with the European Union in Oman and new tariff concessions at the USA. We have a lot of exposure in these countries for export of our IP segment, because we are not only purely fertilizer company, but we have diversified in the industrial product segment, where our melamine, caprolactam, nylon 6, HX Crystal and other products we are exporting, and it is a good market. And by introduction by Government of India of these tariff concessions, agreement signed with these European countries, this will again be an opportunity for the company to enhance our profitability and making our India's presence felt in the foreign countries. Other than that, one crucial raw material for the fertilizer is phosphoric acid, which comes from the rock mines. So unfortunately, India does not have any rock mines, very little in the Rajasthan. So wherever rock mines are there, we are under discussion with those countries, and we are having the partnership that we can make the partner or JV to produce this rock phosphate there and phosphoric acid. So that is another long-term view by which we can curtail the raw material cost. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think moving to the, the second last section, which is the finance domain, my next question is for Raj Malik, sir. So Reliance, as one of the conglomerates, is moving into a global center stage. What is the role of accountants or, the finance professionals in India when, our organizations are moving in that direction?
I think there are good news for the finance professionals. When I started the career or slightly before that, finance professionals was more into accounting. There was no adding machines, and I have been told, I have not seen that there are machines where you can add numbers. We came in the era of calculators. We moved into era of computers. Then we went to softwares. And now we practically are moving into era where we are not required to do anything, but we are here to analyze and supervise work of the robots and bots and softwares and AIs. So our role has transformed from a lower level to a much higher level. We are not required to do manual repetitive work. We will do work which is more value added, which will add more value to the organization and also give us more satisfaction. Few days back, a bunch of 30 chartered accountants joined Reliance from the Fresh Institute pass out. So after a long, I normally take a session with them and I ask them, I asked a different question: who all of you do not want to join accounts department, accounts and audit department? Out of 30, 20 hands were up. If people don't want to join being a chartered accountant, accounts and audit department. And I said, okay, fine, it's your choice. And in fact, so there's nothing wrong or right in that, and I'm absolutely fine. But can you tell me why you made this reason? And more people are more into treasury, investment banking, mergers acquisition, business partnering, IT, taxation, etc. So people, if I take when I've taken the votes and when taken the leads, and if I randomly say repetitive, boring, routine nature of work, that is the perception of people who are doing accounting. What is accounting is to face chartered accountants. So I said, you are not wrong. Maybe when the articleship you reach to a place where the companies where it is like that, but Reliance, the world is different. I told them it's an exciting place. But fact is that if we confine chartered accountants to do repetitive, boring nature of job, then we'll not have good quality of accountants in our group. So today, at one point of time, people thought that, interpretation of law was a very big thing. Okay, people used to be accounting standards, etc., etc. Now, I think it is not required. You have LLMs, you have softwares, you give a problem, they will interpret, they will study all the accounting standards, other laws, and give you a solution. That's indicative, but you have to read the solution, find the answer. That is a value-added job. So, good days are here for accountants. We will do job, we will not die, we'll have more jobs and more value-added jobs.
Very insightful. My next question is for CMA Shailesh Damani, sir. As the CFO of a leading alkali producer, how do you define leadership role of a CMA or professional in navigating, capital-intensive industries, especially through these volatile economic cycles?
Yeah, like as we have, I think probably all of the panelists would also agree, since market is in not our hands, so we have to concentrate on the cost aspect as well as improving the operating efficiencies. So I think the focus has to be first for the CMAs to understand the business, the processes, and try to basically link it to the what you call the cost structure, how any process improvement can lead to a cost structure. So some of the other areas where they can look at is in terms of, suppose a company is highly leveraged or probably has foreign currency loans and other things. So basically to refinance them with rupee term loans or to go for hedging. Of course, hedging has a cost, but then that can also be looked at if you have a proper treasury team or a forex team within your organization. Other areas are in terms of reducing your working capital cycle. So basically getting more credit from your vendors, doing fast realization of your sales. So, and these are certain areas which the CMAs focus on. But major, I would like to say is that they should work in tandem with the business and work as a business partner. That is more important, because you cannot remain aloof in terms of finance is a separate function, but it is linked. You have to service your internal customers. Then only basically you can weather the storm. That is what I have to say. And always they should keep their minds open for learning, whether it is from below the line or up the line. That is important actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We move to the last section where we have a couple of questions. This is very relevant, especially for the young professionals sitting out here, the leadership and career evolution. So in that segment, I think the next question I have is for CMA Shubhadeep Sen sir, the CFO of GSCL. What is your advice for the next generation of CMAs or professionals sitting here on managing the transition, from expansion-focused economy to an optimized, focused one?
Again, let me stand up because, I want to protect myself from these guys who are ready to, end this session. So, no, I don't know. A lot has been said, and I am in a panel full of enemies who are on to energy conservation, who want to reduce my revenues. You tell me one thing, मेरे को तो समझ में नहीं आता है, very honestly. I am a regulated entity. My revenue ceiling is fixed, tariff is fixed. Cost? No, cost is not fixed. That means you have one overhead tank on your building which gives corporation water for 1 hour a day, and you have 50 taps to drain out that water. So revenue is fixed. And how do you increase your turnover? That is rate into quantity, right? So rate is fixed. So you cannot increase the rate. And how do we increase the quantity? So do you want GSECL or our distribution companies to rope in a celebrity and say, Madhya Gujarat, which company ki garam, fresh, taja power le jao? And this is how we market and this is how we increase the revenue? No, we cannot do that. Coming to the cost aspect, 2018, we built our first 800 megawatt supercritical power station at Wanakburi at say 100 rupee cost. Today, that same station requires 250 rupee. क्या करना चाहोगे? किसको क्या बोलोगे? We were after the entire ministry and government ki we want coal. You cannot forget science. You cannot forget voltage fluctuations. You cannot forget the science of rotating machines. Please understand. Nobody heard you. So now you will build the plant at 250 rupees a cost. Who is going to bear the cost? You. We. As a consumer, we are going to face this music. tell me the role of CMA or any finance professional in all these things. Tell me, any one of you. You have no role. You are in a sector which has nothing to do, with thinking commercially. So let me tell you, when we say Gujarat power sector is doing profits for the last 20 years since we restructured into 7 corporate entities in 2005, it is sheerly because of our efficiencies. We sell 80% of our power below the cost of generation. You must be paying 8 rupees, but there is 20-25% electricity duty also included in that. My 70% of my consumer base is not meeting my generation cost. So the only way to do some profit, to do some commercial viability in your system is only efficiencies. And then again, efficiencies will not come at a cheap cost. Because we are a capital intensive industry, we have to put machineries, infrastructure, which are very costly. So I will conclude my discussion or my statement with this beautiful example of smart meters. As I said, 500 rupee a meter, a conventional meter is now say 10,000 rupees a smart meter. Now how do you fund that? So we have gone ahead of the conventional financing models. So we have introduced a model called TOTEX. Neeraj is here, he heads one of the distribution companies. So we have distributed the cost of the meter in how many, I think 96 or 100 monthly installments, which we will pay to the service provider, the meter supplier, because smart meter comes with a beautiful software, which is obviously very beautiful in terms of cost also. So that is how we are changing the financing patterns. We are trying to, bring in profitability where there is no profit. We are trying to build in efficiency through a lot of investments, a lot of public investments, which is necessary for a regulated entity like us. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, sir. I'm sure GSEL is a role model for several other states, so you'll have case studies of others coming over here.
Yeah. When we talk of our Honorable Prime Minister's Gujarat models, I think power sector is the first model which has been followed, very cautiously by many states now, and the entire country is seeing the beautiful results. Thank you, Hardik.
Thank you very much. I think the second last question, this is for CMA Anjana Sanjeeva ji once again. You are already an inspiring leader, I think one of the lady leaders. So a leadership question, how is finance leadership evolving in natural gas sector to support India's transition from isolated gas assets to an integrated digitally enabled national gas grid?
So the gas transmission sector, the national gas grid, it has evolved from individual pipelines to an integrated system. So to facilitate customers, government has already announced or started the unified tariff system, and in which the customers, they don't have to pay painstaking tariff for each pipeline. Earlier, each pipeline profitability or the evaluation, financial evaluation was done for each pipeline, because each pipeline had a tariff, and that tariff was to be billed to each customer. Now the tariff is unified, the systems are integrated. Now any investment when we do, we have to evaluate from integrated perspective, not as an individual network per se. So when we evaluate proposals, we see from integrated perspective and see whether it will be part of the integrated system. If it is, then what kind of returns will accrue to GAIL. And even if no immediate returns are foreseeable, we see that this aligns with government's vision of increasing share of natural gas in the energy basket to 15%. And in future, there is likely to be a demand. We see that there are some industries. So it is the same chicken egg story. We foresee demand, we see that this demand is going to come. As a strategic investment, we invest. So that is how we are evaluating proposal, and the financial leadership is also evolving. We are investing more into digitization and AI and integrated systems, because we are into the gas marketing business. So we have already implemented one AI for projecting market demand for gas, and we are training that model. How the market behaves when the weather changes, when there is excessive monsoon is there, when excessive heat is there, when prices in global market fluctuate, when there is extreme cold in Western countries. US cold is there. Like recently, I'll quote a phenomena. There is this snowstorm was there in US, and Henry Hub natural gas prices in the last week of January, they just more than doubled. From 3 to 3.2 it was hovering around, and it settled at 7.46. So considering that price, the demand in my country affects. The public, country is so price sensitive that immediately the demand drops down. The global prices increase and drop, the demand in my country drops down. So I have to consider all these factors when I am as a finance person, when I am sitting in that position. So that is how we are doing it, and the financial leadership is also evolving in that way.
Wonderful. Very well said, ma'am. It's about the leadership through finance and how it impacts the business. And last question, but not the least, for CMA Suresh Manglani, sir. How do the initiatives at, the Adani Total Gas advance India's clean energy transition and its vision of becoming a Vishwa Guru? If you can also elaborate maybe what in this space, gas, what is the strategy, let's say, for the next 5 to 10 years?
Thank you. I think it's again a very good question. I think Honorable Prime Minister has already stated the vision for the share of natural gas in the energy basket, and India's vision is that we want to move from around 6.5% to 15% by 2030. And this has been for last several years. We have been trying to move towards 15%, but we are almost remaining at the 6%, 6.5% only. The reason is not that we are not consuming more. We are actually consuming much, much more than what we used to consume previous years. But because energy basket is growing so much, because of our GDP growth of 7.5%, that share of natural gas again comes back to around 6.5%. Now, whether we can reach to 15% or not, we could reach actually, because there are several initiatives which are being taken by the government, as recently also said about unified tariff, or as we are speaking at this point of a time, massive expansion is going on building national gas grid across the country. We are building up RLNG terminals in the country from where we can bring the LNG from overseas and regasify and use in India. As I said, PNGRB, our regulator, has granted now licenses for entire country, barring Andaman, Nicobar and Lakshadweep. Rest of the country now licenses have been granted on around 35 companies, city gas distribution companies like ATGL. We are now developing infrastructure in the country. So with this massive infrastructure development, whether on upstream side, midstream side and downstream side, there is a hope. We all are looking forward to move towards the 15%. Now, what steps we should take, a couple of the steps which we could take is, one of the advocacy which we are doing with the government currently is that India has almost 1 million MSMEs, medium, micro, small and medium enterprises. Now, they are the growth engine of this country. But they are using various pollutant fuels because of the cost pressure, or they don't have level playing field. One entity MSME in NCR is forced to use natural gas, but outside NCR they can use even anything coal or anything else. Now these two entities are not able to compete on a level playing field. We are suggesting that government should come out with some sort of a promotional scheme with consumption linked incentive, like we are giving PLI, production linked incentive for manufacturing in India. We should give to our MSMEs consumption linked incentive to bring price stability so that they embrace natural gas usage, and directly there is a benefit goes to under direct benefit transfer to MSME. There should be some sort of an incentive for initial connection cost. This will push all the MSME, 1 million MSME or large number of MSME to move to the natural gas side, and that will be the real level playing field for everyone. Plus this will be Swachh Bharat 2.0. One Swachh Bharat is where we all are trying to contribute, not to filth around everywhere, but inside the plants and factories, our large number of workers are facing this pollution. They are inhaling continuously. And originally what used to be industrial towns, they have become now part of urban cities. So it is important that we somehow bring this cleaner fuel in the country, and that will push very significantly towards this 15% vision. Second is, government is looking at how do we minimize the use of diesel. So the another view is, while there is a EV which is coming up, also there is a possibility of using liquefied natural gas LNG for long haul trucks, because that is the maximum diesel is being consumed by these trucks actually in the country, because these are continuously increasing. So while EV may also come in the future, but LNG is one another area. CNG is being used within the cities or neighboring hood. But if you are you're traveling continuously from one state or other state or pan-India basis, LNG could be one other solution where with one fill, you can travel 1,000 to 1,200 kilometers. So that also again, government is formulating several initiatives that would push towards the again use of natural gas towards LNG. So several other initiatives government is taking. As she said, regulator has taken very recently that whole country has been divided within 300 kilometer and beyond 300 kilometer. So if you are within 300 kilometer of from the gas source, then your tariff is very moderate. But beyond 300 kilometers, then there is a unified tariff. So if, let's say, Reliance Gas from us, Gadi Moga from Andhra Pradesh can go to Assam at the Zone 2 tariff. Earlier it used to be, if you have to go from Reliance pipeline, you have to pay almost 4 different tariffs. You will pay from Reliance to Gujarat, Gujarat to some other place to West Bengal, and West Bengal to the Assam. 4 different contracts, 4 different things. Now it is a very simplified process with the Zone 2 tariff. So I think government is taking very holistic initiatives on upstream side, midstream on pipeline and LNG side, and downstream side. So that reforms are going to be pushing to the increasing the share of natural gas from 6 to 15%.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think with this, we come to an end. I don't know whether we have enough time for any questions or so, but I'll leave it to the organizers to let us know. I do have, but I'll take it in personal capacity. Do we have enough? We do have a question. Maybe we can take 1 or 2, quick one. Sure, please go ahead, sir.
This question is to Mr. Mangalani. Of course, it was a wonderful panel, and I'm a part of ERA Group. We are the world's largest cost consulting firm. So just now when you summarized about the India's foray into upstream, midstream and downstream, and the LNG, CNG and the EV, which is wonderful. And when we work on a freight cost reduction, I think when you're working from the product side of your company, I think this is an excellent solutions for the rest of the industry to work on a freight cost reduction. Do you think that there is a scope in your own industry for global players like us who are active in 60 plus countries with around 1,200 consulting partners to bring the global cost solutions for the industry like yours? Because it's a complex industry And first of all, again, congrats the way in which you have been working on so many various fronts. Globally, Total Oil is our client as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think while there is a lot of focus from groups like us, from Reliance and from government side that we should maximize use the technology and solution within India. Sorry, am I audible? So I'm saying while there is a focus that we should maximize use of a technology, homegrown technology, homegrown. Hello, hello. I think mic has some issue. It goes on and off. So I'm saying while there is a focus that we should use homegrown tools, technology, or the whatever equipments in fact we are buying now, we are also a lot of focusing on buying Make in India, Atmanirbhar industries which are supplying to us. But still there is a huge scope, and we are actually doing the same thing, that we are using several global solutions which are being used. For example, I said for our connectivity of the entire network, there are homegrown solutions. Also, there are global solutions which are being utilized within our system. So currently, as you see, the entire technology world, tech world, it has become like a very global village actually where we are using. So there is a huge scope. Even on the equipment side, while we are still importing certain things, large number of equipments are being manufactured in India. So of course, India is also exporting now several tech solutions and tools abroad, overseas. But at the same time, a lot of global companies are coming and providing a solution. GIS, for example, one, Geographical Information System. We are extensively using, let's say tomorrow, in some part of an Ahmedabad, there is suddenly interruption of a gas supply because of third-party damage in our pipeline. So our system today is so automated that it will recognize through that third-party damage, the GIS system will recognize that which all customers through the connection object are connected to these devices, and instantaneously there will be WhatsApp messages coming to you that we regret there is a third-party damage. Don't panic. We are all working on the system, and very soon you are going to get your gas supply again. And there will be, if this is a peak hour, for example, in the morning hour or the evening hour food making, you will be engaged with the continuously 15 minutes that we are working, don't panic. We are coming back, or it will tell you it will take 3-4 hours so that you can manage your food from somewhere. So I think there are combination of, in this solution, there are solutions which we have developed in-house, there are solutions which we have taken from India, and there are solutions like GIS which has come from overseas. This is a combination which is working as a package. Once for a company like us which provides integrated solution. We could have a separate GIS, separate outage management, but we have integrated, so you require combination of the solution. So to answer briefly, because they are looking forward for closing this session, I don't want to take too much of a time, but I think there is a huge scope for a global partners to come in India and be collaborator with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, I'll hand it back. Big thank you to all the amazing speakers, and I know Anuj is going to give a vote of thanks, but from my side, and for all of you for a patient hearing. The one thing I say that एक किताब खरीदता हूँ मैं, तो इस किताब में से अगर मुझे एक भी चीज़ जानने को मिला, then I have, the money invested in that, is returned for. Today I have learned a lot of things. There's abundance, a lot of things that have been said. It's not possible to absorb everything. I'm sure if there is 1 or 2 takeaways that you had during the entire day, the fact that you come here, investment, you got the return. That's what I'd say. And with that, I'll end from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What a historic session for every one of us. To have such a large number of professionals from different backgrounds itself is a big moment, and making this conference even a huge, more grand success. Today's deliberations have provided valuable perspectives on the evolving role of young and dynamic leadership in shaping India's global stature. The enriching thoughts shared by our esteemed speakers and panelists have not only highlighted the challenges ahead, but also inspired us with innovative ideas, strategic foresight, and a collective vision for building a stronger, progressive, and globally respected India.
I would now request CMA Anuj Pathak, Managing Committee Member, ICMAI Baroda Chapter, to announce a formal vote of thanks for this session.
Hello. I'm audible? So I think Hardik sir have already done that on behalf of me. So thank you so much that panelists, delegates, and thank you so much Hardik sir for that wonderful session. And thank you on behalf of Baroda chapter. So we now move forwards that dinner, followed by dinner, that cultural event. So hand over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we disperse for the short break, there are some few announcements which we would like to inform everyone.
So starting with on 21st of February, that is coming Saturday, Navi Mumbai chapter is organizing annual seminar on infrastructure finance. So everyone is requested to join the same, please. Thank you.
And the last announcement, all the members have been issued with a particular card behind which you have a particular QR code. You can scan that code for getting your photographs. You might find awkward photographs while eating itself as well. But yeah, you'll surely get it from there. Thank you so much. There is one more general announcement. There's one car outside in the parking area, the number to which is GJ06HS4954. The headlights of this car are
हो और आज इस मुकाम पे पहुंचे हो, इसके लिए आई रिस्पेक्ट ऑल ऑफ यू। मैं आपके लिए तालियां बजा देता हूं उसके लिए। एक मिनट। लवली लवली लवली, बट वी हैव एन अमेजिंग इवनिंग प्लान फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू। हाँ, पहले मुझे ये बता दीजिए कि जैसे हमारे जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जो है, उन्होंने जो इंडिया को घोषित किया है कि बाय 2047, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, 2047 इंडिया विल बी विश्व गुरु, राइट? अब आई जस्ट नीड टू आस्क यू कि 2047, कभी कभार ऐसा होता है कि हमारे कंपनी के जो CEOs होते हैं वो हमको ऐसे टारगेट्स दे देते हैं जो शायद अचीव करना हमारे लिए ऐसा हो जाता है कि भाई ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है। आप 100 रुपए का कॉस्टिंग की चीज आप मुझे बोल दो कि मेरे को 10 रुपए में करके दे दो, तो आप लोग शायद करके दे दोगे, बट एक नॉर्मल इंसान के लिए दैट इज अ टारगेट विच इज वे बियॉन्ड द रीच, राइट? थोड़ा सा सी ये मैं बता दूं आपको कि ये वो वाला सेशन नहीं है जहाँ पे आप लोग सिर्फ सुनेंगे और मैं यहाँ से बोलता रहूंगा। यहाँ पे आप भी इतना ही बोलेंगे जितना मैं बोल रहा हूँ। तो ऐसा कभी कभार ऐसा टारगेट दिया जाता है हमको जो शायद अचीव करना नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल होता है। तो जो मोदी सर ने हमको टारगेट दिया है, विजन विश्व गुरु 2047, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू थिंक इट इज अचीवेबल? प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज। जो भाई एक मिनट અહીંયા આવી जाओ। मैं आपको बता दूं कि दिस इज द कल्चरल इवनिंग। यहाँ पे कोई सीरियस सेशन नहीं होगा। हाँ, भले मैंने टॉपिक वैसा छेड़ दिया है, आई एम सॉरी, बट यहाँ पे कोई वैसा सीरियस सेशन नहीं होगा। यहाँ पे ना मैं कोई ऐसा सीनियर लेवल का बंदा हूँ जहाँ आप मेरी रिस्पेक्ट में सिर्फ ऐसा धीरे से हाथ ऊपर करेंगे या अंदर अंदर थोड़ा सा खुशफुसा लेंगे कि हाँ ठीक है। मैं यहाँ पे आए हम लोग सब मस्ती करने के लिए, तो आप लोग कृपया थोड़ी सी आवाज अपनी ऊंची कर देना। हाथ नीचे रखोगे, हाथ ऊपर करवाने के लिए वी हैव एन अमेजिंग बैंड वेटिंग टू परफॉर्म। वो आपके हाथ पैर आप खुद आपको भी ऊपर कर देगा, आई एम श्योर अबाउट दैट। बट तो मैं जब बोलूं तो आप लोग सिर्फ थोड़ा सा चीयर कर देना, ठीक है? तो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू थिंक दैट इंडिया बिकमिंग अ विश्व गुरु इन 2047 is achievable? Please make some noise. Every one of you? एक किसको लगता है कि वो नहीं पॉसिबल है? उसके लिए हाथ ऊपर कर दो कि तो चलेगा। लवली। या सबको लगता है कि 2047 तक विल बी विश्व गुरुज? ओके, किसको लगता है उससे बहुत पहले भी हो जाएंगे हम लोग? प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज। Alright, in this convention, in this event, we have members from 5 states: Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Goa, and Chhattisgarh. तो भाई गोवा एंड छत्तीसगढ़ वाले जितने भी, प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज। यार गोवा को तो पार्टी कैपिटल घोषित कर देना चाहिए इंडिया के लिए, और वहां पे ही एनर्जी इतनी कम रहेगी तो कैसे चलेगा? प्लीज गोवा एंड छत्तीसगढ़ पीपल मेक सम नॉइज। महाराष्ट्र, मध्य प्रदेश, थोड़े से हैं पर बढ़िया हैं। The people from Gujarat make some noise. See, गुजराती में एक कहावत है, जहां जहां बसे गुजराती, गुजराती में कहावत है, जहां जहां बसे गुजराती ત્યાં ત્યાં બસે ગુજરાત। कराए दो। तो जहां जहां बसे गुजराती ત્યાં ત્યાં बसे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये मध्य प्रदेश में, महाराष्ट्र में, गोवा में, छत्तीसगढ़ में भी जाके गुजरातियों ने ही सबको बोला है कि यार आ वस्तु 100 में नहीं, कैसी मत रही सके। आज हम बताता हूँ कैसे, बराबर ना? बट एनी विच वे वी हैव आवर एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट डॉक्टर जयप्रकाश सोनी, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ बड़ौदा बीजेपी। प्लीज जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत किया जाए। He has embraced our event by giving his presence over here. आपको बता दूं थोड़ा सा एक छोटी सी बात कि जब मैंने बोला कि किन किन लोगों को लगता है कि 2047 तक इंडिया विल बी विश्व गुरु, और जब सबने चेयर किया सर अंदर अंदर बहुत खुश हुए थे, है ना सर? प्लीज जोरदार तालियां हो जाए चाहिए। आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट our esteemed members to felicitate him. ગુજરાતીમાં કહેવાય છે ફૂલ લઈને ફૂલની પાંખડી દ્વારા એમનું સ્વાગત કરીએ, એમને સન્માનિત કરીએ. તાલિયાં રૂકની નહીં चाहिए પ્લીઝ. કમ ઓન, થેન્ક યુ સો મચ. I would request sir to take on the mic and આપણે જે રીતના કહીએ છીએ કે બે શબ્દ પ્લીઝ. ઓવર ટુ સર.
थैंक यू. जो ये बता रहे थे उसी में 2 शब्द जोड़ना चाहता हूँ. भारत विश्व गुरु था, है और रहने वाला है. सिर्फ अर्थतंत्र में हमको फर्स्ट नंबर पर पहुंचना है और उसमें आप लोग सब सहयोग करने वाले हैं. हम 2014 में 11वें क्रमांक में थे, आज 4थे क्रमांक पर है. थोड़े ही भविष्य में हम 3रे क्रमांक पर पहुंचने वाले हैं. और गति हमारी जो है, दुनिया के जितने विकसित देश बोले जाते हैं आज, अमेरिका हो, चाइना हो, यूके हो, सबकी जीडीपी 2 to 3% के आसपास चल रही है. और भारत 140 करोड़ का देश है, फिर भी हमारी जीडीपी 7.2% एवरेज 5 साल से चल रही है. तो ग्रोथ रेट बहुत अच्छा है. हम लोग भी बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं. युवा वर्ग बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है. पहले 500 स्टार्टअप थे, अभी 2 लाख से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप हो गए हैं. युवा सिर्फ नौकरी ढूंढने नहीं चाह रहे हैं, नौकरी देने वाले बन गए हैं. और ये रोजगार सृजन से लेकर, कृषि से लेकर, महिला शक्ति से लेकर, सारी जो नागरिकों की शक्ति एक मिलकर जो काम कर रही है, इसीलिए सबको लगता है कि विकसित भारत हम 2047 के पहले ही बना सकते हैं. तो इसके लिए सभी यहाँ बैठे हुए लोगों को मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ. हम लोग सारे मिल के देश के लिए काम करें. हम जो भी काम करें देश हित में करें. मेरे से कोई ऐसा काम ना हो जाए, उतना सावधानी रखें कि मेरे देश का कोई अहित तो नहीं हो रहा है. कोई भी हम काम करें उसमें नेशन फर्स्ट ये भावना रख के काम करें. तो जैसे जापान 60-70 साल में नंबर 3 पर आ सकता है, तो भारत भी आ ही सकता है, पूरा विश्वास है. इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ. भारत माता की जय. वंदे मातरम.
भाई पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है सही में, प्लीज कोई दिल पे मत ले लेना यहाँ पे बैठे लोग. पहली बार हुआ है किसी ने बोला है 2 शब्द और उतने ही पीरियड में वो चले गए. उस बात के लिए सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जानी चाहिए. सर हम तो बहुत सारी बार यहाँ पे बैठे हैं या यहाँ पे भी खड़े रहे हैं. सर 2 शब्द देने के लिए हम माइक देके जाते हैं और फिर हम वहीं पे खड़े रह जाते हैं और इतनी ऑकवर्ड सिचुएशन हो जाती है, ना वहां पे जा सकते हैं ना यहाँ पे आ सकते हैं. बट थैंक्स टू सर, इन्होंने ये भी बता दिया कि टाइम इज मनी एंड इट इज टू बी सेव्ड. हर एक पल कीमती है. तो क्यों ना अब इस शानदार इवेंट RCMAC का जो सक्सेस है, आपको लगता है ये इवेंट सक्सेसफुल है या नहीं? सक्सेसफुल है या नहीं? फिर से एक बार बता देता हूं कि मैं तो गुजरात से ही हूं. ओह मैं सॉरी भूल गया. माय नेम इज एंकर भगीरथ दवे एंड आई एम द होस्ट फॉर टुनाइट. तो मैं हूं गुजराती में, यहीं से हूं. तो हजी एक वक्त गुजराती में एक कहावत है કે બાપ કરતા બેટો સવાયો, પણ એ સવાયામાં રૂપિયો બાપનો મળે, 25 पैसा छोकरा न મળે. जिन लोगों को गुजराती समझ में नहीं आती उनके लिए कि जो बाप होता है बेटा उससे अपडेटेड वर्जन होता है। अगर बाप 10 नंबरी तो बेटा 11 नंबरी, और उसमें से 11 में से सिर्फ एक बेटे का होता है, 10 बाप का दिया होता है। वैसे ही हम जो हमारी ये इंस्टीट्यूट है उसे मैं मदर इंस्टीट्यूट, बहुत लोग उसे बोलते हैं कि हमारा मदर इंस्टीट्यूट। तो जो मेंबर्स हैं और जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो जो मेंबर्स हुए वो बाय डिफॉल्ट स्टूडेंट्स के बाप समान हुए, क्योंकि उनसे ही वो लोग सीखते हैं। तो ये सारा स्टोरी कहने का सिर्फ एक ही मकसद था कि मैंने ज्ञानोत्सव जो स्टूडेंट्स का कॉन्फ्रेंस था, कन्वेंशन था, उसका कल्चरल इवनिंग मैंने होस्ट किया था। एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू, ट्रस्ट मी, इट वाज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट इवेंट्स in my entire anchoring history of 10 years. The energy that the students showed, it was impeccable. But अब आप तो members हो, आपको उनसे ज़्यादा ना कर पाओ तो एटलीस्ट मैच तो कर सकते हो। Are you ready? बिल्कुल भी नजदीक नहीं हो आप लोग, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। Are we all ready? All right. तो सर की उपस्थिति में ही I would request, I'll call out all the sponsors and supporters of this amazing event one by one on the stage, and I would request sir to felicitate them for their invaluable contribution for today's event. I'll just call on the stage all the sponsors one by one. Our gold sponsors, GetCo, I would request team members from GetCo to come near the stage. Our gold sponsors, GetCo, Madhya Gujarat Witch Company Limited, and Reliance Industries Limited. देसी भाषा में बोलना तो इनकी जेब से ही पैसा आया है ये इवेंट के लिए, जोरदार तालियां हो जानी चाहिए इनके लिए। कम ऑन एवरीवन। Once again, our gold sponsors, GetCo, Madhya Gujarat Witch Company Limited, Reliance Industries Limited. ये तालियां ही हैं जो इनको अगली बार भी मोटिवेट करेंगे स्पॉन्सरशिप देने के लिए, तो ध्यान रखना आप लोग बस। Our silver sponsors, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation Limited. अवार्ड्स ये मेरा सन्नाटा है, तो आप प्लीज़ अपनी कुर्सी की पेटी बांधे रखें क्योंकि थोड़ी ही देर में तूफान आने वाला है। थैंक यू सो मच। So we are about to start one of the even a moment of enjoyment. Even a moment of enjoyment. तो थोड़ा सा खुल के बैठना, थोड़ा सा ऐसा चौड़ में आके बैठ सकते हैं आप, और make the most out of this evening that is planned for you. We have a band who has been performing for more than a decade now. Born in Vadodara but have done shows nationally and internationally, have made their mark. I would like to introduce them in a moment, but till then, enjoy just a piece of music. वो थोड़ा सा एक टेस्ट कर लीजिए आप, वो बोलते हैं ना जैसे कि शेर ने खून चख लिया है, तो वो थोड़ा सा खून आपको चखा देते हैं, बाद में डिजर्व। We have the teaser ready for all of you. Not the trailer, but just a teaser. आप वो enjoy कीजिए, and then we'll be heading.
Check. Okay, hi everyone, good evening, and I really want 5 to 10 minutes max. We are just about to end the technicals. So yes, वही है कि कुछ बड़ा शुरू होने से पहले एक रिहर्सल टेक्निकल्स की जरूरत होती है, but I will make sure कि आप एनर्जी रखना, अभी तो शुरुआत हुई नहीं है, लेकिन एक बार शुरुआत होगी और एंड होगा, उसके बीच में जितनी एनर्जी नीचे से ऊपर आएगी उससे 5 टाइम्स ज्यादा ऊपर से नीचे जाएगी, that is for sure. So I just need a 10 minutes max just to check this technical things, but after that, get ready for the grand evening. Thank you so much. Hello, mic check. खोया हूँ मैं आगोश में, तू भी कहाँ अब होश में, मखमली रात की हो आसमां बेइंतहा।
राहुल सर, मैं आपको ढूंढ ढूंढ के परेशान हो गया। पहले ही मना कर दिया।
Can we have it on the screen, please?
मेरी रूह का परिंदा फड़फड़ाए
revives your memory and still makes you dance. That voice is about to take the stage. इस आवाज में है न्यू बॉलीवुड की मस्ती भी और पुराने बॉलीवुड का धमाल भी, सूफी का सुकून भी और रॉक वाइब भी। जहाँ भी जाते हैं दिल से गाते हैं और हर शाम को यादों का त्योहार मनाते हैं। Let's welcome the magnificent voice, the crowd's heartthrob, the performer who turns every moment into magic, one and only Nishad Shah. Right. What do you want to rock? Who wants to have a party? The loss of business songs, loss of dance, but that's naturally out there. Everyone, come on. Join me the next one. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Ikera voce mia passata, becco tere arsuo ka salamu, teri hasi teri sadare. तेरी कहानी मुझको सुनाओ, यादों के तारे, यादों के तारे टूटे भी कैसे, मेरे जो टूटे कैसे, बीते दिनों की खोली किताबें उसने पढ़ो। आज क्या है कि सभी को मिलकर आज की जो इवनिंग है वो सेलिब्रेट करनी है, तो साथ में गाना भी है, डांस भी करना है। ओके एमपी सो यस, मैं चाहता हूँ कि जितने भी गाने हम यहाँ से प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, यू ऑल सिंग अलोंग, कम ऑन एवरीवन। एक ऐसा गाना शायद आप सबको आता होगा। All the ladies sing fast over here. 1, 2, 3,
आपकी आवाज है नेक्स्ट। क्योंकि तुम ही हो, अब तुम ही हो जिंदगी। Come on, don't be shy. तो एनर्जी तो आज बची है, थोड़ी सी भी कम नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि आज मुझे बताया गया कि जितने लोग आज यहाँ पर रहेंगे ना वो बहुत ज्यादा एनर्जेटिक हैं तो एकदम, और वो चाहते हैं कि आज की जो इवनिंग है, आज की जो शाम है उसको और भी ज्यादा हम साथ में सेलिब्रेट करें। ओके, सो द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग इज અને હું ગુજરાતીમાં પણ કંઈક કહી દઉં તમને, બધા ગુજરાતી છો और I know 5 स्टेज है वहां से आप सब आए हैं, तो यस द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग इज, मैं चाहता हूँ कि नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग से ही आप लोग थोड़े बैठे हैं थोड़े आगे आ जाइए, तो ये जो चेयर है वो भी भर जाएगी और ये जो फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टेज है ना वो भी भर जाएगा। आप ही की मिनट से आप ही की सेकंड से आपको ही सबसे ज्यादा पता है कि मिनट्स और सेकंड्स की वैल्यू कितनी है। तो ये नाइट शुरू हो चुकी है, पार्टी हैज स्टार्टेड। प्लीज जो भी लोग हैं, जो भी ग्रुप्स हैं, कम आगे 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 एवरीवन, लेट्स गो फॉर द नेक्स्ट वन। Okay, Oranga, bring the signal together, right? Get ready. One more time. मेरी रूह का परिंदा बड़बड़ाए, लेकिन सुकून का जजीरा मिल न पाए। मैं की करा, एक बार को जल्दी तो दिखा दे, झूठी सही मगर तसल्ली तो दिला दे। मैं की करा, मैं की करा, Okay, so the next song is देखो हमारा एक कंडीशन रहता है, मैं जहाँ पर भी परफॉर्म करते हैं, हम सभी लोग यहाँ पर परफॉर्म करते हैं, तो एक कंडीशन है कि जो ऑडियंस है ना उसका म्यूजिकलिटी चेक करते हैं कि कितना ऑडियंस कितना म्यूजिकल है, उनको कितना म्यूजिक में दिलचस्पी है। तो आज हम वो भी करने वाले हैं। बट द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग इज इट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल सॉन्ग, इट हैज सम स्पिरिचुअल एसेंस। तो मैं चाहता हूँ ये गाना पहले ही होना चाहिए, और जितने भी गाने हम यहाँ से गाएंगे, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सभी को वो सब गाने पता ही होंगे। अगर थोड़ा थोड़ा साथ में गाएंगे ना तो और ज्यादा मजा आएगा और ब्यूटीफाई हो जाएगी ये शाम। ओके, रेडी गाइस? थोड़ा शोर और मचाइए। रेडी? ये बात जो मेरे सीने में दफन, तो जरा ये हवा जाऊं
हम सफर है ये फिक्र है जीने की वजह है के लिए कहते हैं खुदा इस जहां में सभी के लिए कितना किसी को हमारा है किसी के लिए ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना ये दिल दीवाना मुझको भी कर डाला दीवाना मैंने उसके शहर को छोड़ा उसकी गली में दिल को तोड़ा फिर भी सीने में रहता है ये दिल मैंने दिल से उसे निकाला जो ना करना था कर डाला फिर भी यार उसी को करता है ये दिल दीवाना दीवाना
यहाँ पर पुराने गाने किसको पसंद है? Old song lovers. मुझे लगा ही ये चुप थोड़े को कैसे अभी एनर्जी में लाया जाए. ओके ठीक है. जैसे मैंने बताया था कि म्यूजिकलिटी टेस्ट हम करते हैं. So yes, now it's time for that. मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप कितने म्यूजिकल हैं मुझे पता होना चाहिए. तभी हम आगे गा पाएंगे, परफॉर्म कर पाएंगे. ओके. So ऐश्वर्या ऑन कीज एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सभी के लिए. ऑल द बैंड मेंबर्स काफी अच्छे आर्टिस्ट हैं और हम जहां पर भी जाते हैं ये लोग हम साथ में परफॉर्म करते हैं और बहुत सारा प्यार हमें मिलता है. दिस सॉन्ग द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग इज विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम ऐश्वर्या. आपको रिकॉग्नाइज करना है कौन सा ट्यून है प्लीज. अरे वाह, आपको ये लज्जा गले वाला कितने बार आपने यूज किया है? लज्जा गले, आओ लज्जा गले ऐसा. वाह मोहित भाई, दैट्स सो गुड. पर यार मैं चाहता था अभी आप मत बोलिए, मुझे पता है कि यू आर सो रोमांटिक लवेबल पर्सन, पर अभी आज थोड़ा थम जाइए. अभी मुझे और लोगों को भी पूछना है. ओके, वन मोर टाइम यार. हमको मिली है आज ये घड़ियां नसीब से, जी भर के देख लीजिए हमको करीब से, फिर आपके नसीब में ये रात
लगती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम कैसे लगते हैं ये लगती ये नदियाँ ये रहना और तुम। Okay, so we have few more songs. और जब मैं साउंड चेक कर रहा था किसी ने मुझे बोला था कि ये गाना आप जरूर गाना। पता नहीं उनको कैसे पता चल गया मैं गाने वाला हूँ, लेकिन वो आके बोले थे। मैं चाहता हूँ कि E-माइक प्लीज एक काम करते हैं, अगर मुझे जितनी आवाज आप सभी लोग जितने लोग बैठे हैं वो अगर नहीं मिली तो मैं माइक लेके आपकी चेयर पे आ जाऊंगा और गवाऊंगा। तो ऐसी जबरदस्ती मुझे ना करनी पड़े। और मैं चाहता हूँ आप सभी मेरे कहने पर एक बार में गाना गाएं, ओके? सॉन्ग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि जो भी लोग यहाँ पे है और जितने भी दोस्त या जो भी लोग बाहर हैं फूड के लिए, उनको बता दीजिए कि वो लोग अंदर आके भी फूड प्लेट के साथ अंदर आ सकते हैं और अंदर म्यूजिक के साथ साथ वो लोग फूड ले सकते हैं। तो प्लीज ये मैसेज जो है जो भी लोग बाहर हैं उनके लिए है, राइट? सो समवन ऑफ यू कैन शेयर दिस मैसेज टू दैट आउटसाइड पीपल। ये जो पैशन मेरा वैसा है कि ये जो सुनने वाले सुनेंगे और जो महसूस करने वाले लोग हैं they can feel it, you can sing around, okay? अपना हिस्सा लेकर तुम जाने जहाँ शर्मा गए, अभी तो ये पहली मंजिल है, तुम तो अभी से घबरा गए, तेरा क्या होगा सोचो तो जरा, हाय ऐसे न अभी ओ मेरे संभलता है दिल, क्या क्या जतन करते हैं तुम्हें क्या पता, ये दिल बेकरार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना, हमें तुमसे प्यार ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना, हमें तुमसे प्यार। Next is wonderful. सुना हम जुदाई का उठाते हैं लोग, जाने जिंदगी कैसे बिताते हैं लोग, दिन भी यहाँ तो लगे बरस के समान, ये दिल बेकरार कितना ये हम नहीं जानते, मगर जी नहीं सकते तुम्हारे बिना, हमें तुमसे प्यार कितना, हो आज मैं तुझसे दूर सही और तू मुझसे अनजान सही, तेरा साथ नहीं पाऊं तो है तेरा अरमान सही, तेरे सपने देखता और मेरा अब काम है क्या, सागर जैसी आंखों वाली ये तो बता तेरा चेहरा है या चमकीला, सुर्ख लगेगी शाम है क्या, सागर जैसी आंखों वाली ये तो बता तेरा नाम है क्या। और दुनिया जाने तेरी खातिर कितना है बेताब ये दिल, तू क्या जाने देख रहा है कैसे कैसे ख्वाब ये दिल, तूने दीवाना दिल को बनाया, इस दिल पर इल्जाम है क्या, सागर जैसी आंखों वाली तो बता क्या, 1 2 3 come on, चेहरा है या चांद की लाल, शाम है क्या, सागर जैसी आंखों वाली, चेहरा है या चांद की लाल, शाम है क्या, सागर जैसी आंखों वाली ये तो बता तेरा है क्या। अभी आई वांट कि आप बैठे बहुत हो यार, अभी थोड़े एनर्जेटिक नंबर्स लेते हैं, आई वांट ईच एंड एवरीबॉडी इन द फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टेज, तो हम डांस करने का मजा तभी आएगा। रेडी है ना क्राउड, ऐसा डांस करोगे ना, ये खींच के लाना पड़ेगा ऐसा नहीं है ना, ओके लेट्स गो। आपको कोई गाना यू वांट मी टू सिंग एनी सॉन्ग तो आप कह सकते हो, यू कैन ट्राई टू सिंग। So now
Ready? Come closer to us.
हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई, क्या हुआ ये ना पूछो, कुछ ऐसी बात हो गई। अजनबी हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई, क्या हुआ ये ना पूछो, कुछ ऐसी बात हो गई। Come on! क्षमा कहे परवाने से भरे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। क्षमा कहे भरे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। वो नहीं सुनता जिसको कल्याणा होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से गाना होता है। ओ गाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से गाना होता है। मुझसे अब नजर न फेरो, आओ पास तुम मेरे, मुझको बाहों में तुम घेरो, सजीना सैलोरिका चाहते दो बंदी मिल पाए। दुनिया में भी कम है क्या, दो पल तो आओ हो जाए। दुनिया में कम है क्या, चाहते दो बंदी मिल पाए। दुनिया में भी कम है क्या, दो पल तो आओ हो जाए। दुनिया में है क्या सैलोरिका, सुनो सुनो सैलोरिका कहते हैं हम क्या। Now the next guys is all the chance are रोशन चेहरा हो गया आप सभी के लिए। 1 2 3 ये chance है रोशन चेहरा, जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा, ये जीव से मेरी आंखें फुट। ये chance है रोशन चेहरा, जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा, ये जीव से मेरी आंखें कोई राज की मैं कह रहा था क्या उसकी जिसने तुम्हें बनाया। क्या उसकी जिसने तुम्हें बनाया। ये जान रोशन चेहरा, जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा, ये जो ये जिया तेरे बिन है सजा मिल जाए इस तरह जो लहरें इस तरह ओ मिल जाए इस तरह जो लहरें जिस तरह फिर होना जुदा आगे बढ़ा तूने वही जिसे अपना तू रहा मैं हूँ वहाँ अब तो ये जीना तेरे बिन है सजा
Okay, so now मुझे लगता है एनर्जी से भरपूर आप लोग आगे आ चुके हैं तो now the next song is for all the आवारा दिल्स मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ सभी का दिल आवारा है मेरी तरह नहीं मेरी तरह नहीं बातों की तरह वो बंदा आपको दिख रहा है ना ऐसा भले भोला भोला दिख रहा है लेकिन उसका जो दिल है ना वो काफी खुराफती है तो ये मुझे लगता है सभी लोग ऐसे ही हो तो आप सभी के लिए all the आवारा दिल्स this song is अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा है अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा बहुत बोला है बेचारा न जाने किस पे आएगा न जाने किस पे आएगा अपना तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा जब है दीवाना न घर न ठिकाना जब से है बेगाना पलक से जुदा जब है दीवाना न घर न ठिकाना जब से है बेगाना पलक से जुदा ये गीत टूटा हुआ तारा न जाने किससे अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा अपना दिल तो आवारा न जाने किस पे आएगा ना 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 इलाही मेरा जीना one more time jump ओ कल पे सवाल है जीना फिलहाल है गाना मदोशियों जी जाने क्यों इलाही मेरा जीना इलाही मेरा जीना
हीरा रा रा प्यार हमें किसको ले आया दिल कर आया कोई बताया प्यार हमें किसको ले आया दिल कर आया कोई बताया मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी आई रुके बस रानी कब आएगी टूटी जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी चलिया हाथ चलिया मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी आई रुके बस रानी कब आएगी टूटी जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी चलिया हाथ चलिया Disco dancer, I am a disco dancer. I am a disco dancer. Zindagi mera gaana, मैं खुशी का दीवाना. ओ तो झूमो, ओ नाचो, ओ मेरे संग नाचो गाओ. I am a disco dancer. I am a disco dancer. I am a disco dancer. ये लोग कहते हैं मैं कभी गाता था, कोई गाता नहीं था. ये पाँव मेरे कभी धड़कते हैं, कभी गाता नहीं था. होठों की मस्ती है और जवानी है, ये दस मेरे लहू की दवाई है. ओ हो यहाँ मेरी यही मिलेगी, यही मिलेगी. ओ झूमो, ओ नाचो, ओ मेरे संग नाचो गाओ. I am a disco dancer. 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 Number one. It जाएगा Guru Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. It जाएगा Guru Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare मैं तेरा दीवाना क्या कहता है अब घबराना क्या ताल पे जब झूमे बदन जिंदगी जाना शर्माना क्या भूल के झूमो भूल के गाओ आओ आओ ये भूल के गाओ It's the time to disco. It's the time to disco. On the way they go disco. It's the time to disco. Yeah. It's the time to disco. It's the time to disco. On the way they go disco. It's the time to disco. Yeah. All the friends out there, let's jump together. 1, 2, 3, go! ये कोई कहे कहता रहे कितना भी हमको दीवाना कोई कहे कहता रहे कितना भी हमको दीवाना हो हम लोगों की होकर रहे ये जमाना हो हम लोगों की होकर रहे ये जमाना हम सांस है आवाज है फिर इसलिए हिचकिचाना आवाज है आवाज है फिर इसलिए हिचकिचाना हो गाएंगे अपने दिलों का तराना हो गाएंगे हम अपने दिलों का तराना दुनिया तो तुम अपनी दिल में जाओ दुनिया रुके तो कोई चुके तो पागल हो अल्लाह से क्यों अल्लाह से मुझे ना आता था अरे तू बोली थी पिछले जुम्मे को तू बोलू थी अगले जुम्मे को आज जुम्मा है तो आजा 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 जुम्मा 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 Come on.
Thank you so much. Okay, okay. अभी आगे भी तो जाना है. Okay, so I think सभी लोग यहाँ पे हैं तो एक फ्रेंडशिप के लिए मेरे पास गाना है आप सभी के लिए. क्योंकि सब लोग यहाँ पर चाहिए, कोई बाहर नहीं चाहिए. और बैठे लोग हैं वो भी थोड़ा खड़े हो जाए, थोड़ा आगे आ जाओ यार. मैं वहाँ आ जाऊँ आप सबके पास, थोड़े आगे आ जाओ, आप सभी के लिए है. ओके मिहिर व्यास क्या है? मिहिर व्यास यस है. तो नहीं गवाए, तो ना गवाए भाई, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. मिहिर व्यास અહીંયા જોડીએ. તો બીજું કઈ કહી લઈએ, એવું નહીં. એના વગર તું નહીં કહી શકો. કાંટ સે ठीक है. हाँ सुन ગરબા પણ રમવાના છે આજે બધાને. જે 5 સ્ટેટમાં ગયા છે બધાને ગરબા રમાડીશું આજે આપણે. તો બધા એના માટે પણ રેડી રહેજો. Before that, I want કે બધા લોકો જો અહીંયા આવી ગયા હોય, the main persons, right? I want to sing a friendship measure for you guys. છે અહીંયા મોહિતભાઈ ક્યાં છે? તે ક્યાં ગાયબ થઈ ગયા બધા? Coming. પછી okay, let's go. So we have Shivani Sharma in the house. So आपके लिए a few songs from her. बहुत जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Yes.
सभी को डांस करना है. ओके, आर यू रेडी? थोड़ी फुर्सत भी मेरी जान भी बाहों को लीजिए. क्या थोड़ी फुर्सत भी मेरी जान भी बाहों को लीजिए. अभी भी कुछ बाकी है, अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है, तो क्या है वो सुनाओ। मेरे महबूब समझिए जरा मौके की नज़ाकत। मेरे महबूब समझिए जरा मौके की नज़ाकत। डल तोड़ ताड़ के आया तेरी बानी का है छोड़ तेरी तो सुनिए डल तोड़ ताड़ के आया तेरी बानी का है मुझे अच्छा इशारा मुझे जोड़ी लगे मुझे कुछ करना पड़ा बानी जोड़ी लगे पॉकेट में उठा के आया तेरे लिए पैसे वैसे छोड़ जाड़ के जो तुमने मुझे मारी तो सीधी साधी जोड़ी चढ़ाई हो गई जो तुमने मुझे मारी सीधी साधी जोड़ी चढ़ाई हो गई अजीब सपना है जो तुमने मारा तो लग तो बड़ा सच्ची वाली हो गई सावन में लग गई आपके दिल में अब सभी गाओगे साथ में है जानू मेरी है मैं तेरे दुर मैं तेरा तू मेरी जाने आपकी आवाज है मैं तेरा तू हिंदुस्तान जानू मेरी जान मैं तेरे कुर्बान So now the song for the friendship. I think सब लोग यहाँ पर हैं. थोड़ा gather हो जाए in front of the stage. थोड़ा पास आ जाए. Please, please, please. थोड़ा पास. ये बात है. जो लोग बैठे हैं, please आप थोड़ा. Yes, आपको बोल रहा हूँ मैं. हाँ, ये बात. नील थोड़ा मेरा वॉइस ईयर्स में थोड़ा बढ़ा और फ्रंट में भी थोड़ा. तो अर्ज किया है हीरा हो, किसी के हाथ में हीरा, किसी के कान में हीरा। मुझे हीरे से मतलब क्या, मेरा तो यार नहीं रहा। यारों ने मेरे वास्ते में कुछ नहीं किया, यारों ने मेरे वास्ते में कुछ नहीं किया। 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया। तुम जैसे ऐसे नहीं, आगे में नहीं गाने वाला, 100 बार शुक्रिया, 100 बार शुक्रिया। तुम जैसे